obviously political voices are talking about how this is an anti-India mindset that has been finding its footing yet again in Jawaharlal University.
Well, it's nothing new for JNU as far as these protests are concerned, because we've seen it in the past as well. In fact,
welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Shivani Gupta. Let's begin with a quick check of the headlines right now. Madras High Court rejects Tamil Nadu state government's plea, orders for lamp to be lit at the Deepathoon, criticizes Stalin government. DMK remains defiant despite the stinger from the High Court, says it will do whatever needs to be done but will not allow the lighting of the Deepathoon. Bangladesh Hindus living in danger, another Hindu man killed, second such incident in 24 hours. Is Yunus in action, emboldening Hindu hate. Top BNP leader makes a shocking statement, downplays killing of Hindus, calls it a small incident, says Muslims are attacked too in Bangladesh. Worst fears come true after Indore outbreak. Now Karnataka, Gujarat and Odisha reel under water contamination crisis. News 18 investigation exposes the rot. Aiming to consolidate opposition forces in Tamil Nadu, TVK says it's open to an alliance with the BJP in the state. All eyes now on Amit Shah. After Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam were denied bail, anti-Modi chants raised at JNU by left. BJP calls out anti-India mindset, tags the protesters as urban Naxals. Massive gas leak at ONGC well in Andhra's Konasima triggers panic. Relief and rescue operations underway, nearby villages evacuated. And Maduro pleads not guilty to drug trafficking charges in the US, terrorism and weapon charges as well, calls himself a prisoner of war. Meanwhile, heavy gunfire reported near Venezuela presidential palace. Now, the Madurai High Court has upheld the single-judge order directing the lighting of the Karthikai Deepathoon at the stone pillar atop Tamil Nadu's Thirupurukundram in the city of Madurai, bringing closure to what had become a very contentious issue in the state ahead of state elections. Now, according to a division bench of Justice J. Jayachandran and Justice K.K. Ramakrishnan, the issue over the lighting of the Deepan has been politicized unnecessarily. The court observed that the district administration ought to have treated the issue as an opportunity to bridge the gap between communities through mediation. It further held that since the hill is a protected site, any activity carried out atop must strictly comply with provisions of the Act. Clarifying that the lamp may be lit, the court noted that public access to the ceremony will be restricted and will be subject to consultation with the Archaeological Survey of India. And we've accessed and detailed out the Madras High Court order copy on the Deepathoon Rao. Let's break down some of the essential aspects as far as this order is concerned. So let's show you one. This is of course one portion of the order where clearly it says that being at vantage point, the stone pillar called the Deepathoon, which is on a different rock summit and lower to the peak on which the Dargah is located, is the ideal place to light the Deepam. Religious practices always carry a purpose. The practice of lighting Deepam at an elevated place during the Karthikai Deepam festival and other festivals is for the devotees at the foothill and its surrounding to be able to see and worship. Now remember, the Tamil Nadu Thalan government had opposed the fact that there is a different Deepathoon lower on the hill which is already lit every year during the festival. So what is the need to light the hill, the Deepathoon which is at the top of the hill, close to the Dargah but away from the Dargah, and the court has noted in its order that it's essential to light this Deepathoon at the top of the hill because that's what the practice used to be or used to signify, so that it can be seen far and wide by those who cannot access the hill. Let's also show you another portion of this order. This is a slap on the wrist for the Tamil Nadu government because the court has categorically said, we find that the apprehension expressed by the district administration regarding probability of disturbance to the public peace is nothing but an imaginary ghost created by them for their convenience sake and to put one community against the other. Now this of course is an indictment of the stand that both the local administration and the state government took. It also goes on to say it puts one community against the other under suspicion and constant mistrust by allowing few persons from Devasthanam to the pillar for lighting the lamp and keeping the devotees stay at the foothill and worship is not an unmanageable task, which is exactly what the court has ordered now, that let the temple authorities light that Deepatun. You don't have to give public access if that is an issue. Projecting as if such congregation will cause disturbance to peace, stampede, disharmony amongst community, etc. is either exposure of their incapacity to maintain law and order or hesitant to bring harmony amongst the community. Now the state government will do well to read this portion of the order, but as we will get you more voices from the current government, they are continuing to be defiant on this issue. But one more aspect of this High Court order that we want to highlight, these are the two directions that have been given by the court, which is that they must light the lamp at the Deepatun. Prohibitions and restrictions found in ancient monument and archaeological sites and remains and acts and rules shall be imposed as appropriate and necessary to preserve the monuments on the hill. But the court order also says Devasthanam through their team has to light the lamp in the Deepatun, which has been earmarked on the event of Kartigai Deepam festival falling in the Tamil month Kartigai. No public shall be allowed to accompany the Devasthanam team, and the number of the team members to accompany the team in consultation with ASI and police district collector shall also of course be part of this. So this is what the court has said, that you have to light the lamp. You can do it without public access, but the site is important because that's where everybody can see this. So I also want to show you a couple of pictures that have been used by the court of the site and of the Deepatun itself, where this entire fight is ongoing. So this is the site in itself. It shows that this is the ancient Deepatun that we're talking about. This is of course the other picture of the Deepatun, but the site is this one. If you can hold it here, this is the Deepatun, this is the Kuthirai Sunai, and on the other side is the Dargah. This one is the Dargah. So you can see this is the back side of the Dargah, the Deepatun is here, and there are some other establishments here. So this is the distance between the Deepatun and the Dargah backside. There should have been no conflict as far as the connection to the Dargah is concerned. Why did the state government object to it in the first place, is a big question, and why do they continue to object? This has become now an issue that will possibly garner a lot of attention ahead of the next assembly elections. This of course is the Deepatun in question. This has been mentioned in certain archaeological reports based in Tamil Nadu as well. You can see the vantage point that this Deepatun has. You can see the entire city from here, and that is what the court has said, that this is why this ancient site is important, because if you light the lamp here, the entire city can see. You don't have to allow public to go atop the hill. But this is what the practice used to be. This was the purpose of the practice. So these two pictures really being mentioned as far as the High Court order is concerned. I also want to go across to my colleague Purnima Murli, who is joining us in fact from the Madurai court. This is a big win for the petitioners in this case, for Hindu devotees in this case. And one can also see this, Purnima, as a slap for the Tamil Nadu government, because all of their contentions have been dismissed.
Absolutely. It's a big setback for the Tamil Nadu government because first the Tamil Nadu government said that the fundamental question is whether this is a Deepatun. The order says that that is the Deepatun, and that 100 years ago the Deepam was lit at the Deepatun. The second point of contention here is whether the land where the Deepatun is, whether it belongs to the Dargah or the temple. So as per the Madurai bench's order that was pronounced earlier today, it clearly says that the land parcel where the Deepatun is located belongs to the temple. The entire Tirupurukundram hill belongs to Lord Muruga except for 33 cents that belongs to the Dargah. So these were two clarifications issued by the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court, while it also criticized the district administration and the Tamil Nadu government, saying that they should not cite law and order. It's just an imaginary way of saying that there won't be peace between two communities if the Deepam is lit at the Deepatun. So this was also one of the observations made by the Madurai court, and the Madurai court clearly said that the temple authorities and the Devasthanam here will light the lamp at the Deepathoon on the eve of Kartika Deepam. So it will not happen now as per the order. It can happen on the eve of Kartika Deepam, which is scheduled for November-December 2026.
Purnima, stay with us. You also spoke to many parties concerned as far as this entire legal matter is concerned. Let's listen into those reactions.
பல்வேறு விமர்சனங்கள், அவதூறுகள், கேடான விமர்சனங்கள் எல்லாம் கடந்து இந்த நீதிமன்றத்தை மதிக்கக்கூடிய நீதியின் பிள்ளைகள் நாங்கள். மாண்புமிகு நீதியரசர் ஒரு நபர் நீதிபதி ஐயா ஜி.ஆர். சுவாமிநாதன் கொடுத்த அவர்கள் உத்தரவை இருநபர் டிவிஷன் பெஞ்சில் விசாரணைக்கு வந்தது. அனைத்து தரப்பு மக்களுடைய வாத பிரதிவாதங்களை கேட்டாங்க. கேட்டுட்டு இன்றைக்கி தீர்ப்பு ஐயா கொடுத்துருக்குறாங்க. ஒரு அரசாங்கம் என்பது அனைத்து மதங்களுக்கும் இடையே இணக்கத்தை உருவாக்க வேண்டும், பிணக்கை உருவாக்கக்கூடாது. தேவை லைட் நோ ஃபைட் அப்படின்னு வார்த்தையை பயன்படுத்தியிருக்கிறாங்க.
How do you see the judgment today?
There are certain measures has been declared by the division bench by saying right in existing addition to the existing place, the stone pillar, whatever it is called for, lightning place, they allowed certain peoples, not only for Devasthanam, not the entire public. That is I felt something. It delivered some justice, because if entire political agenda, the matter has been entirely diverted for the political motivation. If it causes some disturbance to the government as well as the public, the overall residing in the said place, it definitely caused some injustice to the people who are residing located in that place.
Do you see this judgment as a setback to the Tamil Nadu government?
No, it is definitely not, because the Tamil Nadu government's intention is they don't want to restrict entirely the lightning festival. Even the existing place they celebrated in a peaceful way, right? It is also it's kind of vindictive for them as well, because the Devasthanam allowed to lightning the existing place. The Tamil Nadu government, I don't feel like that same. It is setback or something failure on the part of the government. It is not so.
The Madurai bench had criticized the Tamil Nadu government and the district administration for saying that it's just imaginary to think that it will disturb the law and order situation or peace that exists between the two communities, isn't it?
It was the observation made by the division bench as one of the judge. He had stated, specifically mentioned, it is the imagination thing of creating community between the two peoples. Those observation was made, but it was on record or not, it will be outcome only after reading the said judgment, right?
So how do you see this verdict?
See, it is a historical judgment delivered by Madurai bench of Madras High Court. Honorable Justice Jayachandran and Honorable Justice Ramakrishnan, they have delivered a remarkable and wonderful judgment as against the appeal made by Government of Tamil Nadu as well as the Waqf Board and the other respondents, including the this ASI Department, Astrological Survey of India. So where they have been confirmed, the judgment confirmed that every right of the Muruga devotee has been confirmed, and to light the lamp, not make a fight. That is, they have underlined the judgment.
We're getting in some breaking updates from Uttar Pradesh's Sambal, where administrative action is continuing in the Rayan Buzurg village against illegal constructions on government land. According to officials, demolition has been completed in 2 homes. The owner of the 3rd home has requested a 4-day extension to remove all of his belongings. We also have a report from on ground. Let's listen in.
देखिए, संभल के राया बुजुर्ग इलाके में इस वक्त हम हैं। आप देखेंगे सामने बुलडोजर एक्शन यहाँ पर उन अवैध रूप से बनाए गए घरों में हो रहा है, जो यहाँ पर काफ़ी साल पहले बना दिए गए थे, और अब यहाँ पर बुलडोजर एक्शन आप देख सकते हैं। न्यूज़ 18 के कैमरे पर ये लगातार जो घर हैं उनको गिराने की कवायद यहाँ पर शुरू हो गई है। सबसे अहम चीज़ मैं आपको बता दूँ कि ये इसलिए यहाँ पर हो रहा है क्योंकि ये सरकारी तालाब बनाने की जगह थी। सरकारी तालाब बनाने के लिए यहाँ पर गड्ढे खोदे गए थे, लेकिन कई साल पहले इस जगह को बेच दिया गया था। जो एक शख्स यहाँ पर हाजी नाम के शख्स हैं जिनसे हमने बात करी थी, तो उन्होंने स्थानीय संभल के विधायक के भाई से ये ज़मीन खरीदी थी, ऐसा उनका दावा यहाँ पर है। और उनका ये दावा काफ़ी बड़ा है, क्योंकि इस जगह पर जहाँ पर सरकारी तालाब थे वहाँ पर सरकारी तालाब की जगह पर ये ज़मीनें बनाई गई थी। और इसीलिए यहाँ पर नायब तहसीलदार हमारे साथ है दीपक कुमार। दीपक जी, मैं ये आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि आपकी देख रेख में ये चल रहा है, ये जगह किस तरह की थी और कितनी जगह थी और कैसे यहाँ पर अवैध हुआ, बताइए।
गाटा संख्या 682 है, तो ये तालाब का नंबर है। इस पर बाबू, अबरार, इसरार, ये तीनों पूरे के पुत्र हैं। इन लोगों ने मकान बनाकर अवैध अतिक्रमण किया हुआ है।
अच्छा, तो सर ये जो एक्शन हो रहा है यहाँ पर, हमने देखा था सुबह खुद ही लोग यहाँ पर एक्शन शुरू कर चुके थे यहाँ के।
हाँ, ये पहले अपने खुद तोड़ रहे थे, अब इनके बस का है नहीं। 3 मकान है, इनको काफ़ी वक्त लगता है, तो जेसीबी के लिए तैयार हो, जेसीबी से तोड़वा रहे हैं।
कितने मकान हैं इसमें?
3 मकान है।
3 मकान। और ये जगह जो है, जब तालाब की जगह है, तो इस पर कब्जा करके यहाँ पर जो स्थानीय एक निवासी हाजी से हमने बात करी, उनका कहना था कि स्थानीय विधायक इकबाल जो हैं, उनके भाई से ज़मीन उन्होंने खरीदी है।
अब ये तो नहीं पता, लेकिन ये जो इन्होंने जो कब्जा किया हुआ है, जो अतिक्रमण किया हुआ है, ये 3 लोग हैं, बाबू, अबरार, इसरार। ये तीनों भाई हैं, भूरे के पुत्र हैं। तो इन्होंने जो है लगभग 12-13 साल से इन्होंने जो है मकान बना के कब्जा किया हुआ है।
तो आप देखेंगे यहाँ पर बड़ी जानकारी आपको दिखा रहे हैं न्यूज़ 18 के कैमरे पर, क्योंकि नायब तहसीलदार दीपक कुमार ने हमें बताया कि ये जो जगह थी यहाँ पर कब्जा किया गया था, और कब्जा करके इस जगह पर इस तरह से घर बना दिए गए थे। अवैध रूप से बनाए गए इन घरों की जो जगह थी वो सरकारी तालाब के रूप में यहाँ पर बनना था, सरकारी तालाब बनना था। उसके गड्ढे खोदे गए थे कई साल पहले। यहाँ पर पिछली सरकारों में इस तरह का ये पूरा कब्जे का खेल चला और ये आरोप यहाँ पर लग रहे थे। और अब आप देखेंगे कि जिस तरह से ये पूरा घटनाक्रम हुआ है, तो उसको लेकर फिलहाल ये एक्शन लगातार जारी है।
दीपक बिश्त इज जॉइनिंग अस लाइव फ्रॉम संभल। दीपक, इस साइट पे कुछ इलीगल मॉस्क और मदरसा भी बने हुए थे, और पुलिस एक्शन से पहले ये सुनने में आ रहा है कि वहाँ पे जो मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी है उन्होंने खुद ही उन मस्जिदों को अपने आप ही तोड़ दिया था, लैंड क्लियर कर दिया था। लेकिन कुछ घर, जैसे ये जो जिस विलेज की आप बात कर रहे हैं, वहाँ पे बचे हुए थे। तो अब कितना एक्शन बचा है?
देखिए, मैं आपको बता दूं, 2 दिन पहले राया बुजुर्ग इलाके में एक मस्जिद को गिराया गया था जो अवैध रूप से बनाई गई थी। उसके बाद आज उस मस्जिद के ठीक सामने की जगह पर 3 घर बनाए गए थे, जो यहाँ पर सरकारी कागजों में तालाब की जो ज़मीन होती है उस पर ये घर कई साल पहले बनाए गए थे। और इन घरों को नोटिस दिया गया था। हालांकि एक घर को इसमें मोहलत दी गई है, क्योंकि उन्होंने कहा कि उनका सामान अभी हटाया नहीं गया है, उनके परिवार में छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं, तो इसलिए सरकार की तरफ से प्रशासन ने उन्हें 4 दिन की मोहलत दी है, ताकि वो अपना सामान हटाएं, दूसरी जगह शिफ्ट हो जाए। उन 2 घरों को, जो उसके बगल के 2 घर थे, उनको डेमोलिश किया गया है। और दोनों घरों के अलावा इन 3 घरों की बात की गई थी, और तीनों सरकारी दस्तावेजों में एक तालाब की जगह बनाई गई थी, जो अमूमन विलेजेस के जो एरियाज़ होते हैं वहाँ पर ये बनाए जाते हैं। और यहीं पर इस सरकारी जो लैंड थी, इस पर ये घर बनाए गए थे, अवैध रूप से बनाए गए थे, इस संपत्ति को कब्जा करके। और इसीलिए संभल प्रशासन ने इस बीच कई ऐसे डेमोलिश किए हैं घरों को, जो इस तरह के लगातार अवैध रूप से बनाए गए थे। तो इलीगल प्रॉपर्टी पर यहाँ पर अवैध रूप से जिस तरह से कब्जा किया गया था, इनका कहना है कि प्रशासन का आगे भी इस तरह की कार्रवाई होगी। फिलहाल जो आज की कार्रवाई है वो 2 घरों को कंप्लीट करने के बाद तीसरे घर की तरफ बढ़ रही थी, लेकिन उन्होंने कुछ दिन का टाइम मांगा है, जिसके बाद प्रशासन ने उनको टाइम दिया है। और अब ये एक्शन 4 दिन के बाद देखने को मिलेगा। लेकिन फिलहाल आज का डेमोलिशन का जो काम है वो यहाँ पर पूरा हो गया है, और आगे का रणनीति बनेगी, क्योंकि कई ऐसे लैंड को यहाँ पर आइडेंटिफाई किया जा रहा है जो इस तरह से इलीगल रूप से कब्जाई गई हैं, तो उन पर भी एक्शन होगा, ये यहाँ पर जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है उसका कहना है।
जी दीपक बिश, थैंक्स अ लॉट फॉर जॉइनिंग अस। Moving on to the other big story we're tracking, after Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam were denied bail by the Supreme Court, anti-Modi slogans were raised in JNU by left-wing students. Nearly 30 to 40 students were present when these slogans were raised. They were against Prime Minister Narendra Modi, against Home Minister Amit Shah, and they were raised in the backdrop, of course, of the Supreme Court denying the bail to these 2 Delhi riots accused. BJP has slammed the opposition for this, for these anti-government chanting as well, calling these actions anti-Indian, and these students a bunch of urban naxals. They say that this is not a protest, this is appropriation of an anti-India thought.
ये वही वामपंथी विचारधारा है जो हर बार देश विरोधी ताकतों के साथ खड़ा होती है। ये कल की बात नहीं है। ये आप पिछले किताब के पन्ने जब खोलेंगे तो हर बार आप देखेंगे कि देश विरोधी जितने भी शर्जील इमाम और उमर खालिद वो भी तो यहीं से निकले हुए हैं। तो कल सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जब इनकी बेल को डिनाई किया तो जहाँ तक मुझे लगता है कि किसी भी न्यायपालिका में सरकार का हस्तक्षेप नहीं होता है, लेकिन इन वामपंथियों को लगता है कि शर्जील इमाम और उमर खालिद जैसे देश विरोधी ताकतों को अगर बेल नहीं दिया गया तो गवर्नमेंट की वजह से उसके विरोध में लोग मोदी शाह और जो भी हैं अपने गवर्नमेंट के में अभी सत्ता में उनके खिलाफ इन्होंने नारेबाजी किया है। कल यही है। तो आज उस दौर में है हम जहाँ नया भारत है, धर्म अलग हो सकता है लेकिन न्याय सबको समान मिलेगा।
ऐसे नारे जेएनयू में आजकल लगना आम बात हो गई है। 2016 में ये नारा लगा था, एबीपी आरएसएस की कब्र खोदने की बात कर रहे हैं। ये वही एबीपी है या आरएसएस है जिसके 60 लाख से ज़्यादा मेंबर्स हैं। क्या वो उन 60 लाख लोगों की कब्र खोदने की बात कर रहे हैं या फिर ये जो आरएसएस के जो लाखों करोड़ों स्वयं सेवक हैं ये उनकी कब्र खोदने की बात कर रहे हैं? और उसी के साथ में एक न्यूयॉर्क से एक मेयर के द्वारा लेटर लिखा जाता है उस टेररिस्ट को, उस आतंकवादी को, कि उसकी रिहाई की जाए। पर भारत का जो संविधान है, भारत जो राष्ट्र है वो सॉवरेन है, वो किसी के दबाव या उसके निर्णय किसी के दबाव में नहीं चलते। वो अपने निर्णय खुद बनाता है, खुद की कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से चलाता है।
बात के ऊपर भी प्रोटेस्ट होंगे तो फिर बचा क्या? इन लोगों को कोई देश से, कोई संविधान से, कोई कानून से मतलब नहीं है। ये अलगाववादी लोग हैं। ये केवल और केवल देश को तोड़ने वाली बातें करते हैं। देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी के खिलाफ अपशब्द बोलने, देश के गृह मंत्री के खिलाफ अपशब्द बोलने बड़े शर्मसार है।
नारा है और एक विरोध करने का तरीका है, एक पॉलिटिकल लैंग्वेज है। इसको लिटरल मतलब नहीं करते हैं और जेएनयू में काफ़ी इसका आक्रोश है। मुस्लिम होने की वजह से इस तरह से इनके साथ व्यवहार हो रहा है, तो अन्याय इनके साथ तो हुआ है और सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला भी बड़ा अनफॉर्चुनेट रहा है। और कितने दिनों तक चार्जशीट नहीं दी जाएगी और ट्रायल नहीं शुरू होगा, तो यह पक्षपात तो है ही है।
Ananya, my colleague, is also joining us with more. Ananya, of course, we have broken down the reasonings that the Supreme Court has given as far as denying bail, particularly to Umar Khalid and Sharjul Imam is concerned. But these slogans being raised at JNU, we've also seen police presence being increased there at the campus.
Well, absolutely. The police teams are also inside the JNU campus. This is, in fact, the JNU campus. If I show you, this is the main gate of, in fact, the JNU campus on the Babakang Nath Marg. But very clearly, you know, though it was a decision by the Supreme Court of India, it was a bench of Justice N.V. Anjaria and Justice Arvind Kumar that had penned down the decision. But the slogans coming out against the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, and also, you know, various other people. So very clearly, the JNU is, you know, it's nothing new for JNU. We've seen this in 2016, we've seen this in 2019, and the similar incidents keep on repeating as far as the Jawaharlal Nehru University is concerned. It always remains to be under a controversy, and yet again, it is back in the headlines with regards to these kind of slogans being raised inside the campus. The police would be, you know, initiating investigation. It's already inside the campus, so looking after actually what had transpired last night. Basically, there was a call that was given out for a protest at the Sabarmati Dhaba, where in fact the protest was against two major things. One is the bail being denied to Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam, and second was condemning the kind of violence and a fight that had broken out 2-3 years ago between the left and the ABVP over server rooms, which had escalated into massive violence where various students were actually hit. They were badly injured, and I had also covered that particular incident, and it was a commotion-like situation in the JNU campus where massive fight had broken down. So it was against both of these things that this protest was called. However, it took a different turn where, you know, certain slogans were raised which was something that were unwarranted and should not have been said.
All right. Thanks a lot, Ananya, for joining us. Moving on to a CNN News 18 exclusive news break coming in. Former Indian Navy officer Purnendu Tiwari will be in jail in Qatar after being re-arrested in a separate financial case. According to this, this will stop him from returning home to India. Tiwari was originally amongst the 8 Indian nationals arrested in Qatar in 2022. That case had become a sensitive diplomatic issue between New Delhi and Doha. But in 2025, 7 of those 8 officers were pardoned and allowed to return to India. So Purnendu Tiwari is the only one remaining from those former Navy officers. Akash is joining us with more on this. Akash.
Shivani, this news break is by the investigation editor Manoj Gupta, and he is telling us that how the former Indian Navy officer Purnendu Tiwari will remain in jail in Qatar as he has been re-arrested in a separate financial case. As you rightly pointed out, this is a case of year 2022 when the Qatari authorities had arrested 8 Indian nationals, and in fact most of them were the Navy officers only, former Navy officers. And the exact charges, as far as the charges are concerned, Shivani, so these charges were never officially made public, but this case was linked to the alleged security-related violation. And we have been given to understand now that, in fact, the family has approached the Ministry of External Affairs and, in fact, the Indian government once again. And they want, of course, the release of the officer, Purnendu Tiwari. But right now we have been given to understand that a fresh and independent financial investigation has been opened against him. And, while he is clear from the existing case that was there with the remaining 7 officers as well, all those 7 officers have returned to India. But this officer, has been re-arrested in a separate case. And Manoj Gupta is bringing us all these details, Shivani.
Right. For the benefit of our viewers, Akash, just take us through that very sensitive case that had been filed against 8 former Navy officers from the Indian Navy, and why that had become such a sensitive issue. And eventually, of course, because of diplomacy at all levels, those Navy officers were indeed pardoned.
Right. So, Shivani, as I mentioned earlier, it was, some alleged security-related violation. And at that time, that arrest, in fact, had triggered, intense diplomatic engagement between India and Qatar. And given the nature of accusation and also the background of those, who were detained at that time, governments from both the countries were involved. And over the next 2 years, straight from, direct from 2022, we had seen that how India mounted, legal and diplomatic efforts in the particular case, where several senior officers, legal teams, and negotiations were there at the highest level. And, it brought us that result where in major breakthrough in 2025, 7 of these officers were pardoned by the authorities and allowed to return to India. However, this particular officer was, could not return at that point in time. And this release, in fact, Shivani, was seen as as an important diplomatic success for New Delhi. But now we are learning that this officer has been re-arrested in a separate case. Now, what this case is all about is something that we are waiting for some more details. But right now, we have been given to understand that Purnendu Tiwari is very much there in the custody, and his family has basically approached the government.
There was, of course, a pardon at the very highest levels of the Qatari government at that time, because these Navy officers had been sentenced to death in this alleged spying case. But there was intervention at the very high levels of Indian government and Qatari government as well. 7 of them have been repatriated, except Commander Tiwari. He's facing a separate case of a financial nature. Let me also get a quick word in from Major General K.K. Sinha, defense expert, joining us. Sir, your thoughts on the fact that one of these ex-Navy officers is still stuck in legal tangles in Qatar?
Good afternoon, Jai Hind. Out of the 8 officers who was involved into the Qatar, basically in spike charges, and because they were working for a Oman company, and they have got some charges and apprehensions of the Qataris, where of Israel port of Haifa, basically in that case, that was the case. Out of that, 7 has been repatriated, because the Prime Minister Modi indirectly got, in touch with the Qatari Amir, and he got it back. That was also a pardon, a pardon by the highest of the Qatari, which they really don't do it, but they did it because of the behest of the Prime Minister's direct intervention. Commander Tiwari, who was stuck over there because he has got something to do with some, I think, financial charges are also, and he was re-arrested, he was not returned. So these charges are, if they are proven that he has got some charges against the financial, it will be difficult, because that time also the Prime Minister intervention, they are not able to do it. The land of the law, I do not know, because spike charges have been dropped against him. But if the financial charges there, I do not know how far, the country can help him. The officers who are going over there or the Indians are going there, we have to be very, very careful about it. In these, foreign countries, you should not do anything which is against, and I do not know how far we can go if the charges are proven to be correct. Because these are something to do with the moral turpitude. And I don't think, the government can intervene and say that they should be given a royal pardon. Last time it was the royal pardon was given to them. That's why they have 7 of them have returned. I do not know whether he is implicated into the financial, whatever the charges are there, in financial nature. How far the Indian government can go on that and try to defend it.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Major General, thanks a lot for joining us. Pathankot police have arrested a 15-year-old minor for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, the ISI, for over a year. Police say the agency is attempting to recruit young children, prompting alerts across Punjab to stay vigilant as investigations continue. My colleague Tejinder Singh Sori is joining us with more on this. I don't have information. Tejinder Singh Sodi will be with us. This is a story concerning how a 15-year-old minor has been arrested by Pathankot police for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, ISI. And what the police believe is that the Pakistani agency is trying to attempt to recruit young children now from bordering states. This has prompted an alert across the state of Punjab to stay vigilant. Tejinder Singh Sori is joining us. Tejinder, tell us more of what has been found out.
Yes, Shivani, it seems that Pakistan has adopted a new modus operandi wherein they have been luring young boys from Punjab and neighboring states to do espionage for Pakistan. This boy, who is said to be 15 years of age, has been allegedly sharing sensitive information with the Pakistani ISI. The police has arrested him. His questioning is right now going on. This is what the police has told us. They say that this minor, who is 15 years of age, his identity has not been disclosed as of now. They say that he has been sharing sensitive information related to India and the ISI handlers for the past 1 year. He has been collecting information about the movement of Indian Army, the installation, the very sensitive installations of the Indian Air Force, the Army locations in Pathankot and other areas. He has been arrested, and it is found that he has been sharing these sensitive information with the Pakistani handlers for more than a year. The Punjab police has said that they do believe that there are more young boys who could be providing the information to Pakistan about the movement of Indian Army, our locations. So more arrests are believed to take place in the coming days. Yes, Shivani.
All right, Tejinder, we'll leave it at that. I do thank you for joining us. Time for me to take your leave. My colleague Harish is now joining you with all the updates and the big stories from the south of India.
Thank you, Shivani, and thank you, viewers, for staying with CNN News 18. Time to look at all the major stories emerging from South India, and we begin with Tamil Nadu. The poll-bound state is witnessing a high-pitched speculation on the possible political realignment just ahead of elections in the state. In fact, TVK sources tell CNN News 18 that the party is open to any alliance, provided that it is led by actor Vijay and he's projected as the chief ministerial face of that particular alliance. Talks with the BJP are ongoing, while earlier TVK Congress discussions were also reported. The party has so far maintained it won't align with BJP or DMK. Remember, this comes as Union Home Minister Amit Shah has delivered a blunt and uncompromising message to the BJP leadership as the party prepares for the high-stakes Tamil Nadu battle. Top party sources say that Shah held 2 rounds of meetings with the BJP core group during his visit to the state. The message, sources say, was loud and clear. This is a do-or-die contest and the BJP must fight to win and not merely register its presence in the state.
No, when there is alliance, repeated meetings between alliance partners will be there. What is that?
See, Amit Shah is not the reason for the alliance of with ADMK. It is the CBI, ID, I think other departments. They are responsible for the alliance because Edapadi is afraid of the central government actions and he wants to protect his family, that's all.
Well, remember, this speculation is coming in just a day after Amit Shah held a crucial meeting with all the leadership group of the BJP, sent out a very clear message that the BJP wants to win Tamil Nadu and register its first victory in the state and not just merely compete in this election and win a few seats. That's been the message that has been sent across. Now TVK saying that it's open for any alliance, but the condition is very clear that the alliance will be led by Actor Vijay and he has to be accepted as the chief ministerial face of that particular alliance. Remember, this is coming after the initial speculation that came in a few weeks back that perhaps a section of the Congress in Tamil Nadu feels that an alliance with TVK would be beneficial for both of them, but that is something that hasn't really materialized in the last few weeks. TVK making it very clear that it doesn't want to align either with the BJP or with the DMK. In fact, Vijay in multiple rallies has already stated that his primary opponent is the DMK and this election will be DMK versus the TVK. But now, in fact, we'll have to see if this alliance really works out or if there will be any talks at all. CNN News 18's Purnima Murli now joining us for more on this. Purnima, we've seen a lot of speculation on the realignment of alliance politics in the state of Tamil Nadu. TVK making it very clear that it won't ally with go in for alliance with either the BJP or the DMK, but speculation continues.
Well, Harish, interesting days ahead in the run-up to the 2026 State Assembly polls. TVK sources who initially had denied the possibility of an alliance with its political enemy, which is the DMK, and its ideological enemy, which is the BJP, has now said that any party that would accept Vijay as the chief ministerial candidate can join hands with the TVK, but that front will be spearheaded by the TVK. So the question now is whether the BJP can convince the AIADMK and Edapadi Palanisamy on this, because the BJP is also keen that they bring together the anti-DMK forces, they bring together all of them so that the votes do not split. And TVK is also a crucial player and they want to ensure that TVK also comes on board so that it would be easier for the NDA front. However, TVK says that any party that accepts Vijay as a CM candidate can join hands with the party. So we'll now have to see how the arithmetic works, whether the AIADMK, TVK, BJP can come together for the 2026 elections. At the moment, it looks unlikely because Edapadi has established himself as the face of the NDA. So at the moment, it looks unlikely, but we'll have to see how alliances now pan out in the coming days, especially for the TVK.
In fact, Purnima, that's a pertinent point you made. Where does it leave the AIADMK? Because we've already seen the BJP accepting AIADMK as its lead partner in Tamil Nadu and accepting the leadership of EPS, and based on that making certain changes in its own state leadership in Tamil Nadu.
Well, at the moment, both the ADMK and the BJP on the record say that all is well between the ADMK and the BJP. But Amit Shah was here on a two-day visit. There was no meet with the AIADMK so far. This time, there was no meeting between Edapadi Palanisamy and Amit Shah. This once again raises concerns over whether there is a strain in the AIADMK BJP leadership, because the BJP wants everybody to come together, whether it's ousted leaders, TTV Dinakaran, O Pannirselvam, or whether it's Vijay's TVK. They want all of them to come together so it can give the DMK a tough fight. But Edapadi Palanisamy is keen that the ousted members will not have a place in the NDA front, and he also does not want Vijay and the TVK, because Vijay also is a CM aspirant. So we'll now have to see how discussions between the BJP and the AIADMK pan out. TVK is playing a safe game. They are keeping both options open. You know, last week we were talking about the possibility of TVK Congress alliance, because DMK and Congress alliance are also facing certain hurdles at the moment, with various leaders from Tamil Nadu, from the Congress, making different statements, not too happy, and there's infighting within the Congress. So TVK keeping its options open at the moment, reiterating that any party that accepts Vijay as the CM candidate are welcome to join the TVK alliance. So all eyes, and there will be more clarity in the next 3 weeks, because BJP is very keen, not just in terms of increasing its vote share, but in terms of winning more seats. So this time they are also working on strategies that will help the BJP win seats rather than increase the vote share.
Absolutely. Stay with us, Poonima, because speaking about Vijay, urgent petition has been moved with the makers of Vijay's next movie, in fact, going to the Madras High Court seeking issuance of a censor certificate for Vijay's next movie, The Jananayagan, directed by H. Vinod. The film is slated for a Pongal release on the 9th of this month, but despite resubmitting the film after making changes suggested by the censor board, certification remains pending. In fact, CBFC clearance for Vijay's movie is delayed, while Udaynidhi's proxy-produced movie with Vijay's rival has been given a certification, and that's the reason now a petition has been moved in front. In fact, the petition is seeking the intervention of the Madras High Court. In fact, Poonima continues to be with us. Poonima, this is coming in at a time where we've already seen certification given to one movie that's coming from the rival camp of Vijay, but the makers of this movie now seeking intervention by the Madras High Court.
Well, Harish, it looks like a precursor to the 2026 state assembly polls, because the TVK so far has maintained that 2026 fight is between the DMK and the TVK, and now in the run-up to the 2026 elections, we are seeing an quote-unquote on-screen fight between the DMK and the TVK. Vijay is signing off from the Kollywood industry with his last film, Jananayagam, which they planned to release on the 9th of Jan. And Parashakti, which is produced by Stalin Skin and also distributed by Inban Udaynidhi's son. They were planning to release it for Pongal, but they advanced the release date, and that coincides with Jananayagam. So Twitter is now talking about how it's going to be a DMK versus TVK fight through movies. One movie has got certificate, censor certificate. The other movie is still struggling. It's just 3 days to go. And now with no choice, the makers of Jananayagam have moved to the Madras High Court for an urgent hearing. They want the censor certificate to be out. Censor had asked them to cut 30 to make 30 cuts, and even after making that, they still haven't got the censor certificate, is what the makers have said, and they have no choice but to approach the court. All eyes on the hearing, which is scheduled to begin at around 2:45 p.m. today.
Also, Poonima, does it leave enough time for the makers to go ahead and make the necessary arrangements for a release on the 9th? Because as you rightly mentioned, just 3 days left, and Vijay's movie always attracts a huge footfall. So there's a lot of arrangements that needs to be put in place at theatres as well.
Absolutely, Harish. In fact, sources from the Jananayagam team said that for them to release in Hindi language is also a challenge, because they do not have time to make arrangements, and if by today they do not get the censor certificate, then it will also impact the release in other South Indian languages. So that's the challenge that the makers are facing, which is why they have no choice but to move the court. And the other challenge is the number of screens that Jananayagam will get, because Parashakti, a movie that's produced by Stalin Skin, it's also releasing on the 9th. So number of screens that Jananayagam gets will also take a hit.
Absolutely. Thank you, Poonima, for joining us with all those details. Well, shifting focus to Karnataka now, even as the leadership tussle continues in the state, Siddaramaiah today has equalled the record and become the longest serving chief minister In fact, he's equaled the record of Devraj Aras. He'll surpass it tomorrow. Remember, this record was held by Devraj Aras, who served 2 terms as Chief Minister of Karnataka between 1972 and 77 and from 1978 till 80. While Siddaramaiah has been holding the post since 2023 and he's also finished 1 full term between 2013 and 2018. Celebrations are underway among Siddaramaiah supporters and admirers. In fact, banners and posters have been put up near Chief Minister's residence, including at the circle in front of his official residence, Kaveri in Bengaluru.
ನಾನು ಯಾವುದೋ ದಾಖಲೆಗಳನ್ನು ಮುರಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಕಾಕ್ತಾಳೀಯ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಸೊ ದೇವರಾಜ್ ಅರಸರವರು ಎಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿನಗಳು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ದೇವರಾಜ್ ಅರಸರವರ ಜನರ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದದಿಂದ ಅದನ್ನು ಮುರಿತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ ನನಗೆ, ಸಮ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅವಕಾಶ. ನಾಳೆ ಆದರೆ ಅದು ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದು ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ನವ್ರು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ನವ್ರು ಯಾವಾಗ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಇದೆ, ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಇಲ್ಲದವ್ರು ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಹೆಂಗೆ? ಆಲ್ ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ ಅಪಾನ್ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ಸ್ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್. ಜನರಿಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋದೇ ಖುಷಿ. ಈ ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಅಂದ್ರೇನು? ಬಡವರು, ದಲಿತರು, ಹಿಂದುಳಿದವರು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಕೊಡಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು, ಅವ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಅದೇನೆ
ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾಗಲಿ. ಐ ವಿಶ್ ಯು ಆಲ್ ದ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್, ಗುಡ್ ಲಕ್. ನೀವು ಗೊಂದಲ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಗೊಂದಲ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊಂದಲ ಇದೆ. ಐ ವಿಶ್ ಯು ಆಲ್ ದ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್, ಗುಡ್ ಲಕ್.
2792. These are not simple digits, but these are the number of days Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has been in governance in Karnataka, breaking the record of former Karnataka Chief Minister Devraj Aras. But these are not just records. These are also days of governance to show how strongly Siddaramaiah has continued to be as the Chief Minister, especially in the background of the power tussle we're seeing in Karnataka. When speaking to people, he said he's very happy and never did he in his life imagine that he would go beyond being an MLA. Getting to be a minister, he was also a finance minister and then chief minister, not once but twice, is something he never imagined. But then there's also something else that Chief Minister Siddaramaiah said, that the only thing that is similar between him and Devraj Aras is that they have completed so many days as a chief minister. The fact that Devraj Aras belongs to a forward community, did not belong to the backward community, is something that differentiates the two of them. We have to remember, Siddaramaiah has now championed himself and also turned out to be quite a leader across the country as one of backward classes. He also chaired an important meeting of the backward classes which happened in Bengaluru, if you remember, with several of the people representing from different states also coming here. Siddaramaiah belongs to a very small but very important community called the Kurubas in Karnataka. And coming from the Kurubas and being a chief minister, holding on to the chief minister's post as well, and now breaking records is something not just for him as a personal record, but also for the people and the community and the Ahinda people in Karnataka. Now let's break it down quickly for you. He also said that records are made to be broken. A cricket aficionado like Siddaramaiah himself has been on the crease long enough, and he makes a comment saying that even Virat Kohli broke Sachin Tendulkar's records. So records are to be broken. There will be people, he expects them to break his record as well. But it all boils down to the Nataka in Karnataka. The power tussle, the tussle between D.K. Shivakumar, the Deputy Chief Minister, and Siddaramaiah.
Well, a massive fire continues at a location in Andhra Pradesh. Remember, this was triggered during a re-drilling operation. There was a gas leak, after which a massive fire started. This is at the ONGC well in Malikapuram Mandalam. This is in the Konaseema district of Andhra Pradesh, and this was triggered during a re-drilling process. There was a gas leak. Crude oil and gas suddenly gushed out with tremendous force, creating huge flames and spreading panic among nearby residents. The gas has spread across several kilometers, creating a strong smell of crude oil and forcing people to flee from their homes. Remember, this is a massive fire that started at a ONGC well in Konaseema district of Andhra Pradesh, and this fire was triggered by an uncontrolled gas leak that started during re-drilling operation. This well belongs to the ONGC, and ever since the fire started, there have been multiple measures put in place to control this fire, but the massive fire continues to rage on. And in fact, remember, the now reason being given is that crude oil and gas suddenly gushed out with tremendous force and created huge flames and has spread panic in the area. In fact, several people staying in the close vicinity of this particular ONGC well have vacated their house, and authorities now trying to control this fire. But the fact that there has been a gas leak that was triggered by the re-drilling operation has meant that it's a humongous and uphill task now for the authorities to bring this massive fire under control. This particular incident being reported from a ONGC well in the Konaseema district of Andhra Pradesh. PV Ramana joins us for more on this now. Ramana, this fire started during a re-drilling operation when there was a leak. What are the measures being put in place by the authorities now to control this massive fire?
So as of now, more than 50% of the fire is under control. As of now, still authorities taking all the measures to control the entire fire. I think it may take another 3-4 hours to get it done completely, in fact. So all the ONGC authorities, of course, some of the teams, the expert teams, they came from the Delhi, and as well as some of the teams, in-house teams like ONGC teams also participated in that. And the specific thing is that it's almost 24 hours been firing, and it's a gas and oil is leaking from that particular well, in fact. So all the 7-8 villages were evacuated from that place, and they were sent to the safer places, and they were stayed yesterday night in the safe places only. So still almost 30 kilometers was packed in that particular area, and almost all the authorities taking all the measures to control that particular fire. As of now, it may take 3-4 hours. From yesterday onwards, the entire team is working on that. As of now, the fire is under control. We can see in the visuals also, all the trees, like coconut trees, these and that, everything was destroyed in that fire. And the basic thing is that the fire was very huge, and gas was leaking, and oil is leaking. The entire smell, the people are suffering. People were suffered with eye irritation, and some of the people were suffered with skin irritation. These kind of things was happened. Of course, Chief Minister Dharmabhavan had also reacted on that, and based on that, some of the local ministers and leaders, officials were sent to that place, and they were taken all the measures to control that fire. As of now, there is no casualty. Was reported. Yes. As of now, everybody is safe, but still the fire is, of course, fire is under control, but still it's it's a blowing. That particular well is still in the blowing
Absolutely,
situation.
The fire continues, but it's under control, and hopefully the authorities will manage to douse this fire soon. Thank you, Ramana, for joining us with all those details. Shifting focus to Kerala now, even as there is growing concern about attack on Christian minority in the state of Kerala. Now, head of a prominent church in Kerala has lashed out against the union government for not doing enough. In fact, this is the head of the Malankara Orthodox Syrian Church who's now lashed out at the union government for not condemning and controlling the attacks on Christians and other minorities. He says, and I quote here, when the ruling party is not controlling or condemning the attack on Christians and other minorities, we can only see it as part of their plan. This is the statement made by the supreme head of the Malankara Orthodox Syrian Church, who's now lashed out against the union government.
തെറ്റായ സമീപനത്തിൽ RSSന്റെ പോഷക സംഘടനകളായിരിക്കുന്ന ബജരംഗ് ദളും അതുപോലെ VHPയും ഒക്കെ ഈ സമൂഹത്തിലെ ക്രിസ്ത്യാനികളെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ മതന്യൂനപക്ഷങ്ങളെ ആക്രമിക്കുന്നതായ വാസ്തവം.
In fact, CNN News 18's Neetu Raghukumar now joins us for more on this. Neetu, we've seen efforts by the BJP over the last couple of years to try and get that Christian vote in Kerala, but ahead of the elections later this year, we are now looking at the leader of a very prominent church hitting out against the BJP and the union government.
That's correct. The head of a prominent church from Kerala is hitting out at the union government. And not just that, he also says that whom are they calling foreigners or whom are they calling foreign religion? He went on to say that the Aryans also migrated to India from Iran, even the Dravidians. So who are the foreigners here? Christians are here in India, are born and brought up here. The Muslims are born and brought up here the same way the Hindus are born and brought up here. So who are these foreigners? And he comes down heavily on this union government, saying that the rulers of the country needs to control these elements who are creating such trouble. And if the rulers are not condemning them or controlling, then the Christians and the other minorities can only see this as part of their plan.
Absolutely. We'll have to see how the union government or the BJP responds to this latest attack by a prominent church in Kerala. Thank you, Neetu, for joining us with all those information. Well, that's all we could pack in today's edition of Simply South. We'll be back tomorrow with more stories. Time to look at other news and updates.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Our top focus story. After activists Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam were denied bail by the top court of the country, anti-Modi slogans were raised in the Jawaharlal University by the left-wing students group. Nearly 30 to 40 students were present when anti-Modi and anti-Shah slogans were raised in the backdrop of the Supreme Court denying bail to Khalid and Imam in the Delhi riots' larger conspiracy case. BJP slams the opposition after the anti-government chants at JNU were heard and has gone on to call them anti-India bunch of urban Naxals. BJP has also said that this is not a protest, this is an appropriation of the anti-India thought.
ये वही वामपंथी विचारधारा है जो हर बार देश विरोधी ताकतों के साथ खड़ा होती है। ये कल की बात नहीं है, ये आप पिछले किताब के पन्ने जब खोलेंगे तो हर बार आप देखेंगे कि देश विरोधी जितने भी शर्जील इमाम और उमर खालिद वो भी तो यहीं से निकले हुए हैं। तो कल सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जब इनकी बेल को डिनाई किया तो जहाँ तक मुझे लगता है कि किसी भी न्यायपालिका में सरकार का हस्तक्षेप नहीं होता है, लेकिन इन वामपंथियों को लगता है कि शर्जील इमाम और उमर खालिद जैसे देश विरोधी ताकतों को अगर बेल नहीं दिया गया तो गवर्नमेंट के उसके विरोध में लोग मोदी शाह और जो भी हैं अपने गवर्नमेंट के में अभी सत्ता में उनके खिलाफ इन्होंने नारेबाजी किया है। कल यही है तो आज उस दौर में हैं हम जहाँ नया भारत है, धर्म अलग हो सकता है लेकिन न्याय सबको समान मिलेगा।
ऐसे नारे जेएनयू में आजकल लगना आम बात हो गई है। 2016 में ये नारा लगा था, एबीपी आरएसएस की कबर खुदने की बात कर रहे हैं। ये वही एबीपी है या आरएसएस है जिसके 60 लाख से ज़्यादा मेंबर्स हैं। क्या वो उन 60 लाख लोगों की कबर खोदने की बात कर रहे हैं या फिर ये जो आरएसएस के जो लाखों करोड़ों स्वयं सेवक हैं ये उनकी कबर खोदने की बात कर रहे हैं? और उसी के साथ में एक न्यूयॉर्क से एक मेयर के द्वारा लेटर लिखा जाता है उस टेररिस्ट को, उस आतंकवादी को, कि उसकी रिहाई की जाए। पर भारत का जो संविधान है, भारत जो राष्ट्र है वो सॉवरेन है, वो किसी के दबाव या उसके निर्णय किसी के दबाव में नहीं चलते, वो अपने निर्णय खुद बनाता है, खुद की कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से चलाता है।
बात के ऊपर भी प्रोटेस्ट होंगे तो फिर बचा क्या? इन लोगों को कोई देश से, कोई संविधान से, कोई कानून से मतलब नहीं है। ये अलगाववादी लोग हैं। ये केवल और केवल देश को तोड़ने वाली बातें करते हैं। देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी के खिलाफ अपशब्द बोलने, देश के गृह मंत्री के खिलाफ अपशब्द बोलने बड़े शर्मसार है।
ये जेएनयू को टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग राहुल गांधी जैसे देश विरोधी मानसिकता वाले और सभी, चाहे आरजेडी हो, चाहे टीएमसी हो, चाहे वाम दल हो, ये टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग का एक कैंप ऑफिस बन गया, कार्यालय बन गया। और भूले नहीं, ये भारत है, नरेंद्र मोदी का भारत है, 21वीं सदी का भारत है। विवेकानंद कह गए थे, भगवा ही होगा।
Let me take this across to my colleague Ananya, who's now with us on the broadcast. He has been tracking all the developments as far as this case is concerned, a larger conspiracy case as far as the 2020 Delhi riots is concerned. Ananya, no bail to Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam. That is what has come out of the top court. Under UAPA, bail becomes a rarity when it is about national.
Hello and welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Rahim Korsaro, and here's a look at what we're tracking for you at this hour. Let's get started. The Madras High Court, the state government's plea, has ordered for lamps to be lit at the Deepathun, criticizes the Stalin government. DMK remains defiant despite stinger from the High Court, says it will do whatever needs to be done but won't allow the lighting of the Deepa. Bangladeshi Hindus living in danger. Another Hindu man killed. Second such incident in 24 hours. Is unison action emboldening Hindu hate? Top BNP leader makes a shocking statement, downplays the killing of Hindus, calls it a small incident, says Muslims are attacked too. Imam were denied bail. Anti-Modi chants raised at JNU. BJP calls out anti-India mindset, tags protesters as urban Naxals. Aiming to consolidate opposition forces in Tamil Nadu, TVK says open to alliance with the BJP in the state. All eyes on Amit Shah. Censor board certification delay sparks court battle while Vijay's last film certification is pending. DMK family movie Parsakti certified. Worst fears come true after the Indore outbreak. Now Karnataka, Gujarat and Odisha reel under water contamination crisis. News 18 investigation exposes the rot. Massive gas leak at ONGC well in Andhra triggers panic. Relief and rescue operations underway. Nearby villages evacuated. Now, the Madurai High Court has upheld a single judge's order directing the lighting of the Kartigai Deepam at the stone pillar atop Tamil Nadu's Tirupurakundaram in the city, bringing closure to a long-standing and contentious issue. CNN News 18 has accessed the Madras High Court order on the Deepam Rao. The court observed that the district administration ought to have treated this issue as an opportunity to bridge the gap between communities through mediation. It further held that since the hill is a protected site, any activity carried out atop must strictly comply with the provisions of the Act, clarifying that the lamp may be lit. The court noted that the public access to the ceremony will be restricted and will be subject to consultations with the Archaeological Survey of India. Meanwhile, a war of words has escalated with the BJP stating that DMK is exposed and DMK accusing the BJP of communal politics. Listen to this.
பல்வேறு விமர்சனங்கள், அவதூறுகள், கேடான விமர்சனங்களை எல்லாம் கடந்து இந்த நீதிமன்றத்தை மதிக்கக்கூடிய நீதியின் பிள்ளைகள் நாங்கள். மாண்புமிகு நீதியரசர் ஒரு நபர் நீதிபதி ஐயா ஜிஆர் சுவாமிநாதன் கொடுத்த அவர்கள் உத்தரவை இருநபர் டிவிஷன் பெஞ்சில் விசாரணைக்கு வந்தது. அனைத்து தரப்பு மக்களுடைய வாத பிரதிவாதங்களை கேட்டாங்க. கேட்டுட்டு இன்னைக்கு தீர்ப்பு ஐயா கொடுத்துருக்குறாங்க. ஒரு அரசாங்கம் என்பது அனைத்து மதங்களுக்கும் இடையே இணக்கத்தை உருவாக்க வேண்டும், பிணக்கை உருவாக்கக்கூடாது. தேவை லைட் நோ ஃபைட் அப்படின்னு வார்த்தை பயன்படுத்தியிருக்கிறாங்க.
Very old and ancient temple atop the Tirupurakundaram hills, where Bhagwan Murugan resides, where for centuries now, lamps have been lit in reverence of Lord Kartikeya, and for centuries now, Hindu Dharam has celebrated the Lord and carried out this practice of lighting a lamp, which this year was expected to be lit on 4th of December 2025. It is not a mere coincidence that the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Mr. M.K. Stalin, his son, Mr. Udayanidhi, and other senior leaders of the DMK have consistently berated, derided, and attacked Sanatan Dharam. So much so that on 2nd September 2023, Mr. Udayanidhi made an audacious and reprehensible demand for the eradication of Sanatan Dharam itself. And for the first time, few months after that, the lighting of the lamp on the Thiruparankundaram hill associated with Lord Kartikeya, the Murugan, Bhagwan Murugan, was prevented. This coincidence should not be missed out. They did not allow it to the celebrations and the tradition to be carried out in 24 also. And therefore the devotees went to the court for justice, and justice was delivered by Justice Swaminathan, who permitted through his judgment on 1st December 2025 to continue the practice of lighting the lamp, the Deepathun at Thiruparankundaram. It is extremely unfortunate that the state government went in appeal against the Honorable Judge's order, clearly reflecting a bias against Hindu Dharam, against Sanatan Dharam, clearly reflecting an anti-Hindu mindset. In fact, showing the hatred that Mr. Stalin, his son Mr. Udayanidhi, and the DMK party and their friends in the India Alliance have against Hindu Dharma. Their mindset was also reflected by their impeachment motion against Justice Swaminathan. This impeachment motion has been submitted by different members of Parliament of the India Alliance, including Ms. Priyanka Vadra Gandhi, including leaders of the Samajwadi Party, Dharmendra Yadav, Dimple Yadav, leader of NCP Sharad Pawar Group, Supriya Sule, leaders of Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray, Mr. Arvind Sawant, senior leaders and members of Parliament of DMK, including Mr. Raja, who are all at the forefront of this anti-Hindu effort. And they are trying to intimidate the judiciary by filing this impeachment motion and making all false allegations against Honorable Justice G.R. Swaminathan. Because of a judgment, they have called him anti-secular. Because of the judgment, they have alleged falsely that he showed favoritism to somebody. Because of this judgment, they have falsely alleged that there was favoritism to advocates from a particular community. And they have also made the ridiculous allegation against the judiciary of political bias or favoring a particular political ideology. This shows, friends, that the so-called people who claim to uphold the constitution are intimidating the judiciary so that anybody who gives a judgment which they do not like, they will intimidate them with actions such as this impeachment motion. Today, a division bench of the Honorable High Court, Madurai bench of the Madras High Court, Justices G. Jayachandran and Justice K. Ramakrishnan, have on the Thiruparankundaram Deepastambam issue given conclusive directions that this is an age-old practice, that the dharam and the sentiments of the local people, which has been going on for centuries altogether, should be respected. The Deepathun festival should be permitted to be carried out. And they have clearly lifted the veil from the DMK government, from the leaders of the DMK. They have clearly shown that the DMK and the India Alliance is anti-Hindu. They have clearly accepted that this is an ancient and historical practice and directed that the lamp be lit at the hilltop. Friends, the state government's argument about possible law and order problems has also been totally debunked by the Honorable High Court, because apprehension of law and order was an imaginary ghost created by the state authorities as per the judgment. The Honorable High Court has held, and I quote, apprehension of law and order was an imaginary ghost created by state authorities. After all, there have never been any problems. It is only the appeasement politics of the India Alliance, trying to appease members of one community, trying to curry favor from the community who has a small dargah over there and who oppose the practice of the centuries old practice of Deepathun. Their reality has been exposed. The Honorable High Court has said, and I quote, that it may happen, that is the law and order problem, it may happen only if such a disturbance is sponsored by the state itself. They have given a very, very big indictment against the state government and their thinking and their approach, and clearly shown that the state government of DMK and Congress, the India Alliance government in Tamil Nadu, may themselves sponsor a disturbance to support their anti-Hindu agenda. very clearly, this is a party and a set of parties in the India Alliance who, when it doesn't suit them, an order of the court doesn't suit them, they attack the constitutional authority of the court. They put impeachment motions in parliament against them. They cast aspersions on judges and their impartiality and their upholding the constitution. When the election commission doesn't give a favorable judgment to suit their interest, the election commission becomes bad, and they threaten them that if they ever come to power, which seems a very remote possibility, but they threaten them that we will change the law retrospectively and come after you. This kind of anti-India, anti-constitutional activities of the India Alliance has been exposed by the Honorable Judge today, the judges today in their order, and I think it is important that the people of India recognize and respect that institutions and constitutional authorities are today protecting the constitution, protecting the rights and freedoms to pursue one's religion freely and fairly without obstruction, and any effort by anti-Hindu parties of the India Alliance, by the DMK, by Mr. Udayanidhi Stalin, by Mr. MK Stalin, by the DMK and Congress government in Tamil Nadu, will not be permitted by the people. It is a wake-up call for the people of Tamil Nadu. ये देश के लोगों के लिए एक चेतावनी है कि जागो, बचो इस प्रकार की सोच जो इंडिया अलायंस, जो कांग्रेस पार्टी, जो डीएमके, जो समाजवादी पार्टी, जो तृणमूल कांग्रेस, इस टाइप की पार्टीज की जो सोच है, इससे देश के लोगों को बचना पड़ेगा. ये चेतावनी फिर एक बार हमारे सामने आई है. ये देश तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति कभी स्वीकारित नहीं करेगा. ये देश हर एक को सम्मानित करता है, हर एक धर्म को सम्मान देता है, और ऐसी पार्टियां जो हिंदू धर्म के खिलाफ काम करती हैं, जो अब कहती हैं हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाएंगे, अभी भी उनको ये स्वीकृत नहीं हुआ. इतना बड़ा कोर्ट के जजमेंट के बाद, डिवीजन बेंच के जजमेंट के बाद, उनकी आलोचना होने के बाद डीएमके और कांग्रेस पचा नहीं पा रही है कि हिंदू धर्म की विजय हुई है, उनकी आस्था की विजय हुई है. ये पचा नहीं पा रही है और उनकी तुष्टीकरण उनको सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक जाने के लिए बाध्य करती है. मैं घोर निंदा करता हूं इस प्रकार की सोच का. आई कंडेम द इंडिया अलायंस, आई कंडेम द डीएमके led by MK Stalin and Udayanidhi. I condemn the Congress party, Samajwadi party, and other Uddhav Thackeray ji and Sharad Pawar ji for their anti-Hindu thinking, and I'm sure the people of India will give them a befitting response at every single opportunity, just like they gave them a response in Bihar, just like they gave a resounding victory to the BJP and our allies in the NDA in Maharashtra Nagar Nigam elections. In every single opportunity, the anti-Hindu forces will be given a fitting response by the people of India. Thank you. हमने तो बार बार उजागर किया है, महाराष्ट्र में अब सभी लोगों को समझ में आ गया है कि उद्धव ठाकरे जी एंटी हिंदू है, हिंदुत्व के खिलाफ है। उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने बाला साहेब ठाकरे के हर उद्देश्य को छोड़ दिया है, हिंदुत्व को त्याग दिया है। और अब चाहे वो उद्धव ठाकरे जी हो, चाहे उनके नए मित्र मन से महाराष्ट्र नवनिर्माण सेना के राज ठाकरे जी हो, चाहे शरद पवार जी और उनकी पारिवारिक पार्टी हो, ये हिंदुत्व के खिलाफ है। और महाराष्ट्र की जनता जो छत्रपति शिवाजी से प्रेरणा लेती है, जो संभाजी महाराज के दिखाए हुए हिंदुत्व के प्रति श्रद्धा और आस्था रखती है, वो कदापि उद्धव ठाकरे, राज ठाकरे, शरद पवार, सुप्रिया सुले जैसे हिंदू विरोधी पार्टियों का कभी समर्थन नहीं करेंगे।
तमिलनाडु में हिंदू प्रैक्टिस पर रोक लगाने की बात होती है और दिल्ली के जेएनयू में मोदी तेरी कब खुले के नारे लगते हैं। आपको लगता नहीं कि पूरे देश में एंटी हिंदू और एंटी बीजेपी मूवमेंट क्रिएट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं?
अब ये इंडिया अलायंस के लोग इस प्रकार का व्यक्तिगत माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के खिलाफ जो बयान देते हैं, उसका हर बार उनको भुगतान मिला है, जनता ने जवाब दिया है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है भारत की जनता इस प्रकार के विवादित बयान और धमकियों से डरती भी नहीं है और मुंह तोड़ जवाब इस प्रकार के हिंदुत्व के खिलाफ सोच रखने वाले लोगों को देगी। मुझे लगता है एसआईआर तो एक सामान्य प्रक्रिया है जो हर कुछ वर्षों में होती है। एसआईआर के माध्यम से जो लोग भारत के नागरिक नहीं है, जो लोगों की मृत्यु हो गई है या जिनका डबल वोट है, कई बार लोग प्रवासी होते हैं, दूसरे प्रदेश में जाके दूसरी जगह पे जाके काम करते हैं, उनका वोट अगर दो जगह हो जाए तो स्वाभाविक रूप से एक जगह कटना चाहिए। तो इलेक्शन कमीशन अपने दायित्व का निर्वहन कर रही है। जो लोग इसका विरोध करते हैं उन्होंने जनता को जवाब देना पड़ेगा कि क्या वो इस प्रकार के वोटों के कारण जीत के आते थे पहले, और इसीलिए बिहार में जहां इतना उन्होंने विरोध किया एसआईआर का, उसके बाद जनता ने उनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब देके हराया। जो ऐतिहासिक विजय भारतीय जनता पार्टी और जेडीयू और हमारे एनडीए के चिराग पासवान जी, उपेंद्र कुशवाहा जी, जितेंद्र राम मांझी जी, हमारा पूरा एनडीए गठबंधन।
All right, now breaking news has just coming in. CBI sources revealed to CNN News 18 that they've summoned TVK Chief Vijay in the Karur Stampede case on the 12th of January. It is the 6th today. Vijay has been asked to appear in the CBI's headquarters in Delhi. This is with regards to the Karur Stampede case. And this is the latest that we're getting right now, that Vijay has been asked to appear at the CBI headquarters in New Delhi. CBI sources have revealed to CNN News 18 that they have summoned the TVK chief Vijay for questioning in the Karur Stampede case on the 12th of January. He will be appearing, or he's been asked to appear in CBI's headquarters in New Delhi. This is a big development in the Karur Stampede probe. As you know, this is the case of the Karur Stampede, which happened in September, back in September last year. In relation to that case, TVK chief has been asked by the CBI, has been summoned by the CBI on the 12th of Jan. He's been asked to appear in the CBI's headquarters in New Delhi. This is the latest that we're getting right now. Of course, this is a developing story and we'll continue to bring you more details on this as well. The CBI, for now, what we know, has summoned TVK Chief Vijay in connection with the Karur Stampede that killed 41 people. And the Central Bureau of Investigation has issued a summon to actor politician and TVK founder Vijay to appear on the 12th of January
in connection with the Karur stampede case. This is what we're hearing from our sources. CNN News 18 has learned that in relation to the Karur stampede case, TVK chief Vijay has been summoned by the CBI. This is on the 12th of January that he's been asked to appear before the CBI headquarters in New Delhi. Let me just give you a brief background here. The Karur stampede also, as you know, involved TVK chief Vijay. This is a tragic incident which took place on the 27th of September last year during one of his political rallies in the Karur district of Tamil Nadu. For more on this, we have Anshul Singh live with us. Now, Anshul, thank you so much for joining us. What can you tell us? Of course, we're learning from our sources that he's been asked to appear before the CBI headquarters in New Delhi on the 12th of January.
Well, yes, the Central Bureau of Investigation has gone ahead and issued summons to TVK chief actor Vijay regarding the summons that happened in Karur last year. Remember, before this as well, top functionaries of the TVK party were already summoned by the Central Bureau of Investigation, and they have gone ahead and recorded their statements in front of the Central Bureau of Investigation. In fact, in their statements, they have blamed the local administration and the state administration for mismanagement that eventually led to the stampede. On the other hand, the FIR that has been registered, in that FIR, the TVK functionaries have been named as accused for mismanaging the crowd. In that FIR, there are details. In fact, the FIR that has been registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation as well, in that FIR, it has been mentioned the discrepancies or the mistakes that happened on spot, whereas actor Vijay was supposed to arrive at the location at approximately 2 p.m. He arrived at the location several hours late. There was a huge crowd that gathered over there. Even after a small stampede started, people started falling. Actor Vijay did not stop his rally. He continued to give his speech. Even at a time when the ambulances were moving, the crowd did not disperse from there, and that eventually made sure that the people who needed medical attention, that took more time. So all these allegations have been mentioned in that FIR, but other top functionaries such as the secretary of the TVK party have already recorded their statements in front of the Central Bureau of Investigation, and in those statements, what sources have told CNN News 18 is that in those statements, they have very clearly stated that the mistakes that happened happened because of the mismanagement that was done by the local authorities and the clearances that were not given eventually by the local authorities. Now on the 12th of January, he has been summoned, the TVK chief has been summoned. It remains to be seen if at all he will produce himself in front of the Central Bureau of Investigation to record his statement at this point in time, and then eventually what kind of action will the CBI deem necessary to take against actor Vijay and other functionaries, because in the investigation that has happened till now, this Central Bureau of Investigation is still in the process of recording statements of the witnesses and the accused in this entire matter. Once that process comes to an end, then we can expect some sort of tangible action that could be taken by the Central Bureau of Investigation.
Right. Now, for more on this, we are also now being joined by Purnima. Purnima, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, after the Karur stampede, there were a lot of measures which were brought in place for the other two rallies that we saw, one in Indore and Puducherry. Now, you know, you've covered those rallies on ground. You've seen all the stringent measures which were in place as well. Now, we're hearing, of course, that the CBI has issued a summon for actor Vijay. What can you tell us?
Well, remember on the 27th of September, 41 people died because of the stampede that took place in Karur during TVK's rally, and the blame game continues between the TVK and the state government. The state government has blamed Vijay's delay in arrival. There was a 7-hour delay in Vijay's arrival that resulted in the stampede. TVK meanwhile says this is a conspiracy to demean the image of Vijay, and they've in fact said that it is a conspiracy. It did not happen in the previous rallies. It happened only in Karur, and linked the entire incident to the DMK MLA Sendil Balaji. However, right now the investigation is on, CBI investigation, and as Anshul was pointing out, both the Karur district administration, the TVK leaders, including Busi Anand, Dadav Arjun, appeared before the CBI. They were asked about what really happened, the sequence of events that led to the Karur stampede. So both sides were asked. In fact, Karur administration was asked why they gave permission for TVK in that particular venue, which could not have accommodated more than 10,000 people. And some of the questions asked to TVK was, why was it announced that Vijay will come at 12 and he came at 7, where the crowd informed that there will be a delay in Vijay's arrival. All these questions were asked to both sides. They are trying to understand what really led to this stampede.
Absolutely. For more on this, we also are now being joined by Mr. Narayan Tirupati, BJP. Thank you so much for joining me on the broadcast, sir. Of course, their actor politician Vijay has been summoned by the CBI to appear at the CBI headquarters on the 12th of January in the Karur Stampede probe.
Yeah, but he has to, because the CBI is inquiring this case as per the High Court's direction. So, obviously, he has to go and cooperate with the CBI so that the real issue will be solved. In fact, he has doubted so many things. He has openly said that there is a conspiracy behind this. So, I think Mr. Vijay has to come clean on this and tell what has happened and what does he think, what all proof he has got. So, he should help the CBI to, if there is any issues, conspiracy, I think Mr. Vijay has to cooperate and bring out the facts.
Right, Mr. Tirupati, of course, that is something that remains to be seen as well. And of course, there will be questions. There are many questions, pardon me, which remain unanswered at this point. But this is the latest that we are getting right now for you in the Karur Stampede probe, where actor politician Vijay has been summoned by the CBI. Now, Anshul, of course, what can you tell us? And of course, this is on the 12th of January. What are we expecting?
Well, yes, now it depends on actor Vijay if at all he will abide by these summons and come and join the investigation on the 12th of January. But legally speaking, he still has the option to ask for another date in these summons, and the CBI will have to give him another date. So all eyes are now on Vijay. Will he produce himself in front of the Central Bureau of Investigation? And if at all he is not in the country, or if at all he has some other engagements, then definitely he can ask for some more time from the Central Bureau of Investigation to go ahead and produce himself. But what is very important at this point in time is that actor Vijay will actually have to go ahead and record his statements either on the 12th or on a later date, depending upon his availability. But the Central Bureau of Investigation has issued these summons. The summons have been sent to him and he has been asked to produce himself out here in the national capital on the 12th of January to answer the questions, to answer the exact sequence of events. As Punima was mentioning, that there was a massive delay in his arrival, and that led to a huge crowd gathering over there. The crowd that had gathered over there, the management that was required on the ground, such as facilities for water, washrooms, all those facilities were not present over there. The entry exits that should have been over there, so that in case of emergency there could be a quick evacuation of that entire area. Those were not present over there. So these allegations have been put forth against actor Vijay, and now he will have to go ahead and explain this in front of the Central Bureau of Investigation, that why these arrangements were not taken care of by him. And as we just told our viewers, that the other functionaries, top functionaries of the TVK have already gone ahead and recorded their statements in front of the Central Bureau of Investigation, in which they have said that these managements were supposed to be done by the local administration, and this was not done on point, due to which there was this commotion that broke out, which eventually led to the stampede in which 41 people had to lose their lives.
Right. Anshul and Purnima, thank you so much for bringing us the latest on this. We will, of course, keep a track on this also, but we're going to slip into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. News and updates will continue on the other side on CNN News 18.
In a city that never sleeps, every decision matters. From roads to rains, from safety to services, every rupee counts. One alliance versus fractured opposition. Who will Mumbai choose? Ballot Maximum City. Complete coverage on CNN News 18. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
facing a separate case of a financial nature. Let me also get a quick word in from Major General K.K. Sinha, defense expert, joining us. Sir, your thoughts on the fact that one of these ex-Navy officers is still stuck in legal tangles in Qatar?
Good afternoon, Jai Hind. Out of the 8 officers who was involved into the Qatar, basically in spike charges, and because they were working for a Oman company, and they have got some charges and apprehensions of the Qataris. Where of Israel port of Haifa, basically in that case, that was the case. Out of that, 7 has been reported, because the Prime Minister Modi him directly got, in touch with the Qatari Amir, and he got it back. That was also a pardon, a pardon by the highest of the Qatari, which they really don't do it, but they did it because of the behest of the Prime Minister's direct intervention. Commander Tiwari, who was stuck over there because he has got something to do with some, I think, financial charges are also, and he was rearrested. He was not returned. So these charges are, if they are proven that he has got some charges against the financial, it will be difficult because that time also the Prime Minister intervention, they are not able to do it. The land of the law, I do not know, because the spike charges have been dropped against him. But if the financial charges there, I do not know how far, the country can help him. The officers who are going over there, or the Indians are going there, we have to be very, very careful about it. In these, foreign countries, you should not do anything which is against, and I do not know how far we can go if the charges are proven to be correct. Because these are something to do with the moral turpitude. And I don't think, the government can intervene and say that they should be given a royal pardon. Last time it was a royal pardon was given to them. That's why they have 7 of them have returned. I do not know whether he is implicated into the financial, whatever the charges are there in financial nature. How far the Indian government can go on that and try to defend them.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Major General, thanks a lot for joining us.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Pathankot police have arrested a 15-year-old minor for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, the ISI, for over a year. Police say the agency is attempting to recruit young children, prompting alerts across Punjab to stay vigilant as investigations continue. My colleague Tejinder Singh Sori is joining us with more on this. I don't have information. Tejinder Singh Sori will be with us. This is a story concerning how a 15-year-old minor has been arrested by Pathankot police for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, ISI. And what the police believe is that the Pakistani agency is trying to attempt to recruit young children now from bordering states. This has prompted an alert across the state of Punjab to stay vigilant. Tejinder Singh Sori is joining us. Tejinder, tell us more of what has been found out.
Yes, Shivani, it seems that Pakistan has adopted a new modus operandi wherein they have been luring young boys from Punjab and neighboring states to do espionage for Pakistan. This boy, who is said to be 15 years of age, has been allegedly sharing sensitive information with the Pakistani ISI. The police has arrested him. His questioning is right now going on. This is what the police has told us. They say that this minor, who is 15 years of age, his identity has not been disclosed as of now. They say that he has been sharing sensitive information to India and the ISI handlers for the past 1 year. He has been collecting information about the movement of Indian Army, the installation, the very sensitive installations of the Indian Air Force, the Army locations in Pathankot and other areas. He has been arrested, and it is found that he has been sharing these sensitive information with the Pakistani handlers for more than a year. The Punjab police has said that they do believe that there are more young boys who could be providing the information to Pakistan about the movement of Indian Army, our locations. So more arrests are believed to take place in the coming days. Yes, Shivani.
All right, Tejinder, we'll leave it at that. I do thank you for joining us. Time for me to take your leave. Hello everyone, you're watching Entertainment 360 where we give you a download of all the stories from the world of entertainment. I'm Kaveri Gupta. Let's take a look at the headlines first. Talapati Vijay's Jannayan is in legal trouble just days before its release on 9 January. The film is facing delays over clearance from the Central Board of Film Certification. The producer's plea will be heard today at the Madras High Court. Bollywood filmmaker Vikram Bhatt and his wife accused of cheating remain in prison after the Rajasthan High Court rejected their plea to quash the FIR or grant bail. The case stems from alleged fraudulent activities in Udaipur. Neeraj Gaiwan's Homebound, India's official Oscar entry, has been shortlisted among 15 films for Best International Feature Films. The Academy has moved the film to the next voting stage, with the Oscars voting already underway. Punjabi superstar Diljit Dosanjh celebrated his 42nd birthday on January 6 by teasing his upcoming song Senorita, a global collaboration with Colombian star J Balvin, and fans got an exclusive glimpse of the music video on Instagram. Rukmini Vasan joins Geetu Mohandas' Toxic, a fairy tale for grown-ups, as Melissa. Her first look shows her in glamorous blue dress, dramatically different from her usual girl next door image, walking through a smoky party scene. And as Ranveer Singh, Akshay Khanna, R. Madhavan and Sanjay Dutt star Dhurandhar creates box office history and it refuses to slow down. Senior News 18's Vishal Chatkara speaks to the film's overseas distributor Pranab Kapadia about the film's winning run in international markets. And although the film was banned in the Middle East, audiences from the Gulf who are holidaying in Europe are ensuring they watch Dhurandhar during their Christmas holidays. Take a look at that.
Pranab sir, many congratulations on the super success of Dhurandhar. You are, of course, the overseas distributor of the film. The film is on a record-breaking spree in the domestic market. How is it performing in the overseas?
Thank you, Vishal. No, it's absolutely extraordinary. And I must say, it's got all the ingredients before release which were not suited for overseas. The length of the film, it's an action film, and traditionally we have seen, romance works very well. And of course, we have a sizable community outside the Indian community who watches Indian films. So, of course, we were expecting it to do good numbers, but it is beyond anybody's imagination and expectation. Even before release, we knew that US, Canada are going to be major contributors. Traditionally, UK-friendly films like Rocky or Rani Ki Prem Kahani, and also Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gham, long-standing 25-year-old record of Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gham, we have surpassed that today.
Pranab sir, while we are talking about the film box office performance, it has collected over 700 crores at the domestic box office. However, the film did not release in the Middle East or GCC territories. How much do you think it could have collected had it released in countries like Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Saudi Arabia and UAE?
See, I think this is at least a $10 million box office that we have lost. Because traditionally action films have always performed very well in the Middle East. And therefore we feel that had this, got a release. But see, Vishal, at the same time, we have to respect the views and the rules and regulations of every territory and every country. And they have their reasons. We are not the first film where they have, not given a release. The Fighter also was not released before this, yes, and several others. So we, of course, made a full attempt at ensuring that we put our best foot forward for the release. But I think ultimately you look at the audience, the film has found its audience, if not in Gulf, elsewhere. Fortunately, the film has released at a time when, almost the second half of December is a holiday period. So people are traveling abroad and they are ensuring that their schedule, one evening is free to watch Dhurandhar.
And up next, we have actor Rakesh Bedi in conversation with CNN News 18's Vishal Chitkara about the film's phenomenal box office success, playing a Pakistani politician working with Ranveer Singh, and he also shares an update about the film's sequel. Take a look at that.
अगर तुम लोगों के पटाखे खत्म हो गए तो मैं धमाका शुरू करूं।
Rakesh sir, first many congratulations on the success of your film Dhurandhar. फिल्म ने बॉक्स ऑफिस पर धमाका कर दिया है। क्या आपने एक्सपेक्ट किया था इतना फिनोमिनल परफॉर्मेंस फिल्म से?
जब मैंने हमने स्क्रिप्ट पढ़ी थी, पूरी की पूरी यूनिट ने पढ़ी थी, तो एवरीबडी वाज ग्लू बाउंड टू द नरेशन फॉर 2 आवर्स। आई स्टिल रिमेंबर कि मैंने किसी भी फिल्म की इतने बड़े लेवल पे इतनी नरेशन एंड विद ऑडियो विजुअल्स, उन्होंने एक स्क्रीन लगाया था पीछे जिसमें जो आपने फिल्म में देखा है इसके मॉक लोकेशन थे, ताकि लोगों को मालूम पड़े कि फिल्म कैसी शेप लेगी। तभी लोगों को लगा था कि इट्स वेरी टाइट स्क्रिप्ट। बाकी ऐसे उभर के आएगी और इतना बढ़िया रिएक्शन मिलेगा, ये तो मैंने सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था। माय गॉड।
You play the role of a Pakistani politician called Jamal Jamil in the film.
Yeah.
कौन से पाकिस्तानी पॉलिटिशियन पर आपका किरदार बेस्ड है?
ये एक पाकिस्तानी पॉलिटिशियन है, मैं नाम नहीं लेना चाहता, और मैं इतना कहूंगा उसकी शक्ल भी मुझसे मिलती है। मैंने उसको बहुत स्टडी किया, उसकी स्पीचेस को स्टडी किया। मुझे कुछ एक कॉम्प्लीमेंट तो ऐसे भी मिले हैं कि राकेश बेदी की जो स्पीच है वो बहुत ही जेन्युइन है, पाकिस्तानी लगते हैं वो अपनी स्पीच से, ऐसे लोगों ने कॉम्प्लीमेंट दिए हैं।
रणवीर सिंह जो हैं वो अपने रोल में बहुत एफर्ट डालते हैं। कैसा रहा आपका एक्सपीरियंस उनके साथ काम करने का?
क्या होता है कि जैसे ही हीरो को ये लगना शुरू हो जाता है कि मैं हीरो हूं, मैं ये लाइन नहीं बोलूंगा या मैं इससे थप्पड़ नहीं खाऊंगा, तो वो सब चीजें फिर खराब होनी शुरू हो जाती है। जो रणवीर सिंह में ये बिल्कुल ऐसी चीज है ही नहीं। बल्कि मैंने बहुत बार देखा सेट के ऊपर कि रणवीर सिंह का पैकअप हो गया है, लेकिन फिर भी वो सेट पे ही बैठा हुआ बंदा, वो जा ही नहीं रहा है, वो डायरेक्शन की हेल्प कर रहा है, वो क्राउड मैनेजमेंट कर रहा है, क्योंकि उसको लगता है ये मेरी फिल्म है यार, मुझे इसको अपना बेस्ट देना चाहिए।
So much of expectations are there from now part 2 of धुरंधर। क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर सकती हैं? और कितना शूट किया आपने पार्ट 2 का?
पार्ट 2 शूट ऑलमोस्ट हो ही चुकी है जी। मैं इतना ही अपने बारे में ये कहूंगा, मेरा कैरेक्टर इससे भी ज्यादा मीसना, कमीना, गंदा।
And we also have Jalakar Karwan singer Shehzad Ali, who talks about coming on board Dhurandhar and singing and taking inspiration from 65 years back Ye Ishq Ishq Hai from the film Barsat Ki Raat. Take a look at that.
Oh, nice. Shehzad Ali, welcome to CNN News 18. And many congratulations. You are, of course, the voice behind this super hit song, Ishq Jalakar from the film Dhurandhar.
Yes, yes.
Which has emerged the highest grosser of at the box office. But it's the song listeners are connecting deeply with. How you came on board Dhurandhar? कैसे आपने शुरुआत हुई आपकी धुरंधर फिल्म से पे?
एक्चुअली जो कंपोजर हैं शाश्वत सर, उनके लिए काफी गाया मैंने, 2-3 साल हो गए मुझे उनके साथ। एंड एक रात उन्होंने मुझे कॉल किया कि भाई प्लीज कम इन स्टूडियो, आई हैव समथिंग फॉर यू। सो मैंने बोला ओके सर, आई एम कमिंग। मैं गया, फिर रात में हमने काम किया, तो उन्होंने ये कंपोजिशन क्रिएट किया और मुझे एक सरगम जो मैंने गाई थी, तो उन्होंने मुझे सिखाया और मैंने वो डब किया। फिर हमने आगे के कंपोजिशन को डब किया एंड वाइब वाज वेरी ब्रिलियंट एंड इंट्यूशन मुझे आ रहा था कि समथिंग इज बिग। सो मैं उस लिहाज से मैं कोशिश कर रहा था कि अपना बेस्ट दूं, और मैंने कोशिश की और अल्लाह ने वो कोशिश को जो रिजल्ट दिया है कोशिश का, वो बेहतरीन दिया अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह।
Were you familiar with the original version of the song Ye Ishq Ishq Hai? And what was the first reaction to the composition?
जी, हमने सुन रखा है बचपन में, क्योंकि रफ़ी साहब के, मन्ना डे साहब के हम फैन रह चुके हैं। उनको काफ़ी कोशिशें की हमने कि हम उनके गाने गाएं। सो ज़ाहिरी तौर पे, बट फिर भी मुझे मुश्किल पड़ रहा था। क्योंकि हमारे जो शाश्वत सर है, उनका जो थॉट ऑफ प्रोसेस है वो टोटली डिफरेंट है एंड ही इज अ मैजिशियन। तो उनका एक जो एंगल है उसको मुकम्मल करने की कोशिश में थे। अच्छी चीज़ है, अच्छी चीज़ में मुश्किल पड़नी चाहिए, वरना वो अच्छी चीज़ नहीं होती।
Now finally this is done. Will we hear another song in your voice in Dhurandhar 2?
I don't know sir, seriously. Honestly I don't know. अल्लाह करे, भगवान करे, ईश्वर करे ऐसा हो जाए। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है, मुझे इतना ट्रस्ट है डायरेक्टर साहब पे, म्यूजिक डायरेक्टर साहब पे, अगर जैसे ये मेरे लायक था, अगर उनको लगेगा कि यहाँ पे शहजाद अली फिट हो सकता है, वो मुझे ही फोन करेंगे, मुझे इस चीज की कोई परवाह नहीं है और उनका प्यार भी मेरे साथ है।
Well, Bollywood is gearing up for an exciting 2026 and the spotlight is firmly on its leading ladies. From Alia Bhatt's epic collaboration with Sanjay Leela Bhansali to Deepika Padukone's big screen return with Shah Rukh Khan, this year promises powerful performances across genres. In this video, we break down the most anticipated female-led projects of 2026 featuring Alia Bhatt, Deepika Padukone and others. From action-packed thrillers and spy dramas to heartwarming romances, these actresses are all set to lead from the front. Take a look at that as we give you more details.
Bollywood is off to a strong start in 2026, with some of the industry's brightest leading ladies ready to make their mark on the big screen this year. From action-packed thrillers to heartwarming rom-coms and gripping dramas, here are the top actresses you absolutely can't miss this year. First up, Alia Bhatt is all set to headline one of the most anticipated films of the year, Sanjay Leela Bhansali's Love and War. Starring alongside Ranbir Kapoor and Vicky Kaushal, Alia will be seen anchoring a sweeping romantic drama that blends emotional intensity and cinematic spectacle. The very gorgeous Deepika Padukone will be returning to the big screen with King, reuniting with Shah Rukh Khan. With its massive star power and scale, the film will place Deepika back at the center of a grand commercial canvas and expectations are already sky high. We also have Sharvari Wagh, who will be stepping into the high-stakes spy universe with Alpha, an action drama that blends intense fight sequences with cinematic flair. Medha Shankar will be seen transitioning into mainstream cinema with Ginni Ved Sunny 2 following the critical acclaim of 12th Fail. Pairing up with Avinash Tiwari, she is all set to bring freshness and relatability to a genre driven by warmth and emotional connection. Then we have Ananya Pandey, who will be back with a romantic film in 2026. She will be seen in Chand Mera Dil alongside Lakshya. Sayyara breakout star Aneet Padda is all set to make a bold move with Shakti Shalini, part of the Maddock horror comedy universe. We really can't wait for this one. After her breakthrough performance in Lapata Ladies, Nitanshi Goyal is set to line up multiple new ventures. She will be seen gearing up for her first pan-India film opposite Anand Devarkonda and is also reported to headline Shaadi Mein Zarur Aana 2, marking her steady move into mainstream commercial cinema.
And it's going to be a packed calendar for all the movie buffs out there as the year lines up one unmissable release after another, from Christopher Nolan's magnanimous project The Odyssey and the much-awaited film of the decade The Devil Wears Prada 2 to fresh retellings like Wuthering Heights alongside big-ticket spectacles such as Avengers Doomsday, Jumanji 3 and Dune Part 3. The lineup is stacked. Watch the video and start planning your movie dates now.
As we strut into a brand new year, one thing is already crystal clear, movie buffs. Your calendars are about to be packed in the year 2026. From sweeping literary adaptations and long-awaited sequels to superhero spectacles and more. This year promises big drama and even bigger emotions. So, let's take a look at all the movies that might just end up redefining Hollywood. Topping the list is the Paul Mescal and J.C. Buckley starrer Hamnet, based on Maggie O'Farrell's award-winning novel that offers an intimate and haunting look into the life of William Shakespeare and his wife Agnes. Next up, we have Wuthering Heights. Yes, the ultimate steamy retelling of the classic novel by Emily Bronte is finally here, and romance lovers are already seated. Jacob Elordi steps into the role of the brooding Heathcliff, while Margot Robbie will bring Kathy to life. Amanda Seyfried is set to deliver a powerhouse performance as Anne Lee. the real-life leader of the 18th century religious movement known as Shakerism in Mona Fastwold's The Testament of Anne Lee. Originally a Quaker, the story follows Lee's spiritual transformation as she crosses the Atlantic to America, gathering followers along the way. Yes, it's finally happening. The Devil Wears Prada 2 is real and fashion lovers everywhere are rejoicing. After 20 years, Meryl Streep returns as the iconic Miranda Priestley, with Anne Hathaway back as Andy Sachs, joined once again by Emily Blunt and Stanley Tucci as Emily and Nigel respectively. Christopher Nolan fans, this one's for you. The Oscar-winning director is bringing Homer's Greek epic The Odyssey to life in what's being described as one of his most ambitious projects yet.
Well, 2026 really has some exciting releases, but shifting focus, Neeta Ambani hosted the second edition of United in Triumph in Mumbai, a Reliance Foundation event honoring India's men's, women's and blind women's World Cup winning cricket teams. Captains Rohit Sharma, Harmanpreet Kaur and Deepika TC led the celebrations along with other top cricketers and legendary veterans in attendance. The evening also saw Bollywood stars adding to the star-studded grandeur. Watch for more.
It was a star-studded night in Mumbai on Monday as Neeta Ambani hosted the second edition of United in Triumph, a Reliance Foundation event dedicated to celebrating and honouring India's 3 World Cup winning cricket teams. The men's, women's and blind women's teams were all brought together under one roof for an evening that blended pride, inspiration and grandeur. At the centre of the star-studded celebrations stood India's 3 World Cup winning captains, Rohit Sharma, Harmanpreet Kaur and Deepika TC. Adding to the occasion were several other celebrated cricketers, including Jasprit Bumrah, Surya Kumar Yadav, Smriti Mandhana and Ganga Kadam, who made the evening deeply meaningful. The night unfolded with several other remarkable highlights. Neeta Ambani redefined elegance as she welcomed the cricketers in a stunning rose pink sari designed by the iconic duo Abu Jani and Sandeep Khosla. She addressed the gathering with an inspiring speech, setting the tone for a night dedicated to excellence and national pride.
I think we are starting the New Year's with a very special occasion. आज तीनों cricket team, the men's cricket team, the women's cricket team and the blind cricket team of India are all here under one roof. And on behalf of every Indian, we are going to honor them tonight for giving us so much joy and happiness.
Among the other most talked about moments was the arrival of cricketer Hardik Pandya with his girlfriend Mahika Sharma. The couple walked hand in hand, twinning in black outfits. Rohit Sharma arrived with wife Ritika Sajde, with the two looking picture perfect. Surya Kumar Yadav and wife Divesha Shetty also charmed everyone as they posed together, while Harmanpreet Kaur slayed in a red and black ensemble. Smriti Mandhana made quite a statement in green, and Jemima Rodriguez looked every bit like a supermodel. Cricket legends Sachin Tendulkar, Rahul Dravid and Ravichandran Ashwin were also present.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Grihatul. Let's now begin with the headlines. Madras High Court rejects state government's plea, orders for lamps to be lit at Deepathon, criticizes Tralin government. DMK remains defiant despite stinker from the High Court, says it will do whatever needs to be done but won't allow lighting of the Deepa. CBI sources tell CNN News 18 that TVK chief Vijay has been summoned for questioning in the Karur stampede case. He has been asked to appear at the CBI headquarters in Delhi on January 12th. Censor board certification delay sparks court battle, while Vijay's last film Jananayagan certification is pending. DMK family movie Parak Shakti certified. After Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam were denied bail, anti-Modi chants raised at JNU by left BJP calls out anti-India mindset, tags protesters as urban naxals. Bangladesh Hindus living in danger, another Hindu man killed, second such incident in 24 hours. Is Yunus inaction emboldening Hindu hate? Top BNP leader makes a shocking statement, downplays the killings of Hindus in Bangladesh, calls it a small incident, says Muslims are attacked too. Worst fears come true after Indore outbreak. Now Karnataka, Gujarat and Odisha feel underwater contamination crisis. News 18 investigation exposes the rot. Massive gas leak at ONGC well in Andhra's Konasima triggers panic. Relief and rescue operations underway. Nearby villages evacuated. And let's begin with our top focus story that's coming in from the Jawaharlal University in the national capital. After Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam were denied bail, anti-Modi slogans were raised in the Jawaharlal Nehru University by left-wing students. Nearly 30 to 40 students were present when the slogans were raised in the backdrop of the Supreme Court denying bail to Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam in Delhi. This is, remember, the larger conspiracy case in the Delhi riots case of 2020. BJP has now gone on to slam the opposition after anti-government chants were emanating out of the JNU, calling all of the people involved in sloganeering anti-India bunch of urban naxals. BJP has also said that this is not a protest, this is appropriation of the anti-India thought.
We're inside the JNU campus and this is the road that leads to the Sabarmati Dhaba, where that particular protest actually happened, and slogans were raised inside the JNU campus against the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, and slogans and death calls were actually called off as far as these protests are concerned. Very clearly, this is something that is not something new that is happening at the JNU. JNU has always been under the limelight and in controversy as far as things are concerned, but very clearly at this juncture, whether the police would be investigating and initiating any kind of FIR or any kind of action is something that we'll have to wait and watch for.
ये वही वामपंथी विचारधारा है जो हर बार देश विरोधी ताकतों के साथ खड़ा होती है। ये कल की बात नहीं है, ये आप पिछले किताब के पन्ने जब खोलेंगे तो हर बार आप देखेंगे कि देश विरोधी जितने भी शर्जील इमाम और उमर खालिद वो भी तो यहीं से निकले हुए हैं। तो कल सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जब इनकी बेल को डिनाई किया तो जहाँ तक मुझे लगता है कि किसी भी न्यायपालिका में सरकार का हस्तक्षेप नहीं होता है, लेकिन इन वामपंथियों को लगता है कि शर्जील इमाम और उमर खालिद जैसे देश विरोधी ताकतों को अगर बेल नहीं दिया गया तो गवर्नमेंट की वजह से उसके विरोध में लोग मोदी शाह और जो भी हैं अपने गवर्नमेंट के में अभी सत्ता में उनके खिलाफ इन्होंने नारेबाजी किया है। कल यही है तो आज उस दौर में है हम जहाँ नया भारत है, धर्म अलग हो सकता है लेकिन न्याय सबको समान मिलेगा।
ऐसे नारे जेएनयू में आजकल लगना आम बात हो गई है। 2016 में ये नारा लगा था, एवीपी आरएसएस की कब्र खुदने की बात कर रहे हैं। ये वही एवीपी है या आरएसएस है जिसके 60 लाख से ज़्यादा मेंबर्स हैं। क्या वो उन 60 लाख लोगों की कब्र खोदने की बात कर रहे हैं या फिर ये जो आरएसएस के जो लाखों करोड़ों स्वयं सेवक हैं ये उनकी कब्र खोदने की बात कर रहे हैं? और उसी के साथ में एक न्यूयॉर्क से एक मेयर के द्वारा लेटर लिखा जाता है उस टेररिस्ट को, उस आतंकवादी को कि उसकी रिहाई की जाए। पर भारत का जो संविधान है, भारत जो राष्ट्र है वो सॉवरेन है, वो किसी के दबाव या उसके निर्णय किसी के दबाव में नहीं चलते, वो अपने निर्णय खुद बनाता है, खुद की कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से चलाता है।
जेएनयू में जिस तरह से वामपंथी संगठनों के आयोजन जो गोरिल्ला ढाबा उन्होंने किया, जिसमें जेएनयूएसयू के चुने हुए पदाधिकारी भी मौजूद थे और जिस तरह की वहाँ नारेबाजी हुई पूरी तरह से निंदनीय और शर्मनाक है। भारतीय स्टेट के खिलाफ इन्होंने नारेबाजी की, भारतीय न्यायपालिका माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के खिलाफ इन्होंने नारेबाजी की। जो फैसला आया माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय का उमर खालिद और शार्जिल इमाम की जो जमानत का नाटक 1 साल से लगभग चल रहा था, उस नाटक पे पूर्ण विराम लगाते हुए माननीय न्यायालय ने कहा कि ये प्रथम दृष्टया आरोपी बनते हैं, इनकी जगह जेल में ही बनती है, इनको छोड़ा नहीं जा सकता, जो कि पूरी तरह स्वागत योग्य था। पूरा देश भी कह रहा है कि इन देशद्रोही के आरोपी जो देश को तोड़ने की बात कर रहे हैं, चिकन को काटने की बात कर रहे हैं, दिल्ली दंगों के जो मुख्य आरोपी हैं, जहाँ 70 से ज़्यादा जानें जिसमें गई जिस दंगों में, उनके आरोपियों की जगह जेल में ही बनती है। और उनके समर्थन में जो नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं, ये लोग भी आतंकवादी हैं, ये लोग भी नक्सली हैं।
We are now getting some more breaking news inputs on this very story that we follow. Now the JNU administration has taken serious cognizance of the video circulating from this protest that was held at the premises of the Sabarmati hostel, I beg your pardon, yesterday, where a group of students raised these objectionable and provocative slogans. The JNU administration has called the slogans inflammatory. The university said that such actions violate the JNU Code of Conduct and are inconsistent with democratic dissent. The JNU administration has also directed the security branch to cooperate with the police investigation, warning that such acts can disturb public order, campus harmony and national security as well. My colleague Ananya with more details. Ananya, now that finally a cognizance has been taken by the JNU administration, I wonder if you've managed to get them to speak on record as well. The fact that this is a very, very clearly worded statement on how they are talking about any kind of protest of this nature cannot be allowed on campus.
Well, absolutely. The JNU administration has always been strict and cognizant of such incidents taking place. However, JNU has always remained a hotbed as far as such controversies are concerned, whether it's the 2016 Afzal Guru case or you talk about the 4th of January violence that had erupted after a fight had broken out between the left and the ABP workers, or you see the Ayodhya title suit verdict day. All of these, are the days when JNU has witnessed such slogans being raised, and this time around also there were slogans against the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, and clearly the JNU administration has taken a serious view of it. It has issued a statement and very categorically saying that these kinds of acts would not be left unchecked. It is a serious cognizance that's been taken by the JNU administration, saying that these kinds of acts won't be spared. In fact, the JNU security officer, the chief security officer of the university, has actually written to the SHO of Vasant Kunj North Police Station, under whose jurisdiction the campus actually falls in, to register an FIR against these particular persons who were raising these slogans. In fact, a report was submitted by
let's break that out for our viewers first.
Of
This information that Ananya is just mentioning about, the JNU Chief Security Officer writing to the SHO of Vasant Kunj in New Delhi seeking a registration of an FIR over raising of objectionable and provocative slogans outside the Sabarmati hostel. In its complaint, the JNU administration has said that around 30 to 35 students were present at the spot, and several students have also been identified. This is what the FIR also goes on to mention. This is part of the complaint. The university has also gone on to note that after a judicial verdict on the bail pleas of Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam came out of the Supreme Court, the nature of the gathering really changed, with some students allegedly raising highly inflammatory slogans. Reports also suggest that slogans were raised deliberately. Ananya, this last part that I was just talking about, and this is part of the formal complaint that has been raised by the JNU authorities, where they are talking about how the nature of this entire gathering changed after this verdict came out of the Supreme Court, and how the slogans were very deliberate.
Well, absolutely. In fact, the report that's been submitted by the Chief Security Officer to, in fact, the Chief Proctor of the university, or if you see the complaint that has been sent by the Chief Security Officer to the Vasant Kunj North Police Station, is very clear that, these were not slogans that were, raised in cognizance or, by mistake. These were slogans which were deliberate in nature and are against the constitutional ethos and the constitutional functioning, and hence there is a strict action that is warranted, and hence a FIR should be registered, is what the JNU administration and the Chief Security Officer of the varsity has gone on to say. In fact, they also go on to say that there is identification of these people that has already happened. Some students have been identified. In fact, if I tell you what I have gathered from the students here, is that these were the people from the JNUSU. These were the post holders of the Jawaharlal Nehru University Students Union, who were the organizers of these protests, and these were the students themselves who had been raising these slogans clearly against the Prime Minister and the Home Minister, and hence these people would be easily identifiable. There were almost 30-35 people who were there protesting and raising slogans as far as Umar Khalid's bail is concerned. Though this protest was for twofold cause. It was in fact to also commemorate a kind of anniversary, or with regards to the incident that had occurred at JNU in 2020. A fight had broken out between the left and the ABVP over server rooms, and that had escalated into quite a violence there. In fact, I was one of the people who were actually reporting on that day as well, and there was massive violence that had occurred inside the campus, and various students were actually hit, and that was also that happened on 4th of January, and hence this protest was actually called on the 5th to commemorate that, and also the denial of bail to Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam in the Delhi riots case is concerned. Riya.
Right, absolutely. Do stay on with us, Ananya. This will go on to get bigger now that the JNU administration has written to the SHO there in Vasant Kunj seeking to register an FIR against the students who were involved in this objectionable sloganeering, something that has been flagged by the JNU authorities. Let's take a look at some more reactions that are coming in on this big story that we track.
बात के ऊपर भी प्रोटेस्ट होंगे तो फिर बचा क्या? इन लोगों को कोई देश से, कोई संविधान से, कोई कानून से मतलब नहीं है। ये अलगाववादी लोग हैं। ये केवल और केवल देश को तोड़ने वाली बातें करते हैं। देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी के खिलाफ अपशब्द बोलने हैं, देश के गृह मंत्री के खिलाफ अपशब्द बोलने बड़े शर्मसार है।
नारा है और एक विरोध करने का तरीका है, एक पॉलिटिकल लैंग्वेज है, इसको लिटरल मतलब नहीं करते हैं, और जेएनयू में काफी इसका आक्रोश है। मुस्लिम होने की वजह से इस तरह से इनके साथ व्यवहार हो रहा है, तो अन्याय इनके साथ तो हुआ है, और सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला भी बड़ा अनफॉर्चुनेट रहा है। और कितने दिनों तक चार्जशीट नहीं दी जाएगी और ट्रायल नहीं शुरू होगा, तो यह पक्षपात तो है ही है।
मैं तो स्पष्ट तौर पर एक बात कहूं कि हम सब आहत हुए थे, और मैंने कहा भी, लिखा भी, कई अखबारों ने कैरी किया कि एक दो चीजें जो बहुत ट्रबलिंग हैं, आखिर कितने बरस बिना ट्रायल के कोई जेल में रहे ताकि उसको इंड्योरेंस की इंतहा मानी जाए, इनकर्सरेशन की, ताकि उसको कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल प्रोटेक्शन एक्टिवेट हो सके। व्यक्तिगत तौर पे तो मैं मुर्दाबाद के नारे का भी विरोधी हूँ और कई दफा आपके समक्ष कह चुका हूँ। इसलिए जाहिर तौर पर इस तरह के नारों की एक सभ्य लोकतंत्र में कोई जगह नहीं।
ये जेएनयू को टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग, राहुल गांधी जैसे देश विरोधी मानसिकता वाले, और सभी, चाहे आरजेडी हो, चाहे टीएमसी हो, चाहे वाम दल हो, ये टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग का एक कैंप ऑफिस बन गया, कार्यालय बन गया। और भूले नहीं, ये भारत है, नरेंद्र मोदी का भारत है, 21वीं सदी का भारत है। विवेकानंद कह गए थे, भगवा ही होगा।
ये नारे अपने आप लगवाते हैं, अपने आप शोर मचवाते हैं। उन्हें 5 साल से जेल में डाला हुआ है, अब अगले 1 साल के लिए फिर उनकी जमानत के ऊपर भी पाबंदी लगा दी। खुद ही सुप्रीम कोर्ट कहते हैं कि मौलिक अधिकार है जमानत का। जो लोग जेल में आपने 5 साल सड़ा दिए, उतनी सजा नहीं होगी उनके जुर्म की जितने आपने उन्हें जेल में सड़ा दिया। बांग्लादेश की तरफ देख लो, जहां लोगों को मार रहे हैं, वहां नहीं देखोगे आप।
बात जेएनयू की नहीं है, ये कुछ लोग हैं जो इस प्रकार के देश विरोधी नारे, धर्म विरोधी नारे लगाना, ये अफजल गुरु के लिए भी नारे लगाते हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसलों के खिलाफ भी नारे लगाते हैं, आतंकवादियों के समर्थन में नारे लगाते हैं, नक्सलवादियों के समर्थन में नारे लगाते हैं। लेकिन कुल मिला के इनके नारे केवल नारों तक ही बचे हैं। जहां नक्सलवादी होते थे वहां नक्सलवादी खत्म हो गए हैं, जहां आतंकवादी होते थे वहां आतंकवादी खत्म हो गए हैं। और दिल्ली के दंगाइयों पर, दिल्ली में जिन लोगों ने दिल्ली के खिलाफ साजिश रची, उनके खिलाफ सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला आ गया है। तो इनकी छटपटाहट है, और देश के दुश्मन ये जो सपोले हैं इनका सिर कुचला जा रहा है, इसलिए ये बिलबिला रहे हैं।
Let's now turn our attention to what has come out of the Madurai High Court, which has upheld a single judge's order directing the lighting of the Kartigai Deepam at the stone pillar atop Tamil Nadu's Tirupurakundaram in the city, bringing closure to a long-standing and contentious issue. CNN News 18 has also accessed the Madras High Court order on the Deepam Rao. The court observed that the district administration ought to have treated the issue as an opportunity to bridge the gap between the communities through mediation. It further held that since the hill is a protected site, any activity carried out atop must strictly comply with the provisions of the Act. Clarifying that the lamp may be lit, the court also noted that public access to the ceremony will be restricted and will be subject to consultation with the Archaeological Survey of India. Meanwhile, a war of words is now growing, with BJP stating that DMK is exposed now and DMK accusing the BJP in turn of communal politics. Tamil Nadu government will now be moving Supreme Court to challenge the Madurai bench order.
It is not a mere coincidence that the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Mr. M.K. Stalin, his son, Mr. Udayanidhi, and other senior leaders of the DMK have consistently attacked Sanatan Dharam. Mr. Udayanidhi made an audacious and reprehensible demand for the eradication of Sanatan Dharam itself. And therefore the devotees went to the court for justice, and justice was delivered.
ஒரு இடத்திலே ஒரு சம்பவம் நடக்க வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால், அந்த தீபத்தூணிலே தீபம் ஏற்ற வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால், நீதியரசர்கள் இதற்கு முன்னாலே அங்கே தீபம் ஏற்றி இருக்கிறார்கள், அதற்கான ஆதாரங்கள் இருக்கிறது என்பதை கண்டறிந்து அந்த ஆதாரங்களுடைய அடிப்படையிலே அனுமதி தருகிறோம் என்று சொல்ல வேண்டும். ஆனால் எந்த விதமான ஆதாரங்களும் கிடையாது. இன்றைக்கு பெருந்தலைவர் காமராஜர் ஆட்சி நடந்தது, ராஜாஜி மூதறிஞர் ராஜாஜியினுடைய ஆட்சி நடந்தது, புரட்சித் தலைவர் எம்ஜிஆர் ஆட்சி நடந்தது, அதே போல ஜெயலலிதா அம்மையாருடைய ஆட்சி நடந்தது, தலைவர் கலைஞருடைய ஆட்சி நடந்தது. இப்படி பல்வேறு ஆட்சிகள் நடந்தன. எந்த காலகட்டத்திலும் யாருமே தீபத்தூணிலே நாங்கள் தீபம் ஏற்ற வேண்டும் என்கின்ற அந்த கோரிக்கைக்கு வரவில்லை. ஜெயலலிதா அம்மையாருடைய ஆட்சி காலத்திலே வந்தபோது அதை எதிர்த்து அங்கே கூடாது, நாங்கள் அனுமதிக்க மாட்டோம் என்கின்ற கருத்தை தான் சொன்னார்கள். ஆனால் இன்றைக்கு நீதியரசர்கள் இங்கே இப்படி ஒரு கோரிக்கை எங்களுக்கு வந்திருக்கிறது, எனவே அதன் அடிப்படையிலே திருப்பரங்குன்றத்துடைய மலை அந்த தூணிலே நீங்கள் தீபம் ஏற்ற அனுமதிக்க வேண்டும் என்கின்ற உத்தரவை தந்திருப்பது முழுக்க இன்றைக்கு நீதித்துறையை நாம் என்னவென்று சொல்ல முடியாது, அதை களங்கப்படுத்தவும் முடியாது. ஆனால் அது ஒரு சட்டத்துக்கு முரண்பாடான ஒரு செயல் என்கின்ற காரணத்தை அடிப்படையாக வைத்து நாங்கள் உச்ச நீதிமன்றத்திலே வழக்கு தொடர எங்களுக்கு முழு உரிமையும் உண்டு.
Rama Ravi Kumar is the petitioner as far as this case is concerned. He's won this big victory, but it doesn't end here because the state government has already announced that they're going to continue to fight this legally further. Rama ji, सबसे पहले तो आपकी बहुत बड़ी जीत हुई है, लेकिन स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का कहना है कि वो आगे भी लड़ेंगे, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में भी जाएंगे. तो आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे ये जो मदुराई डिवीजन बेंच से आपके सपोर्ट में जो ऑर्डर आया है?
न्यायालय तो कुछ जजमेंट दिए, ये मेरा पक्ष के लिए नहीं है, ये धर्म के लिए है, कार्तिक स्वामी के लिए है. ये जीत मुरुगा स्वामी को, कार्तिक स्वामी को हम लोग समर्पित करते हैं. लेकिन तमिलनाडु गवर्नमेंट तो हिंदू विरोधी है, हिंदी विरोधी है, अभी धर्म को भी विरोध करते हैं. न्यायालय तो कुछ जजमेंट दिए, इसके पालन करना तो उनका जरूरी ड्यूटी है. लेकिन हिंदू चैरिटेबल एंडोमेंट एंड तमिलनाडु गवर्नमेंट ये न्यायालय जजमेंट को विरोध करते हैं. वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट में अपील के लिए वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं. सिंगल जस्टिस एंड डिवीजन बेंच दोनों न्यायालय का जजमेंट को विरोध करते हैं तमिलनाडु गवर्नमेंट. ये तो न्याय नहीं है, ये तो हिंदू विरोध है।
गवर्नमेंट का तो ये भी कहना था कि ये सारी बीजेपी और आरएसएस की साजिश है, उनके कहने पे ये सारे कोर्ट में मैटर्स लिए जा रहे हैं और केसेस फाइल किए जा रहे हैं। तो आपके ऊपर भी एक तरह से इल्ज़ाम लग रहा है कि आप ये सब बीजेपी और आरएसएस के बेहस पे हो रहा है।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, ये तमिलनाडु का दृष्टि ऐसा है। हम तो न्यायालय का पुत्र है, कानून का पुत्र है हम लोग, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट का दृष्टि ऐसा है, वो तो हिंदू विरोध है। जज के बारे में कुछ विरोध करते हैं। जज के बारे में क्यों विरोध करते हैं? वो जजमेंट के बारे में वो बोलना तो अच्छा रहेगा, ये तो जरूरी है, लेकिन जज को विरोध करती है, क्यों ऐसा है? वो तो ब्राह्मण कम्युनिटी ऐसा है क्या? ऐसा नहीं। तमिलनाडु गवर्नमेंट उनका दृष्टि हिंदुओं को विरोध में है। ये पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा नहीं है। गवर्नमेंट, तमिलनाडु गवर्नमेंट तो पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा करते हैं, माइनॉरिटी वोट के लिए, माइनॉरिटी अपीसमेंट के लिए। उनको माइनॉरिटी वोट चाहिए तो अच्छा रहेगा, लेकिन हिंदुओं का विरोध चाहिए ना, नहीं चाहिए। अभी हिंदू लोगों के मध्य वो भक्ति तो ज्यादा है, लेकिन हिंदू लोग तो शक्ति होना चाहिए। एक एक धर्म को पालन करना तो उनका धर्म है।
अच्छा, एक चीज बताइए रमा जी कि पहले आपका जब ऑर्डर आया था उसमें आपको और 10 लोगों को भी परमिशन दी गई थी कि आप भी जा सकते हैं पहाड़ पे और वहां पे दीपतून पे आप भी लैम्प जला सकते हैं, लेकिन इस ऑर्डर में मना किया गया है। तो क्या आप इससे संतुष्ट हैं कि आप कोई पब्लिक अलाउड नहीं है, पटिशनर भी आपको भी अलाउ नहीं किया गया है?
दीप चलाना वो तो बस हमारा दृष्टि है, हमारा प्रेयर है, वहाँ दीप तूण में दीप चलाना, ये तो पॉइंट। गोल इज वन, ठीक है। टेम्पल अथॉरिटी उनका ड्यूटी नहीं करते हैं ना, क्यों अपील? सिंगल जस्टिस, डिविजन बेंच में ऑर्डर, दोनों ऑर्डर है अभी भी लाइव में है, लेकिन सुप्रीम कोर्ट में हम लोग अपील जाने के लिए वो कानून का मंत्री मिस्टर रघुपति क्यों बढ़ा भी? टेम्पल तो ये तो गवर्नमेंट एक मिनट, गवर्नमेंट तो सेक्युलरिस्ट है, क्यों हमारे हिंदुओं का मंदिर उनका हाथ पर है? मुसलमानों का दरगाह उनका हाथ पर है क्या गवर्नमेंट का? नहीं तो वो क्रिश्चियन का चर्च उनका गवर्नमेंट हाथ पर गया है क्या? हिंदू रिलीजियस एंडोमेंट जैसे वो मुसलमान एंडोमेंट है क्या? क्यों ऐसा बोलते हैं सेक्युलर गवर्नमेंट से? ये तो हिंदू विरोध गवर्नमेंट है, ये हिंदू विरोध का सरकार है।
मुझे ये बताइए, हमारे दर्शक ये जानना चाहेंगे कि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने इतना अपोज किया, उन्होंने कहा इसकी कोई ज़रूरत नहीं थी, जो एक एग्जिस्टिंग दीपतून है मंदिर के पास वहाँ पे हर साल कार्तिकाय दीपम में लैम्प जलाया जाता है, तो आपने क्यों ये पिटिशन फाइल करी कि जो पहाड़ के ऊपर दरगाह के पास जो दीपतून है वहाँ पे आपको जलाना है लैम्प? क्योंकि स्टेट ने बोला ये 100 साल से हुआ नहीं है, इसकी कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है।
नहीं 1999 ऐसा वो गवर्नमेंट वाले बोलते हैं, हम लोग नहीं बोलते। 1997 जजमेंट ने क्या कहा, वो दरगाह कंपाउंड वाल से 15 मीटर के बाद कोई जगह पर दीप चलाना तो वो जरूरी, ऐसा बड़ा वो जजमेंट तो इधर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन वो पालन नहीं करते हैं 97 से। अभी वो ऑर्डर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए मैं कोर्ट में केस डाला।
तो मुझे ये बताइए, अब आप सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक जाने के लिए, लड़ने के लिए तैयार हैं? क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट तो जाएगी आगे सुप्रीम कोर्ट में।
हम भी लड़ेंगे जीतने के लिए। हम भी कोई जगह पर हम लोग जा सकते हैं, लड़ेंगे। गवर्नमेंट लड़ना तो मैं भी लड़ूंगा, मैं नहीं, कार्तिक स्वामी के लिए हम लोग लड़ूंगा। जीत होने के लिए हम लोग लड़ूंगा।
ओके।
हमको लाइट चाहिए, नहीं फाइट नहीं चाहिए। लेकिन गवर्नमेंट लाइट को भी विरोध करते हैं, फाइट के लिए वो ऑर्डर करते हैं, वो कुछ काम करते हैं। वोट के लिए, माइनॉरिटी वोट अपीसमेंट के लिए हम तमिलनाडु गवर्नमेंट इतना काम करते हैं। अपील कितना तक अपील, कितना कोर्ट तक अपील? वो हिंदी विरोधी है, धर्म विरोधी है।
जी Rama ji, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए. The petitioner there putting across his point of view very clearly and levelling charges against the state government of being an anti-Hindu, anti-faith government, which is why they've been appealing against every order that the devotees have been winning.
Well, that was the petitioner who's claiming victory, and that is something that has now been allowed by the Madurai High Court and the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court going ahead and ruling in favour of this plea by the petitioner. My colleague Ananya Bhatnagar is also with us on the broadcast. Ananya, now that DMK is going to approach the Supreme Court to take this matter further, because they were vehemently opposing this plea, they have not got from the court that lighting of the lamp at the Deepathun has been allowed by the court, but at the behest of the ASI. ASI is going to be closely monitoring this entire lamp lighting ceremony.
Well, absolutely. ASI has to, look after this particular monument, since it's the hill is itself a declared protected monument. Not only that, what is also crucial to note is that there have been several observations that have come out from the Madras High Court order, because the Madurai bench has very categorically gone on to state that the state administration has failed and completely failed in order to maintain a law and order and peace and tranquility, and it is just shying away from its duty to maintain the law and order, and hence is opposing such kind of a Deepathon being lit at that particular hilltop. Not only that, it also goes on to say that the state completely failed in its duty, and the peace meetings that were being organized have completely failed in uniting the people. The state is shying away from its obligation. Not only that, it also addresses the kind of impeachment motion that was moved against Justice G.R. Swaminathan, who had in fact the single judge who had actually allowed for the Deepathon to be lit and the Deepam to be lit at the Deepathon, very categorically saying that there have been attempts to pressurize the judiciary as well, that at the behest of power is what the Madras High Court has held in its order clearly. Also pointing out that there was an imaginary ghost that was created by the state administration as far as the situation of a law and order being disrupted, or a peace and tranquility going away from the area if at all the Deepathon is lit. It's nothing more than an imaginary ghost that the state has actually drawn in order to shy away from its responsibilities. What in fact the Madurai bench of the High Court, the division bench in fact of the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court has gone on to clearly state. Now the matter, when it reaches the Supreme Court, it would be interesting to see as to what course of action would the topmost court of the country be adopting, and whether a stay would be granted by the Supreme Court as far as the division bench order.
But don't you think, Ananya, this entire bid to impeach Justice Swaminathan has gone against the DMK government, and that also will decide the course of action on what really will be the fate of their plea, that even as they approach the apex court of the country?
Well, absolutely. Judges decide the cases based on the case file before them, based on the facts and circumstances. And here also, in fact, when the Madurai bench, the division bench of the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court has actually gone into this particular issue, saying that it is not just a customary issue. It's a practice that has been there for years, and the same should be respected. In fact, various observations have been made against the state government by the Madras High Court itself, saying that the state is shying away from its responsibility, it is creating an imaginary ghost, and now the clear directions from the Madras High Court is that the Deepam would be lit, and the Devasthanam would actually depute its officials to actually go and light that Deepathon, though the public would remain at the hilltop and can see it happening, but cannot go near the Deepathon where this Deepam would actually be lit. Priya.
Right. Thank you so much for that, Ananya. With that, we are shifting our focus. We're staying with Tamil Nadu because there is a lot of political bickering that is happening around Vijay's last film, Vijay's Jan Nayagan, which is still without a CBFC census certificate, and that has stalled the ticket sales ahead of its January 9th release. Some theatres are limiting the shows while rival films are moving forward, leaving Vijay's team under pressure now. Adding to this heat, the CBI has also summoned the TVK chief for questioning in the Karur Stampede case at its Delhi headquarters, and that is supposed to be taking place on the 12th of January. That is 3 days after his film is slated to be released. TVK has alleged a witch hunt behind this censor delay and also the scrutiny in the face of his film's release, while DMK has called this narrative around the film a sympathy spree. My colleague Anshul is now with us on the broadcast. Anshul, this claim that TVK is making in the face of how the censor certification is still denied to them, we'll come to this part in just a bit. But about the CBI summoning Vijay just 3 days after his film is supposed to be released, and even for that, TVK and Vijay seems to be blaming the DMK. How does this really play out?
Well, this was on the cards. Remember, before Vijay as well, there have been the summons have already been given to top functionaries of the TVK party. In fact, last month itself, at least 2 top functionaries of the TVK had come out here to the national capital and have recorded their statements in front of the Central Bureau of Investigation. Now, according to top sources within the Central Bureau of Investigation, they have told us that both the functionaries have in fact gone ahead and said that the mismanagement that happened on ground zero in Karur happened due to the laxity that was shown by the local administration, and it was not the fault of the party or the organizers of the event. On the other hand, the FIR that has been registered based on the complaint that was given by the state government, in that FIR they have very clearly gone ahead and claimed that this entire incident happened because there were discrepancies that happened in the messaging that was supposed to be done. Remember, Vijay was supposed to reach over there at around 12 noon, but he reached on the ground at 7 p.m. Due to this, the crowd continued to swell for more than 7 hours. The functions that should have been on the ground, the facilities that should have been on the ground, those facilities were not present over there, such as basic facilities such as water, toilet, etc. These were not present over there. There were no food stalls. There were no food given to the people who were waiting for Vijay to come and address them. So these allegations have been put forth against actor Vijay. Other functionaries of the party have already recorded their statements, and this is on expected lines that Vijay, who is one of the accused in this entire case as well, will have to come and record his statement. So on the 12th of January, now the CBI has gone ahead and summoned him. It is at this point in time, it is not absolutely necessary for him to abide by these summons and produce himself in front of the Central Bureau of Investigation. He can take his time. If at all he is not available over here, he can ask for a next date for his statements to be recorded. So it remains to be seen what will actor Vijay do now. But one thing is for sure, that he will sooner than later, he will have to come to the Central Bureau of Investigation and then record his statement regarding the sequence of events that transpired in Karur on that very fateful day.
Right, and Anshul, that political blame game is only continuing, claiming that the TVK is now also talking about another film that is being certified, and that is a DMK family film, Parashakti, that has been granted a certification, and yet despite the cuts that were advised by the censor board, and that was in fact implemented duly by Vijay's film Jaranayagam, and still that censor certificate is awaited. That matter too is in court. What happens next?
Well, yes, it remains to be seen what does the court have to say. But yes, the CBFC definitely has those powers in their hands in which they can take the time that is required by them to actually go ahead and give the certification. But at this point in time, the political blame game that is going on between the DMK and the TVK, that is something that is grabbing the headlines. It remains to be seen now what are the reasons that would be cited by the CBFC in front of the courts as to what is the reason that they have delayed giving certification to the film right before its release. So we can expect an answer from them in the next few days itself. But definitely the courts will now have to intervene, and it is in front of the courts that the exact facts would be mentioned as to what is the reason why the CBFC, which is a central body, is actually going ahead and not giving the certification at this point, even after the requested cuts were made in the film as well.
Right, Anshul, thank you so much for all of those details. With that, we are shifting our focus. We're getting some breaking news now, and this is to do with the toxic air that Delhiites have been reeling under. And amid that entire air crisis, now the top court has pulled up the watchdog. Better late than never. Supreme Court has now directed the Commission for Air Quality Management to shortlist experts, and meeting of these experts should be convened within the next 2 weeks to determine causes of the worsening air quality. The Supreme Court has also said that the Commission for Air Quality Management appears to be in no hurry to either identify the causes of worsening AQI or their long-term solutions. So big wrap there for the air quality watchdog. It has been copped napping by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has in fact rapped on the knuckles of the Commission for Air Quality Management, and that is something that we would like to bring out. Better late than never. This was something that we had flagged right here on CNN News 18, that they seem to be doing nothing, not flagging concerns of the worsening air quality, not even looking at any kind of solutions, and now the Supreme Court is saying just that. My colleague Ananya with all of those details. Ananya?
Well, absolutely. In fact, the CAQM has been pulled up by the topmost court of the country as far as the worsening air quality in the national capital is concerned. If you remember, when the Chief Justice of India had also spoken to us with regards to this particular issue, he had stated that the experts would actually be finding the solution. However, the judiciary would keep monitoring in order to keep everything in check, and definitely you are seeing that happening. The CAQM being pulled up very clearly, and the CAQM being being caught napping, saying that it has not been finding the solutions for the worsening air quality in the national capital, and it should now wake up, bring in domain experts in under one umbrella to find out the actual causes of air pollution in the national capital. Not only that, it is also asked them to convene a meeting within 2 weeks to identify the experts who can actually help. And it's high time that long-term solutions can actually be found out for the worsening air quality in the national capital, is what the topmost court of the country has gone on to say. Whether CAQM would be able to do so, whether there will be a better air quality in the national capital, all these questions would be answered with the passage of time. But clearly, the Supreme Court very, very unhappy with the air quality watchdog in the national capital.
Right, absolutely. And a big rap on the knuckles of the CAQM. Finally, the Supreme Court pulling the air quality watchdog. Now, we are shifting our focus from the national capital to the neighbouring state of Punjab, as there is no end to law and order issues in the state. After a sarpanch was shot dead in Amritsar, now 32-year-old kabaddi player Gagandeep Singh, who is the nephew of an MLA, was also shot dead in Ludhiana. Gagandeep Singh, a former kabaddi player, was shot multiple times by armed assailants in the fields near the grain market in Manuke village, we are told. Witnesses also said that the attackers fled after firing several rounds and then allegedly even went to Singh's house, boasting about the killing before the villagers found his body. Opposition has blamed the Aam Aadmi Party government for the deteriorating law and order situation in Punjab following these killings. And we have more on the lawlessness in Punjab. Panic seems to have gripped Ludhiana after miscreants fired 4 to 5 rounds outside a garment shop in the civil lines area under the Hyderabad police limits. So remember, the police station limits is where this incident has been reported from. It occurred late at night when the shop was closed. So fortunately, no casualties were reported, but 4 to 5 rounds were fired in this garment shop, outside this garment shop. This is a civil lines area, main area within a police station limit is where this incident has happened. And thankfully, since it happened in the wee of the night, the shop premises were closed, and thereby any kind of casualties were thankfully not reported. But this is the situation in Punjab. We are talking about killings, daylight killings, and also right outside market areas where people are being shot at. They are killing people, and now this other incident, and this has caused a great amount of panic to the people in Ludhiana. We have our colleague now joining us on the broadcast. In fact, Rajiv Sharma is with us. Rajiv, सबसे पहले तो ये बताइए कि ये जो लोग इन्वॉल्व है, जो सीसीटीवी में दिखाई दे रहे हैं, क्या उनको पकड़ा जा पाया है अभी तक?
देखिए, जो अमृतसर के पुलिस कमिश्नर हैं गुरप्रीत सिंह भुल्लर, तो कल जो पंजाब के स्पेशल डीजी हैं वो अमृतसर पहुंचते हैं और एक रिव्यू मीटिंग की जाती है। और उसके बाद जब सीपी से बात की गई तो उनका कहना था कि हम टेक्निकल और जो भी पुलिस के तरीके होते हैं, कोई भी अगर क्राइम होता है तो उसको किस तरीके से उन लोगों तक पहुंच करनी है, तो पुलिस का कहना है कि हम चाहे सीसीटीवी कैमरास की जो फुटेज है, चाहे वो रिजॉर्ट के अंदर जो कैमरा इंस्टॉल थे या बाहर इसके अलावा अगर मैं अमृतसर सिटी की बात बताऊं तो एक तस्वीर के जरिए समझाने की कोशिश करता हूं कि जैसे ये एक मेन चौराहा है अमृतसर का, और आप देखिए कि हर जगह जो हाई क्वालिटी सीसीटीवी कैमराज इंस्टॉल्ड हैं, तो इससे ये पक्का है कि कोई भी क्रिमिनल जो है क्राइम करने के बाद शहर से बाहर नहीं भाग सकता, और अगर वो भागने की कोशिश भी करता है तो पुलिस के पास एक तस्वीर जो है मौजूद होती है कि किस रास्ते से वो क्रिमिनल आए, कहां से उन्होंने भागने की कोशिश की। तो सीपी का यही कहना था कि हम उनके बेहद करीब पहुंच चुके हैं। हालांकि कल से ये भी चर्चा थी कि पुलिस उनका एनकाउंटर भी कर सकती है, लेकिन अभी तक पुलिस की तरफ से ऑफिशियली ये जानकारी नहीं दी गई कि किसी को गिरफ्तार किया गया या नहीं। ये एक जरूर इनपुट था कि
राजीव जी एंटीसीडेंट्स क्या है, एनकाउंटर की बात हो रही है, इन क्रिमिनल्स के एंटीसीडेंट्स क्या है, क्योंकि किसी के आघात होने की तो अभी तक खबर नहीं आई है। थैंकफुली रात की ये घटना है, ओपन फायर शॉट्स किए गए थे, गारमेंट स्टोर के बाहर की घटना है, लेकिन ये एनकाउंटर की बात कहां से सामने आ रही है?
देखिए, मैं जो जिस इंसिडेंट्स की बात कर रहा हूँ वो अमृतसर में जो परसों सरपंच का मर्डर हुआ था, उसमें अमृतसर पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है, और जिस इंसिडेंट का आप जिक्र कर रहे हैं उस मामले में भी पुलिस के फिलहाल हाथ खाली हैं। तो अगर हम कहें कि 1 by 1 जो पंजाब में डे बाय डे घटनाएं हो रही हैं, तो अमृतसर वाला जो इंसिडेंट है उसको लेकर पुलिस ने अमृतसर और तरन तारण में जो कई लोगों को राउंड अप किया था, क्योंकि उस मामले में भी 2 लोग जो सरेआम आते हैं रिजॉर्ट के अंदर आके सरपंच के सर पर गोलियां मारी जाती हैं, तो उस मामले को लेकर भी पूरे पंजाब में अगर बात करें तो जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज हैं उनकी तरफ से सरकार पर निशाना साधा जा रहा है कि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की जो सिचुएशन है वो अंडर कंट्रोल नहीं है। तो इस चीज को लेकर पुलिस के ऊपर भी काफी प्रेशर है, लेकिन अभी तक पुलिस ने ऐसी कोई जानकारी नहीं दी कि वो जो 2 नौजवान उस सीसीटीवी में नजर आ रहे हैं कि रिजॉर्ट के अंदर जाते हैं और सरपंच के सर में गोलियां मार के वहां से बड़े आराम से भाग जाते हैं, हालांकि बाइक के ऊपर सवार होकर आए थे। तो इन सारे मामलों में अभी लोग इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि कब पुलिस इन सारे मामलों को ट्रेस करके उन आरोपियों को या तो गिरफ्तार करती है या फिर उनका एनकाउंटर करती है।
राजीव जी, there is more. Do stay on with us. There is a shocking incident of daylight firing that has been reported from this Monday at the gold market in Jandiala, under the Jandiala Assembly constituency of Amritsar. Miscreants opened fire at Sonu Jewellers. This has also gone on to cause panic among the shopkeepers and residents in the busy market area. And according to information, 2 youths who were riding a Splendor motorbike carried out this attack. They fired around 5 rounds at the jewelry shop while the market was open. The entire incident was captured on CCTV that was involved in the area. राजीव, इसके बारे में भी बताइए।
जी बिल्कुल, जिस तरीके से क्योंकि परसों की घटना जो है संडे को एक रिजॉर्ट में सरपंच का मर्डर होता है और उसके अगले ही दिन फिर से बिल्कुल जो जंडियाला गुरु, हालांकि अमृतसर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में आता है, लेकिन अगर पुलिस की बात करें तो अमृतसर रूरल पुलिस के जो है अंडर वो इलाका आता है। और जो अमृतसर रूरल पुलिस के एसएसपी हैं उनकी तरफ से भी ये बात कही जा रही है कि हम अपनी जो जांच है हर एक पहलू से जो जांच की जा रही है, बहुत जल्द जो मामले हैं वो सारे ट्रेस होंगे। लेकिन जिस तरीके से ये घटनाएं लगातार बढ़ती जा रही है उस चीज को लेकर आम जो लोग हैं उनमें एक दहशत का माहौल जरूर है, क्योंकि दिन दिहाड़े एक ज्वेलर्स की दुकान पे कुछ लोग आते हैं, गोलियां चलाई जाती हैं, वहां पर महिलाएं भी मौजूद थी। और जिस तरीके से अमृतसर में एक जो सिटिंग पार्टी है, सत्ता पक्ष है जो आम आदमी पार्टी, और उस पार्टी के सरपंच को सरेआम गोलियां मार के 2 जो बदमाश हैं वो भाग जाते हैं। तो इन सारे मामलों को अगर मिलाकर देखा जाए तो एक तरफ जितने भी राजनीतिक दल हैं वो सरकार के ऊपर निशाना साधते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, लेकिन सरकार और जो पंजाब पुलिस की अगर बात करें, पंजाब के डीजीपी की बात करें, तो उनकी यही कोशिश होती है कि अगर कोई भी क्राइम होता है तो बहुत जल्द पंजाब पुलिस उसको सॉल्व करती है, लेकिन इन दोनों मामलों में अभी तक कोई भी गिरफ्तारी जो है वो
Absolutely,
नहीं
जल्द
की गई।
solve हो नहीं रहा है because that is what we are seeing from very many places of Punjab, whether it is Ludhiana or Amritsar, whether it is daylight firing or night firing. The incident seems to mirror each other, seems to be copying the style that has been taken by one of the miscreants in one incident, and similar instances are being reported from other areas as well. Let's see what the Aam Aadmi Party government and the police in the state really go on to do about it. We are shifting our focus now. Let's talk about contaminated water. The issue that emerged out of Indore from Madhya Pradesh now has found resonance in many areas of India, from the national capital to metros and even small towns. Now, CNN News 18's investigations reveal unsafe drinking water triggering a nationwide health alarm. In Delhi's Buradi, filthy contaminated water is reaching homes through official supply lines. In Bengaluru's Lingarajapuram, residents have reported sewage mixing with drinking water. In Indore, the crisis has turned cruel as families in Bhagirathpura are mortgaging jewelry just to access safe water. The health fallout is already visible. Over 150 hospitalized in a typhoid outbreak in Gujarat's Gandhinagar. In Odisha's Khordha, over 40 students were taken ill after a jaundice outbreak at a government school. Across India, the question is unavoidable. Why are citizens still fighting for clean drinking water in 2026, and who will be held accountable? CNN News 18's investigations expose a chilling reality and that danger flowing straight into your houses. And we have more from Bhagirathpura in Indore. Deaths due to contaminated water in Indore in Bhagirathpura. The High Court has now stated on that incident that this has damaged the city's image nationwide. The High Court has reprimanded the officials responsible, stating that Indore ranks first in cleanliness, yet such incidents went on to occur. High Court has also stated that the court will decide whether this is a criminal or a civil case. So remember, High Court now taking cognizance of what we've been reporting out of Bhagirathpura in Indore. More than 15 people who lost their lives because of drinking contaminated water, including a 5-month-old baby. And there are more than 150 people who are still fighting for their lives, and they are hospitalized because of this water contamination. Sewage water that entered the drinking water pipeline because simply that pipeline, the sewage pipeline, was not replaced. And remember, all of this was part of the Madhya Pradesh government's pet project, which was giving drinking water through Narmada River. And that is something that has got the state government under the BJP having to answer a lot of questions. And now even the High Court's taken cognizance. It has also spoken about the fact of how Indore was hailed as the cleanest city in the country, but now this incident, which is to do with drinking water, has damaged the city's image altogether. Even going on to reprimand the officials who are responsible for this issue on how this criminal negligence has led them to play with so many lives in Bhagirathpura, including that of a 5-month-old baby. Remember, this is the High Court stating that the court will now be deciding whether they will be looking at this case as a criminal case or a civil case. My colleague Anvit Srivastav, who is with us on the broadcast, has been tracking all the developments. He's getting our stories from Bhagirathpura in Indore, also talking about how the sluggish action on part of the authorities is going nowhere as far as helping the people involved are concerned. Anvit, now that the High Court has taken cognizance of this particular case, this is a big rap in the knuckles of the state government as well, and they also will now have to see whether this case is tried criminally or as a civil case.
Correct, Vijay. Previously also a status report was given in High Court on January 2nd, and today a reply was filed by the district administration. Court has heavily reprimanded not just the municipal but also the district administration in this case. 3 petitions have been filed of the deaths that have happened and the cause of that, the carelessness on the government departments. Other than that, the court has also said that it is really surprising that the city that has been rated higher in cleanliness has now seen
Seem to have lost that link with Anvit, but we'll try and re-establish the connection. Remember, the High Court was hearing this matter, which is concerning the deaths of so many people because of contaminated drinking water in Bhagirathpura in Indore. We are now getting some more breaking news on the broadcast, which is to do with the same story which we are following up from various parts of the country. We're talking about water with froth, stink and contamination. And this is not from Yamuna, but straight from the taps in Delhi's Burari area. Residents are living with frothy, smelly water for almost a decade, we are told, and many no longer even open the taps to use the water. They open them just to discard it. This is the reality of a national capital area, which is Burari. Despite repeated complaints to the Delhi Jal Board, no solution has been provided. We are told families are now spending 5,000 to 6,000 rupees a month to get safe water at their houses. And this is the status of the national capital, remember.
In the backdrop of what has happened in Indore, due to the contaminated and sewage-filled water in the national capital, these are the fresh visuals of how the deterioration of the water quality is reaching to the residents' home in the national capital. This is the quality of water that you can see on your screens, and this water after some time also gets into the shape of a froth that we also find sometimes on the Yamuna river in the national capital. And this water quality has also turned little black, as in fact more water gets collected in this area of Burari. This is a Phoolbagh Palace area of the Burari, where this quality of water is reaching to the homes from the Delhi Jal Board pipelines. And residents are also in fact complaining to the authorities and all the departments that are concerned with this problem. As you can see in this area, the kind of water that has been reaching into the homes of the people has been continuously of a very contaminated quality.
तो यहाँ लगभग 100 से 150 कॉलोनी में सभी आरडब्ल्यूएस का अध्यक्ष बनाया हुआ हूँ। तो समस्या पूरे क्षेत्र में बनी हुई है बुराड़ी विधानसभा के अंदर, परंतु मेरा जो निवास स्थान है फूलबाग पैलेस के नाम से है, नियर नथुपुरा मोड़ के पास। तो यहाँ करीब 2500 लोगों की आबादी रह रही है, 2500 से 3000 लोग हैं हम। और हमारे जो एजुकेटिव इंजीनियर हैं, एक्शन है, उनका नाम है शेखर जी, जल बोर्ड में बुराड़ी अथॉरिटी बैठते हैं, उन्हें प्रॉपर ऑफिस मिली हुई है। उनको रिटर्न में लेटर में शिकायत दी है और मेल पे भी दिए और बरबली जाकर के दिए। 50-100 लोग बैठ करके बोल के आए। फिर वहाँ बोला एक विजेंद्र जेई हैं, इनसे बात करिए। विजेंद्र जेई से बात की गई, उन्होंने भी नहीं सुना। एक एजुकेटिव इंजीनियर है एई अभिषेक जी, तो कंप्लेंट में दिखाता हूँ कि रिटर्न में लेटर दिए हैं। ये जल बोर्ड को लेटर बनाया अपने लेटर हेड पर, और विधायक जी को भी ये लेटर बनाया हुआ है। ये कंप्लेंट नंबर है, इसमें जल बोर्ड की अथॉरिटी को बहुत बड़ी कंप्लेंट है जो रिटर्न में मिली हुई है। इस तरह की कंप्लेंट में नवंबर महीने से अब ये लिख करके शेखर जी को भी भेज रखा है, जो आजकल कोर्ट भी मानता है कि व्हाट्सएप के रिटर्न में जो एविडेंस होते हैं वो कोर्ट में। तो मैंने क्या है ईमेल डाल के मेल डाल के सब कुछ कर दिया। 3 बार रिमांडर देने के बाद अब मैं इस केस को ग्रीवेंस सेल में ले जाना चाह रहा हूं, और आपके माध्यम से चाहता हूं दिल्ली सरकार को ये समस्या पहुंचे।
This is a report that my colleague Simran Babbar has got for you. Remember, this is the national capital and the state of water supply in one of the areas in Delhi. So many complaints that fell on deaf ears as far as the Delhi Jal Board is concerned. A lot of answering needs to be done on that account, because there is documented proof that the residents of the area are showing on how there were so many complaints that were sent to the Delhi Jal Board of contaminated water that has been coming as part of the drinking water supply. And there were frothy water that they can't even use even to make tea. They need to boil the water out to remove the contamination if they have to go ahead and even prepare a basic thing as making chai or tea for that matter. And this was the complaint that was coming in from the residents. To top it, they are having to buy water. More than 6,000 rupees every month is spent by the residents in that area to bring in drinking water so that they are able to consume safe drinking water for themselves and their family members. And this is a situation not from any village in the country. This is the state of the national capital region here in India. I go into a very, very short break with that.
In a city that never sleeps, every decision matters. From roads to rains, from safety to services, every rupee counts. One alliance versus fractured opposition. Who will Mumbai choose? Ballot Maximum City. Complete coverage on CNN News 18. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Facing a separate case of a financial nature. Let me also get a quick word in from Major General K.K. Sinha, defense expert, joining us. Sir, your thoughts on the fact that one of these ex-Navy officers is still stuck in legal tangles in Qatar?
Good afternoon and Jai Hind. Out of the 8 officers who was involved into the Qatar, basically in spike charges, and because they were working for a Oman company, and they have got some charges and apprehensions of the Qataris, where of Israel port.
Pathankot police have arrested a 15-year-old minor for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, the ISI, for over a year. Police say the agency is attempting to recruit young children, prompting alerts across Punjab to stay vigilant as investigations continue. My colleague Tejinder Singh Sori is joining us with more on this. I don't have information. Tejinder Singh Sori will be with us. This is a story concerning how a 15-year-old minor has been arrested by Pathankot police for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, ISI. And what the police believe is that the Pakistani agency is trying to attempt to recruit young children now from bordering states. This has prompted an alert across the state of Punjab to stay vigilant. Tejinder Singh Sori is joining us. Tejinder, tell us more of what has been found out.
Yes, Shivani, it seems that Pakistan has adopted a new modus operandi wherein they have been luring young boys from Punjab and neighboring states to do espionage for Pakistan. This boy, who is said to be 15 years of age, has been allegedly sharing sensitive information with the Pakistani ISI. The police has arrested him. His questioning is right now going on. This is what the police has told us. They say that this minor, who is 15 years of age, his identity has not been disclosed as of now. They say that he has been sharing sensitive information related to India and the ISI handlers for the past 1 year. He has been collecting information about the movement of Indian Army, the installation, the very sensitive installations of the Indian Air Force, the Army locations in Pathankot and other areas. He has been arrested, and it is found that he has been sharing these sensitive information with the Pakistani handlers for more than a year. The Punjab police has said that they do believe that there are more young boys who could be providing the information to Pakistan about the movement of Indian Army, our locations. So more arrests are believed to take place in the coming days. Yes, Shivani.
All right, Tejinder, we'll leave it at that. I do thank you for joining us. Time for me to take your lead.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Pathankot police have arrested a 15-year-old minor for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, the ISI, for over a year. Police say the agency is attempting to recruit young children, prompting alerts across Punjab to stay vigilant as investigations continue. My colleague Tejinder Singh Sori is joining us with more on this. I don't have information. Tejinder Singh Sori will be with us. This is a story concerning how a 15-year-old minor has been arrested by Pathankot police for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, ISI. And what the police believe is that the Pakistani agency is trying to attempt to recruit young children now from bordering states. This has prompted an alert across the state of Punjab to stay vigilant. Tejinder Singh Sori is joining us. Tejinder, tell us more of what has been found out.
Yes, Shivani, it seems that Pakistan has adopted a new modus operandi wherein they have been luring young boys from Punjab and neighboring states to do espionage.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're watching CNN News 18. You're watching this broadcast with me, Poonam Burde. Let's get you started on this edition with the headlines. Madras High Court rejects state government's plea, orders for lamps to be lit at the Deepathoon, criticizes Stalin government's ruse for peace. DMK remains defiant despite strong comments from the High Court, says it will do whatever it needs to be done without allowing the Deepathoon. CBI sources tell CNN News 18 TVK Chief Vijay has been summoned for questioning in the Karur Stampede case, asked to appear before the agency in Delhi on 12th of January. Censor Board certification delay sparks court battle. Vijay's last film, Jananayagan, certificate is pending. DMK family movie certified to hit the screens in 2 days. After Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam were denied bail, anti-Modi chants raised by students' wing at JNU. BJP calls out anti-India mindset, tags protesters as urban Naxals. Top court rebukes air quality watchdog CAQM over Delhi's toxic air crisis. Court says air quality panel doesn't seem to be in a hurry to identify the causes or for the solution of pollution. Hindus in Bangladesh live in danger. Another Hindu killed, second such killing in just 24 hours. Is Yunus inaction emboldening Hindu hate? Top BNP leader makes a shocking statement, downplays killing of Hindus, calls it a small incident, says Muslims are being attacked in Bangladesh too. Worst fears come true after Indore outbreak. Karnataka, Gujarat, Odisha reel under water contamination crisis. Delhi enters the list as well. CNN News 18 investigation exposes the rot. Massive gas leak at ONGC well in Andhra's Konaseema triggers panic. Relief and rescue operations underway. Nearby villages evacuated. This is a CNN News 18 campaign. How often do we come across, especially motorcyclists, driving on the wrong side of the road? It's every few minutes in different parts of the country. But for the first time in Delhi, the police have registered an FIR for driving on the wrong side, becoming the first union territory in the country to do so. The FIR was registered on the 3rd of January. This happened at the Delhi Cantonment Police Station. The accused was a native of Uttar Pradesh's Shahjahanpur. He was said to be driving on the wrong side near the Hanuman Mandir red light. According to the police, the accused did not even have a driving license or insurance for his motorcycle. The FIR was registered against under Section 281 of the BNS, which deals with rash or negligent driving, which is bailable, which is why the accused was granted bail. Now, this may be the first FIR in Delhi, but it's not the first in the country. Many such FIRs have been filed in the rest of the country, but is that deterrent enough? Clearly not, because there are several people, especially bikers, that break this law every single minute. They choose to ride or drive on the wrong side just to save 2 minutes or less of their lives, to save less than a petrol or fuel. The price could be their own life or someone else's. From 2018 to 2023, the number of people dying because of wrong side driving went up by 8%. What's scary is that the total number of accidents didn't increase much, but the number of deaths did, which means these crashes happen more often now, they're more serious, and they're likely to claim some lives. So the question really is that should the punishment then be harsher? We are going to be opening our call lines here. The numbers are flashing at the bottom of your screens. Do call us and share your perspective with us, because this is a campaign that we are not going to let off here on CNN News 18. It may seem like a very small offence, wrong side driving, but it is one that is a choice that people make, which could endanger their own lives, could endanger n number of lives on the roads that they're out on. Is punishment that we already have under the BNS and the Motor Vehicles Act enough? Is that deterrent enough for people to stop driving on the wrong side? Do call us and share your views, because we intend to right this wrong. That is what we intend to do here on CNN News 18, and we'd like you, our viewer, to join in with this campaign, because the number of accidents that we see because of wrong side driving is only increasing. In 2023, the number of accidents because of wrong side driving were over 25,242 in just a single year. Now, that may seem like a large number, but if you look at all of the other crimes that take place and the lives that are lost because of that, or the accidents that take place, this is a big number. On an average, 69 wrong side driving accidents happen per day across the country. These are just accidents, mind you. There are some accidents that lead to deaths, either of the rider or of the driver or of the people that are caught in the crosshairs. The number of deaths that we saw because of rash driving, because of wrong side driving in 2023, that number was at 9,432, which means there were 26 deaths that were recorded every single day on an average in 2023 just due to wrong side driving. Why is it then people still decide that this was an okay thing to do? Maybe because the punishment is not harsh enough. Here are what the provisions in the law state. Under the BNS section, which is the latest one that has come out, section 281, up to 6 months in jail could be the punishment if you are found or booked under BNS 281, which happened in the case in Delhi as well. Or there is a fine of up to 1,000 rupees. What is 1,000 rupees? What is a bailable offence? Is that deterrent enough? Many would say no. The Motor Vehicles Act is another provision under which the law can be invoked against such wrong side drivers. For the first offence, you would be paying about 500 to 1,000 rupees. In Delhi, the fine is much higher. It's about 5,000 rupees in Delhi. That's just on your first attempt, on your first offence. If you are found repeatedly violating that particular law for wrong side driving, you could pay a fine up to 2,000 rupees for repeat offenders. But in Delhi, that fine could go up to 1,000 rupees. And yet, in Delhi, in the National Capital Region, we see several people that still drive on the wrong side, jeopardizing their own lives, jeopardizing the lives of all those who are out on the roads, all those bikers, all those cyclists, all those children and women and pedestrians that are out on the road. All of them are caught in these crosshairs because some people choose to save 2 minutes of their life just to endanger someone else's. So why exactly do we face this problem, and what is it that the agencies, that the traffic control police, that the Delhi police can actually do? Well, my colleague spoke with Additional Commissioner of Delhi Police Traffic here in the national capital. Listen in to what he had to say.
Like we have heard that Gurgaon police is registering a FIR against the rash and negligence driving. So in Delhi also, we have also initiated this thing. Till now, we have registered 3 FIRs. One in PS Vasant Kunj, one is PS Kapaseda, and one in PS Delhi Cant. Under 281 BNS. 281 BNS is basically a dangerous driving, endangering the life of the persons. So along with the other MV Acts, we have registered 3 FIRs. So it will be deterrent to the public that if they are driving that endangers the life of the others, then a FIR can also be registered. So we have initiated this drive and we have registered 3 FIRs, and the more action will be taken in the future.
Simran, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more details on this. Simran, this is the first such FIR that has been filed in Delhi, though we've seen several such FIRs in the rest of the country. But this is just the beginning, is what we can hope for, and that stringent action follows from here on. Because even in this case, because it's a bailable offence, even though there was an FIR filed, the driver, the motorcyclist in this case, got bailed quite immediately.
Well, absolutely. In that provision, in fact, what is also being said by the lawmakers and the authorities is there has to be some provision for the people who commit these kind of offences, and that is what it has been categorically said. When we have spoken to the, in fact, Additional Commissioner of Police of Traffic, Mr. Gautam has also said that what they have, in fact, said right now is a deterrent act. And under the section 281, person can, of course, apply for bail. There is 6 months of imprisonment and 1,000 rupees fine. Yes, the amount may be less, but at the same time, this is an initiative that has been given at large for the people to understand this is in fact endangering lives. Whenever you travel on a highway or on arterial roads, this has to be taken in cognizance that the kind of offence through which this act will result is going to be an FIR and not only just challans right now. And this is of course coming at the back of when Gurugram also had, the Gurugram police did a major announcement and said that they are also going to now slap FIRs on the commuters who are not going to be driving in the direction on which the road is. And in that same manner and fashion, Delhi police has also given a big jolt for the commuters and the violators rather who have been driving on the wrong side. And for the wrong side drivers, this is going to be largely a big action which will be initiated. And when we also listen to the statements that have come from the Delhi police, they are saying that there are many other such offences which are endangering lives of the other people on the road for the violators who are doing so. So more such actions like jumping the red light or even causing negligence could also be coming up given the kind of nature of that incident and that action. So there is of course a larger impact, and in regards to that as well, there is also going to be a larger follow-up in what such actions, not just the wrong driving, but what such actions on the road which will be constituted under this section of the BNS that is bailable.
Absolutely. Simran, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. We have several sections within the BNS and the Motor Vehicles Act, but is that deterrent enough? Because many would like to say that it's not, given the kind of accidents that we see on an everyday basis, given the instances that we see, each one of you, that we're out on the roads, whether we're driving, we're pedestrians, we see people drive in the opposite direction ever so often, be it small congested streets or the highways. There is no respite from this wrong side driving. Let's open this up on this broadcast. Kiran Bedi from IPS and former Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry joins us. Anurag Kulshrestha, road safety expert, is also with us, and advocate Sumit Chandar is also with us. But Kiran Bedi, let me begin by asking you, this FIR that has now been filed, it's the first in a union territory in the country that Delhi has just filed a couple of days ago. How do you see this FIR? Do you think this is just the beginning of what should be done in a city like Delhi, where we see wrong side driving happen pretty much every day, every nook and corner of the city?
It needs to be situational, and if it leads to these kinds of grave consequences, it does. But just situational. Every case stands by itself. But I do believe that it has to be certainty and surety of punishment, and some of the biggest punishment possible, so that it acts as a deterrent. Dar paida nahi hoga, to kaam nahi hoga. You have to create that fear and certainty of instant punishment. So number one is not only the arrest, but also because he gets bailed out very soon.
Exactly.
And therefore, it should be a very heavy penalty, both financial penalty and criminal liability.
Exactly. I was just going to get at that even though an FIR was filed, even though this rider was booked, he did get bail immediately because that's what the section of the law says. Then how do you get around that? I mean, is that deterrent enough? Because clearly we would like to believe it's not.
That's exactly the reason. But the point is, this is exactly case to case. I think there has to be an element of where the bail should be held back. But as I said, financial liability, financial fine should be so heavy that it really hurts you.
Why is there no deterrent of the law, the fear of the law, do you think? I mean, even fines, like you said, should be much higher. A 1,000 rupee fine or a 2,000 rupee fine is something that many people would not bat an eyelid before giving, or some would even go to courts and contest it.
Minimum detention for some months together in imprisonment and very heavy financial fine. So that means you have to go back to his sources of income and then see how does he get compensated. He must feel the financial pinch. So it's both ways, both custody and financial fine.
Kiran, do stay on with us. I want to get in the other two gentlemen in as well. Anurag Kulshrestha, we've seen the kind of accidents that take place. We've seen how deadly some of those accidents have been because of wrong side driving, be it bikes, be it cars, SUVs, even buses and trucks. Why is it that there is absolutely no deterrence on the roads across the country?
Well, Poonam, actually it's a matter of the poor traffic management till now. Like if you are doing some symbolic activities, like one-time challan and all, it's not a matter that we are not having the absolute laws, but absence of clarity is missing somewhere. Because if we are just doing the symbolic activities here and there once in a like a year or once in a month, then there must be a clear message to all. If we are doing this thing, then we will be get penalized. So, I do remember one very good example of Dr. Kiran Bedi also when she was in Puducherry, when she has started one movement against the helmet, and what has happened? The entire cabinet was against her. So such type of political atmosphere is required first, and then clarity of the laws, because we do have the laws, like we are having this as already mentioned 281 and even 106 is also there, under which if the fatality is there, then can be booked immediately. But it will be a clear message to the entire political sphere as well as all the police departments that yes, you have to book under this 281, and if fatality is there, then 106. And apart from this, there will be we are having one highways, then expressways, then divided arterial roads. So it must be banned everywhere, wrong side driving, and every road user who is doing the wrong side driving must be booked under 281.
Absolutely, but we don't see as many FIRs as challans we do see. But you did speak of campaigns by Kiran Bedi, which is why I want to bring her in as well and ask this. Sumit Chandra, I request your patience on this. Kiran Bedi, as far as these campaigns, the one that you undertook or many other campaigns that have been going on, do you think they've actually achieved anything? Maybe there is debate that is reignited, but beyond that, do you think something actually changes on ground?
Habits will not change unless there's a fear. Unless there's a heavy fear. No campaigns have worked much. It's just about information and awareness. I've not seen very heavy. So while we must continue to do campaigns as well, awareness as well, education as well, but we must have usko pata hona chahiye ki if I'm caught, my vehicle goes away, I'm barred from driving for months together, years together. I'm barred from a driving license, and his vehicle is confiscated. He's financially fined and also goes through imprisonment. Unless you make it all around, and that is certainty. That means within the same day, this should be delivered. It should be the same day dependent on. So, I think it should be almost be a summary trial. See, the moment you get into other kind of trial, it goes on and on. This could become a summary trial if the case is open and shut.
Sumit Chandra, would you agree? Is that the way forward to try and stop as many incidents as we see?
First of all, I must applaud CNN for taking this up as a campaign, because it rightfully, media being the fourth pillar of the Constitution, this campaign is, I think, a great initiative towards that. Second very good thing that has been done is Dr. Kiran Bedi is with us, who's at various phases of her life, including the time when she was an officer, the way she implemented her role as an officer. I think that's something, end of the day, always boils down to how well can you implement the laws which are already in existence. You may have a fine, you may increase the fine to whatever amount of money, but it does not matter till the time it finally gets implemented by the officers who are there on ground. And once the officers take action onto it, then it comes to the court. The courts also should proceed in a manner which is fast, so that justice happens and acts as a clear deterrent to all the offenders of traffic on the roads. I think it's a very, very need of the hour which CNN has taken up, and I hopefully this should wake up a lot of people in authority to do the needful.
Well, we really hope that that is the case, and we'll talk about what the provisions in the law are and what can be done. So I request all of you to stay on with us, because we're also open the call lines here on this broadcast. We want to know from our viewers across the country what they think should be done, should be the way forward. Ramaswamy from Chennai is calling us. So go ahead.
Good afternoon, madam. I'm Ramsamy from Chennai. I would like to say this wrong side driving is done by mostly educated city dwellers. Mostly they are two-wheeler riders. Victims are usually those who are riding on the correct side of the road. They wanted to accommodate this wrong side and the irresponsible driver, and they end up in accidents. And what we can call them as only as sophisticated barbarians who live in cities and drive on the wrong side of the road.
Absolutely. I mean, if educated people do not have the fear of the law, then who would, and what is really the hope for the country? That's really also something that to ponder on. Anurag Kulshrestha, this is something that's a concern. And like I said, I mean, it's everybody, no matter what vehicle you're driving, it's a two-wheeler, it's a four-wheeler, it's a truck, it's a bus. Everybody seems to be thinking that it's okay to drive on the wrong side. Kya hi ho jayega? That's really the kind of attitude that comes in, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Like already, if it's a common habit throughout India, it means that the management at the management level we are lacking somewhere we are lacking behind. So there must be a need first the proper traffic management, proper enforcement, and the proper political will to stop all these nonsenses in Noida and in Delhi also on each and every road. Almost in 90% case you will find this wrong side driving. So if it has become the habit, then how to change the habit perfectly? So first there will be a awareness campaign by the police completely on such few stretches. Okay, yes, it is banned completely. If you are doing this thing nonsenses, then you will be booked under this. And even if there is some crash is there or some causing the death also there, then the police must have booked under section 106 also. So if deterrent is not there, then definitely, as Kiran ma'am has described very well, कि डर होना चाहिए. डर किधर है और डर कैसे क्रिएट होगा? So first we have to work on that point. Then these deterrents works everywhere. And one thing, more importantly, like there was an amendment act, Motor Vehicle Amendment Act, and it has been applied in all throughout the nation at the other states also, all the states.
Correct.
But immediately, number of states has come forward that we will not follow that. So what is that nonsense? This is a political will first. They have to come forward that this is not like the taxes we are imposing on our public. This is the penalty which we are imposing to save the lives of the people.
Absolutely. I mean, if someone chooses to drive on the wrong side and endanger lives, then they should be penalized for it. But the fact of the matter is, Sumit Chandra, that the provisions in the law, be it the Motor Vehicles Act or the BNS now, don't seem to be enough. Do you think that there should be higher punishment for crimes like these? That there should be, that's the only way that we can stop these kind of wrong side drivings or rash driving? Because even now, the BNS section of 281 is for rash and negligent driving. There's no specific law as such, especially for wrong side driving.
Yes, you're right. So far as Section 281 BNS, but today we are talking about BNS came in 2023. This law, so far as rash and negligent driving is concerned, has been there in IPC also since many years under Section 279.
Yes.
But it is not about the law like I pointed out earlier. It is about the implementation of the law. Now, what can be done? You are right that, one person, of course, if somebody is just driving on the wrong side, it will only be covered under the Motor Vehicles Act, Section 184, which is a civil penalized issue. But what needs to be done possibly, if it is found that the negligence has been by the other person in the traffic accident, in such accident cases, what I feel can possibly be that the person who was on the wrong side should also be tried. If not much, but again, it leaves to the interpretation of the court for abetment under BNS of 45. Now, because if you read the section of BNS 45, which talks about abetment, it says wherever even the other person intentionally aids by any act for a wrong thing to be committed, that person should be held liable for abetment as well. Of course, these are the interpretations which the courts have to come up with. But I feel these needs to evolve with time so that accidents happen less, the people are more careful on the road and they take the laws more seriously on the roads.
Absolutely. I mean, it is about implementation. It's about the law. It's also about every single individual choosing and making that choice to not drive on the wrong side, to follow and abide by all the laws and rules that already exist. Sridhar is also joining us. He's calling in from Bengaluru, if I'm not mistaken. Sridhar, you had a point to make. Thank you so much for calling in.
Yes, I really appreciate what they're trying to look at and how to help people out by implementing the laws. At the same time, in the constructs of the roads and the traffic is such that there is no other artillery roads where they can go through and come out. So what is happening is at the end of every flyover end, they have to come back and find a way to go inside. So the service roads are not so well managed or built properly. One. Second thing is people are always in a hurry, and because of the traffic pressure, because Bangalore can understand it's traffic pressure and time to work. So there, at every end, every circle, there's a bus stop and there's an auto stand, and that blocks the traffic, which makes it more people to go on the wrong side or do something which is against the law, which is also not right. So these things, if they're small things, only when there are clean roads and not blocked junctions, then I think so people will also be happy to ride in the state road.
Well, that's of course, that's one way to look at it. That the onus lies, like I said, on everybody, on the courts, on the judiciary, on the law, on the enforcers of the law, and on individual riders and drivers. But Sridhar, thank you so much for joining us here and sharing your perspective. Anurag Kulshrestha, I want to ask you this, bringing that point up that one of our viewers brought up. Is the problem also with the way our cities and towns are planned? I mean, if the infrastructure is as bad, then maybe people are not choosing to make the wrong choice. Maybe they're forced to do it. Is that the case?
It's more than 100%. Every nook and corner and even every crossing, every roundabout, even in Delhi, it's basically designed or has been designed previously. It's a pro violation. Even I'm just taking an example of this Rail Bhavan crossings, Rail Bhavan roundabout in front of Parliament, and the ministry is there, and Shastri Bhavan is there, Press Club is there, everything is there. This is so badly, poorly designed. Every day there is a violation of drink and driving and wrong side driving, just because of the poor infrastructure, and these police persons are getting all challan of around 20 to 50 challans every day in the night. So we have raised this issue over there that this is a poor designing. If you are allowing the people to go into wrong direction, which is by design only. So first we have to focus on the design. As I already discussed, this is our entire infrastructure in entire India is a pro-violation based. Not even a single crossing, single road is designed to curb the violations.
So changes have to be made at every single level, and we really hope that the campaign that we've picked up here on CNN News 18 gathers that steam, and we do manage to get some change on ground for the betterment of our cities, of our people, of the entire country, because that's exactly what we need. Lesser accidents, lesser deaths on roads, our roads to be safer, and that's the campaign that we are running here on CNN News 18. But I have to leave it there. I thank you both gentlemen and Kiran Bedi for joining us on this edition. With that, it's time for a quick break on this edition, but news and updates will continue on the other side. Do stay tuned.
In a city that never sleeps, every decision matters. From roads to rains, from safety to services, every rupee counts. One alliance versus fractured opposition. Who will Mumbai choose? Ballot Maximum City. Complete coverage on CNN News 18. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Pathankot police have arrested a 15-year-old minor for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, the ISI, for over a year. Police say the agency is attempting to recruit young children, prompting alerts across Punjab to stay vigilant as investigations continue. My colleague Tejinder Singh Sori is joining us with more on this. I don't have information. Tejinder Singh Sori will be with us. This is a story concerning how a 15-year-old minor has been arrested by Pathankot police for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, ISI. And what the police believe is that the Pakistani agency is trying to attempt to recruit young children now from bordering states. This has prompted an alert across the state of Punjab to stay vigilant. Tejinder Singh Sori is joining us. Tejinder, tell us more of what has been found out.
Yes, Shivani, it seems that Pakistan has adopted a new modus operandi wherein they have been luring young boys from Punjab and neighboring states to do espionage for Pakistan. This boy, who is said to be 15 years of age, has been allegedly sharing sensitive information with the Pakistani ISI. The police has arrested him. His questioning is right now going on. This is what the police has told us. They say that this minor, who is 15 years of age, his identity has not been disclosed as of now. They say that he has been sharing sensitive information related to India and the ISI handlers for the past 1 year. He have been collecting information about the movement of Indian Army, the installation, the very sensitive installations of the Indian Air Force, the Army locations in Pathankot and other areas. He has been arrested, and it is found that he has been sharing these sensitive information with the Pakistani handlers for more than a year. The Punjab police has said that they do believe that there are more young boys who could be providing the information to Pakistan about the movement of Indian Army, our locations. So more arrests are believed to take place in the coming days. Yes, Shivani.
All right, Tejinder, we'll leave it at that. I do thank you for joining us. Time for me to take your lead.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Pathankot police have arrested a 15-year-old minor for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, the ISI, for over a year. Police say the agency is attempting to recruit young children, prompting alerts across Punjab to stay vigilant as investigations continue. My colleague Tejinder Singh Sori is joining us with more on this. I don't have information. Tejinder Singh Sori will be with us. This is a story concerning how a 15-year-old minor has been arrested by Pathankot police for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, ISI. And what the police believe is that the Pakistani agency is trying to attempt to recruit young children now from bordering states. This has prompted an alert across the state of Punjab to stay vigilant. Tejinder Singh Sori is joining us. Tejinder, tell us more of what has been found out.
Yes, Shivani, it seems that Pakistan has adopted a new modus operandi wherein they have been luring young boys from Punjab and neighboring states to do espionage for Pakistan. This boy, who is said to be 15 years of age, has been allegedly sharing sensitive information with the Pakistani ISI. The police has arrested him. His questioning is right now going on. This is what the police has told us. They say that this minor, who is 15 years of age, his identity has not been disclosed as of now. They say that he has been sharing sensitive information related to India and the ISI handlers for the past 1 year. He have been collecting information about the movement of Indian Army, the installation, the very sensitive installations of the Indian Air Force, the Army locations in Pathankot and other areas. He has been arrested, and it is found that he has been sharing these sensitive information with the Pakistani handlers for more than a year. The Punjab police has said that they do believe that there are more...
Thank you so much for staying with us. We have some breaking news that's now coming in. Congress leader and former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Prithviraj Chavan, has now made a comment that's deemed controversial by the BJP at least, highlighting the tariff pressure from the United States on India. He says, will something like what happened in Venezuela happen in India as well? Will Mr. Trump kidnap our Prime Minister? Is a question Prithviraj Chavan had to ask.
50% टैरिफ से कोई व्यापार संभव नहीं है. यानी एक तरह से उन्होंने अमेरिका भारत का व्यापार पर विशेषकर भारत से जो माल निर्यात होता है उसको बंद कर दिया है, टैरिफ लगाकर बंद कर दिया है, क्योंकि हम डायरेक्ट बंद नहीं कर सकते, इसलिए टैरिफ का इस्तेमाल किया है। सिर्फ टैरिफ से कोई फ़र्क पड़ने वाला नहीं है, और 50% लगा दें, व्यापार तो पहले से ही बंद है, निर्यात तो हो नहीं रहा है, हो ही नहीं सकता। तो अब सवाल ये कि क्या जो वेनेजुएला में हुआ इस तरह से कुछ होगा क्या भारत में, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री को किडनैप करके ट्रंप साहब ले जाएंगे क्या? अब वही बात बची है बस।
कभी समाजवादी पार्टी भारत की तुलना बांग्लादेश, नेपाल, श्रीलंका से करती है, कभी कांग्रेस पार्टी के लोग बोलते हैं जो बांग्लादेश में वो भारत में हो जाए, कभी वो कामना करते हैं, दुआ करते हैं कि यहाँ के युवा भी लाठी डंडे उठा ले, हिंसा करे। और अब तो वेनेजुएला से तुलना करने की आदत बन चुकी है। सुरेंद्र राजपूत हो, पृथ्वीराज चव्हाण हो, और इस प्रकार का घटिया ओछा बयान, मतलब कि एक व्यक्ति का विरोध करते करते देश के लोकतंत्र का विरोध, देश की नीतियों का विरोध, देश का विरोध करना, और इस प्रकार की कामना, इस प्रकार की दुआ मांगना। भारत की स्टेट के खिलाफ राहुल गांधी बोलते हैं हम लड़ रहे हैं, तो राहुल गांधी से ही प्रेरणा पाते हुए सेना पर, सनातन पर और स्टेट पर भी सवाल खड़े करने का काम पृथ्वीराज चव्हाण कर रहे हैं।
Yasha, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more perspective. Yasha, the kind of comments that Prithviraj Chauhan has made in the recent past have only triggered controversy, isn't it? The last time around too, we didn't have anyone from the Congress come out and back him. Is this another one of those comments?
Absolutely. In fact, over the last couple of weeks, we've seen how Prithviraj Chauhan has been, in the center of controversies with several controversial statements. In fact, for the statement that he made last time as well was questionable, and which is where no one from the Congress supported him. This time, we've in fact heard the statement that has been made by Prithviraj Chauhan, wherein he's gone ahead to, in fact, question the stance of India with the US also going parallel, saying that would India also be heading the Venezuela route. So that is the kind of statement that is coming from Prithviraj Chauhan. When you compare this to last time, the statement that he had made was in fact questioning the whole Pahalgam attack and Operation Sindoor. This was also something that was questioned on a larger front by the BJP and several other parties. However, on the other hand, be it Congress or the alliance partners, none of them really spoke out either in favor or against Prithviraj Chauhan, and which is why we've seen that this very statement that comes in again is questioning the stance that's been put forth by Prithviraj Chauhan, because here he's spoken about the tariff that has been imposed by US, in questioning the friendship between the leaders of both the countries, and also stating that this is just a way to ensure that that US could cut off from India, or for that matter run the Venezuela route. So clearly several controversial statements coming in from Prithviraj Chauhan, and however, when it comes to such statements, when it comes to the statement which was of Operation Sindoor, he said it was misconstrued. It was not the statement that really he was emphasizing at. But on the other hand, now when it comes to this very statement that he's made, there's been no clarification so far from him or from the Congress party. Yes.
And what about reactions coming in from Maharashtra BJP or other alliance partners of the NDA there? So far, we haven't heard much from anyone within Maharashtra to the kind of comments that are coming in.
So yes, when we speak of this very statement of Prithviraj Chauhan, we've not seen leaders from Maharashtra also speak much about this as well. Of course, Prithviraj Chauhan has time and again made several controversial statements. This, of course, where he's gone ahead to speak about India's stance over tariff imposition by the US. But on this very front, we've not seen leaders from either of the alliance partners really speaking much about the same. Yes.
Right, Yasha, do keep a track of how it unfolds from here. But for the moment, thank you so much.
The Hindus are facing an existential crisis. On ground zero, the fear is palpable. I'm a chronicler of tragedies foretold.
Bangladesh's duplicity has been exposed once again. On one hand, targeted attacks against Hindus in the country continue unabated. On the other, the Yunus-led government appears more focused on banning IPL broadcasting there rather than taking action for all the lives that have been lost. In yet another targeted attack on Bangladeshi Hindus, a second such case has come to the fore within just the last 24 hours. Sarat Chakrabarti Mani was brutally assaulted with sharp weapons. He later succumbed to his injuries. This follows the killing of Rana Pratap Bairagi, who was shot dead on the 5th of January. But Bangladesh is focused on banning IPL broadcasting following the BCCI's removal of Mustafizur Rahman from KKR. Shocking reactions, meanwhile, continue to trickle in because it looks like there's a complete Islamist takeover in Bangladesh. BNP secretary has come out and, while speaking to CNN News 18, called these instances of killing of Hindus small incidents. He says even Muslims are being killed in Bangladesh. Why make such a big deal out of it? He added that there is absolutely no issue about cricket really, but it looks like the Yunus administration feels differently.
Talk about India a bit, because I remember at the janaza of Begum Khalida Zia, message we wanted to send out is that we want to have good relationships with Bangladesh. But do you see a dip in the relationship between India and Bangladesh? Especially, for example, the cricket match being called off, not having IPL in Kolkata. You know, Bangladesh.
I think these are not very serious aspects about the relationship between India and Bangladesh. These are, I think, these are the manifesto of the misunderstandings between the two countries, two nations. But the attendance of the the Foreign Affairs Vijay Shankar, that is a real game changer, I think, that can change the relationship between Bangladesh and India. We expect that India will definitely understand, has understood already, that it's not only one party, there is an Awami League which they should depend on, and that party is no more liked by the people of the country, and they have been driven out. So India should come forward with new their policy.
The whole issue about Hindus being targeted in Bangladesh, that's become a big political issue back home in India, and I think that's the reason why this whole cricket thing.
I think this is a totally misinformation. This information being, it is. I don't know the Indian media, why are they doing it? In Bangladesh, in fact, very few incidents have happened after the 5th August. There in the beginning there were few incidents, but after that there was no such incident. Only recently, one individual, he was in the worker in a workshop, and
Tipu Chandra Das, Khokon Das, then that's some more person, a woman being gang raped.
I tell you, these are not political issues. Every day, a lot of Muslims are also being killed. A lot of Muslims are also being, Muslim women are being gang raped or raped. So you cannot make it like Hindus or Muslims. This is the overall scenario of the law and situation of the country.
I see largely over here, this is called the Jagannath Hall, right? So you have students who belong to, say, Hindus, Muslims, all Hindus and Christians, all of them living together.
Buddhist also.
Buddhist also. Outside this is a different world. There are unfortunate stories which come out of minorities being targeted. Does that bother you as a student?
As a student, I feel really unsafe because nowadays there are some extremist people who are actually very extreme to the religion, like Hindus. And this is really very threatens for us, and we're feeling very nervous in this country. And that's why most of the students in our hall are trying to go abroad, because current situation is not like that to stay in this country. So that's why I think I will go abroad also.
Yeah. Where do you want to go?
I want to go like some European countries.
Do you feel alienated over here, or you're fine?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine.
But you do hear stories about people being targeted, whether they're Christians or whether they're Hindus. Does that upset you?
I actually don't have any knowledge about that, so I feel safe here.
Because you're inside this hall over here?
Yeah.
Outside, would you feel safe?
Sometimes I feel alienated, so as I'm a Christian, that's okay. But inside hall, I'm safe.
Well, reports are suggesting that there is massive fear factor among Hindus ahead of assembly elections, ahead of national elections there in Bangladesh. A delegation of Hindu community met with BNP's Tariq Rahman. We are getting details of what exactly transpired in that meeting, because the Hindu community is now seeking protection given the number of instances that are only rising in Bangladesh across different cities, where we're seeing attacks, targeted ones at that, killings of Hindus specifically. Pallavi, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more details on this. Pallavi, what more can you tell us? What did this Hindu community delegation tell the BNP?
So there are two things we have. There have been a couple of meetings. In fact, there was a meeting short time back also at the Adi Dhakeshwari temple, which is the biggest temple of Dhaka. Over there, the Hindu, Christian, Buddhist Unity Council meeting was held. But before that, they've had two important meetings. One was, of course, with the Election Commission of Bangladesh, which is conducting the elections on 12 February, asking them to provide security to each and every minority so that they can go and cast their vote. However, they were not given a complete assurance. That's what they're claiming. They are saying that we do not have adequate police force. The bigger worry over here is in the interiors of Bangladesh, in the villages. How do you ensure police protection? There's a fear factor there. The second is they also had a meeting with the BNP's acting chairperson, Tariq Rahman, and they told him that, we are really worried. And we are worried because, one, we are being perceived as being pro-Awami League, which is absolutely unfair, because every Hindu voter in Bangladesh need not necessarily be pro-Awami League. We only want the welfare of our community. What they told me is that the BNP active chairperson was very much silent. He did not give them any kind of an assurance. So the reality on the ground is a massive fear factor. One section believes that it's best to boycott the elections because it's going to be extremely violent. They're going to be stopped from casting their vote in a very judicious manner. But the other section feel that if we boycott it, we are going to send out a wrong message where the Jamaat will think that we are pro-Awamis, and that's the reason why we are boycotting the election. But there is a real concern, there is a real worry. They say that systematically, you would have noticed that there have been 11 murders of Hindus in the last 2 weeks, which is a very, very unprecedented. They are saying it's also unprecedented the way they are being killed. First, hacked to death, and second, being set on fire. This is also something which has never ever happened in Bangladesh, which is why they're extremely worried about the fact that these elections are going to hurt the minorities, and they really don't know what to do because they have not been assured any kind of a police protection.
But this is a demand that's coming in from the community. But when you have reactions coming in from the Yunus administration, where they call this a media exaggeration, or the BNP leader that you spoke with who said that these are small instances, what is the hope for the Hindu community that anything will change?
They have no hope, frankly speaking, because they are saying that even if you want to dismiss it off at professional rivalry, why do you need to kill anyone for that? It's now become easier to kill and target someone if you are a Hindu. Like they gave the example of Deepu Chandra Das. He was promoted from being one of the workers at the factory to becoming a supervisor. And yes, many of the Hindus, many of the Muslim workers in that factory were upset that a Hindu had been made a supervisor. Yes, there was a professional rivalry, but you don't kill anyone for that. But they did that. So that's their concern, that just because you have a problem now, you go and kill them off. He also gave me another example, and we were talking about the heads of the mathematics department in Dhaka University. For 2 whole months after the student uprising, he could not step out of his house. He has stepped out, he's resumed charge, but even as the head of the mathematics department, Mr. Poddar is not allowed to take any classes. So whether it's a top position of judiciary, whether it's on the education department or universities are concerned, no Hindu finds their place. I remember when I came here around a year back, Poonam, the head of the Dhaka University department, philosophy department, his head was shaved off, black ink was thrown on his face, and he was asked to resign. This is the kind of fear factor where they feel that in all important positions, Hindus will never be given that position anymore.
Right. And that fear is very clear and present in Bangladesh for the entire community. Pallavi, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. Let's listen into some more reactions.
On an issue about Hindus being attacked in Bangladesh, do you want to say something on that?
বাংলাদেশে আমাদের এই দেশকে আমরা এইভাবে মনে করি, আমাদের আমিরে জামাত ডাক্তার শফিকুর রহমান সাহেব এটা বলেছেন যে এখানে মেজরিটি বা মাইনরিটি আমরা এই পরিচয় আমরা নাই। আমাদের পরিচয় হচ্ছে আমরা সবাই এদেশের নাগরিক, এবং এদেশের নাগরিক হিসেবে আমরা সবাইকে সম্মান এবং মর্যাদা দিতে চাই, এবং আমরা আমাদের অন্যান্য ধর্মের হিন্দু আছেন, বৌদ্ধ আছেন, খ্রিস্টান, এই তো সাধারণত এই তিনটি, মুসলমান সহ এই তিনটি জাতির বা ধর্মের লোকই বাংলাদেশে আছেন সর্বোচ্চ সংখ্যক। আমরা সবাইকেই সম্মান এবং মর্যাদার দৃষ্টিতে দেখি। একজন নাগরিক হিসাবে তিনি তার অধিকার ভোগ করবেন, তিনি তার দায়িত্ব পালন করবেন, তিনি দেশকে ভালোবাসেন, তিনি দেশের জন্য তিনি কাজ করেন। আমাদের অবস্থান থেকে আমরা এই ধরনের কোনো ডিসক্রিমিনেশন, যেটাকে বলা হয় যে তার ধর্মের কারণে, তার ফেইথের কারণে আমরা কাউকে অসম্মান মর্যাদা করতে চাই না, বরং তার নাগরিক হিসাবে, একটা দেশের মানুষ হিসেবে তার সমস্ত সম্মান মর্যাদা তিনি পাবেন, তিনি সেই দায়িত্বটি পালন করবেন। আমরা আমাদের ভাই বোনদের মতো যে ধরনের ব্যবহার করি আমরা মনে করি তারও আমাদের ভাই এবং বোনেরা।
Last question again. Deepu Chandra Das, Khokon Das, ওদের murder যেটা হয়েছে. That is why people feel that, why are Hindus being targeted in West Bengal? In Bangladesh. And it's become a political issue. It is something which can have an impact on the image of Bangladesh. Would you want to put that record straight also?
এই ধরনের ঘটনা যেগুলো ঘটেছে, এই ধরনের ঘটনা কোনোটাই রাজনৈতিক দৃষ্টিভঙ্গিতে হয় না, অথবা এই যে অন্য ধর্মের কারণে তাকে হত্যা করেছে, বিষয়টি এমন নয়। এটা কিছু সামাজিক অস্থিরতার কারণে হয়েছে, এলাকাতে কোনো বিরোধ ছিল, এই ধরনের কিছু হয়েছে, এবং এই সমস্ত ঘটনাগুলোকে আমরা তাৎক্ষণিকভাবে কন্ডেম করেছি। বিশেষ করে যে এগুলাতে অন্যায়ভাবে এই যে মব সৃষ্টি করে কিছুকে কোনো সময় ঘটনাগুলো ঘটেছে, আমরা বলেছি যে কোনো অবস্থায় আইন হাতে তুলে নেওয়া যাবে না। যেহেতু আইনের শাসন বাংলাদেশে আছে, আইন শৃঙ্খলা বাহিনী আছে, কোর্ট আছে, এখানে কোর্ট এবং সংশ্লিষ্ট আইন শৃঙ্খলা বাহিনী বিষয়গুলো দেখবে। আমরা এগুলোকে কন্ডেম করেছি, এগুলোকে আমরা কোনো অবস্থায় এলাও করি না, এবং এগুলো যাতে না হয় আমরা সরকারকে, সংশ্লিষ্ট আইন শৃঙ্খলা বাহিনী যারা আছে তাদেরকে আমরা দৃষ্টি আকর্ষণ করেছি। এগুলা আমাদের দৃষ্টিতে এগুলা বিচ্ছিন্ন ঘটনা, এগুলো যাতে না ঘটে এই ব্যাপারে আমরা সবাই অত্যন্ত সচেতন আছি।
The Hindus are facing an existential crisis. On ground zero, the fear is palpable. I'm a chronicler of tragedies foretold.
After Omar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam were denied bail by the Supreme Court, anti-Modi slogans were raised inside the Jawaharlal Nehru University by left-wing students. 30 to 40 students were present when these slogans were raised in the backdrop of essay denying that bail to the riots accused. BJP has now slammed the opposition after these chants, calling them anti-India bunch of urban naxals. This is not a protest, says the BJP. This is appropriation of an anti-India narrative.
ये वही वामपंथी विचारधारा है जो हर बार देश विरोधी ताकतों के साथ खड़ा होती है। ये कल की बात नहीं है, ये आप पिछले किताब के पन्ने जब खोलेंगे तो हर बार आप देखेंगे कि देश विरोधी जितने भी शर्जील इमाम और उमर खालिद, वो भी तो यहीं से निकले हुए हैं। तो कल सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जब इनकी बेल को डिनाई किया, तो जहाँ तक मुझे लगता है कि किसी भी न्यायपालिका में सरकार का हस्तक्षेप नहीं होता है, लेकिन इन वामपंथियों को लगता है कि शर्जील इमाम और उमर खालिद जैसे देश विरोधी ताकतों को अगर बेल नहीं दिया गया तो गवर्नमेंट की वजह से, उसके विरोध में लोग मोदी शाह और जो भी हैं अपने गवर्नमेंट के में अभी सत्ता में, उनके खिलाफ इन्होंने नारेबाजी किया है। कल यही है, तो आज उस दौर में हैं हम जहाँ नया भारत है, धर्म अलग हो सकता है लेकिन न्याय सबको समान मिलेगा।
ऐसे नारे जेएनयू में आजकल लगना आम बात हो गई है। 2016 में ये नारा लगा था, एवीपी आरएसएस की कबर खुदने की बात कर रहे हैं। ये वही एवीपी है या आरएसएस है जिसके 60 लाख से ज़्यादा मेंबर्स हैं? क्या वो उन 60 लाख लोगों की कबर खोदने की बात कर रहे हैं, या फिर ये जो आरएसएस के जो लाखों करोड़ों स्वयं सेवक हैं ये उनकी कबर खोदने की बात कर रहे हैं? और उसी के साथ में एक न्यूयॉर्क से एक मेयर के द्वारा लेटर लिखा जाता है उस टेररिस्ट को, उस आतंकवादी को, कि उसकी रिहाई की जाए। पर भारत का जो संविधान है, भारत जो राष्ट्र है वो सॉवरेन है, वो किसी के दबाव या उसके निर्णय किसी के दबाव में नहीं चलते, वो अपने निर्णय खुद बनाता है, खुद की कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से चलाता है।
Ananya, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more perspective. Ananya, you were at the JNU University just a short while ago, from where these chants came out yesterday after the Supreme Court's verdict. But what is the JNU's response to this entire thing? Legally speaking as well, what is the next step?
Well, absolutely. The JNU administration has strongly acted against such acts that have occurred inside the university campus, though it's not a new thing. As far as the Jawaharlal Nehru University is concerned, it's a hotbed of controversies. It has always remained under the controversy where, such kind of slogans are raised, whether it's the 2016 issue where the Tukre Tukre gang term was actually formed, where Afzal Guru was actually praised, or you talk about, the incident that happened in 2020, 4th January, where slogans were raised against India. And now finally, again, certain similar slogans were actually raised against the Prime Minister and the Home Minister as well. So very clearly, the JNU administration has taken this very, very seriously. The JNU Chief Security Officer has written to Vasant Kunj North Police Station to register a FIR against the people who were actually involved into this particular act. And in fact, the JNU administration has also issued a statement strictly saying that such kind of facts are not warranted in our, in the JNU campus, and it's against the JNU Code of Conduct. Not only that, they also go on to say that these slogans are in direct contempt of the Supreme Court of India, and hence a strict action should be taken against these particular students as well.
Right, Ananya, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. Politically, this has become a hot potato, so to say. Let's listen into some more reactions.
बात जेएनयू की नहीं है, ये कुछ लोग हैं जो इस प्रकार के देश विरोधी नारे, धर्म विरोधी नारे लगाना, ये अफजल गुरु के लिए भी नारे लगाते हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसलों के खिलाफ भी नारे लगाते हैं, आतंकवादियों के समर्थन में नारे लगाते हैं, नक्सलवादियों के समर्थन में नारे लगाते हैं, लेकिन कुल मिला के इनके नारे केवल नारों तक ही बचे हैं। जहां नक्सलवादी होते थे वहां नक्सलवादी खत्म हो गए हैं, जहां आतंकवादी होते थे वहां आतंकवादी खत्म हो गए हैं, और दिल्ली के दंगाइयों पर, दिल्ली में जिन लोगों ने दिल्ली के खिलाफ साजिश रची, उनके खिलाफ सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला आ गया है। तो इनकी छटपटाहट है और देश के दुश्मन ये जो सपोले हैं इनका सिर कुचला जा रहा है, इसलिए ये बिलबिला रहे हैं।
Anybody has a right to protest against any court judgment. You're most welcome to do that. But I don't think use of words like qabr and all are acceptable. These are students. They have their right to protest. If they feel that whoever are the two people who have not been given bail, they should be getting bail. And large number of other people also feel the same. It's not a comment on whether they are innocent or not. But using this kind of language is particularly objectionable. In fact, Congress has always stood for the fact that in public discourse, we must temper our language. We can be critical, you can criticize people, but there is a way and manner in which you put in whatever emotions you have into words.
That's all we could pack in for you in this edition, but a reminder for our viewers, now you have a sharper lens on the world, the benchmark of global journalism. From wars to world politics, all delivered with authority and perspective. This is CNN Edge here on CNN News 18.
In a city that never sleeps, every decision matters. From roads to rains, from safety to services, every rupee counts. One alliance versus fractured opposition. Who will Mumbai choose? Ballot Maximum City. Complete coverage on CNN News 18. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Pathankot police have arrested a 15-year-old minor for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, the ISI, for over a year. Police say the agency is attempting to recruit young children, prompting alerts across Punjab to stay vigilant as investigations continue. My colleague Tejinder Singh Sori is joining us with more on this. I don't have information. Tejinder Singh Sodi will be with us. This is a story concerning how a 15-year-old minor has been arrested by Pathankot police for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, ISI. And what the police believe is that the Pakistani agency is trying to attempt to recruit young children now from bordering states. This has prompted an alert across the state of Punjab to stay vigilant. Tejinder Singh Sori is joining us. Tejinder, tell us more of what has been found out.
Yes, Shivani, it seems that Pakistan has adopted a new modus operandi wherein they have been luring young boys from Punjab and neighboring states to do espionage for Pakistan. This boy, who is said to be 15 years of age, has been allegedly sharing sensitive information with the Pakistani ISI. The police has arrested him. His questioning is right now going on. This is what the police has told us. They say that this minor, who is 15 years of age, his identity has not been disclosed as of now. They say that he has been sharing sensitive information to India and the ISI handlers for the past 1 year. He have been collecting information about the movement of Indian Army, the installation, the very sensitive installations of the Indian Air Force, the Army locations in Pathankot and other areas. He has been arrested, and it is found that he has been sharing these sensitive information with the Pakistani handlers for more than a year. The Punjab police has said that they do believe that there are more young boys who could be providing the information to Pakistan about the movement of Indian Army, our locations. So more arrests are believed to take place in the coming days. Yes, Shivani.
All right, Tejinder, we'll leave it at that. I do thank you for joining us. Time for me to take your leave.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Pathankot police have arrested a 15-year-old minor for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, the ISI, for over a year. Police say the agency is attempting to recruit young children, prompting alerts across Punjab to stay vigilant as investigations continue. My colleague Tejinder Singh Sori is joining us with more on this. I don't have information. Tejinder Singh Sori will be with us. This is a story concerning how a 15-year-old minor has been arrested by Pathankot police for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, ISI. And what the police believe is that the Pakistani agency is trying to attempt to recruit young children now from bordering states. This has prompted an alert across the state of Punjab to stay vigilant. Tejinder Singh Sori is joining us. Tejinder, tell us more of what has been found out.
Yes, Shivani, it seems that Pakistan has adopted a new modus operandi wherein they have been luring young boys from Punjab and neighboring states to do espionage for Pakistan. This boy, who is said to be 15 years of age, has been allegedly sharing sensitive information with the Pakistani ISI. The police has arrested him. His questioning is right now going on. This is what the police has told us. They say that this minor, who is 15 years of age, his identity has not been disclosed as of now. They say that he has been sharing sensitive information to India and the ISI handlers for the past 1 year. He have been collecting information about the movement of Indian Army, the installation, the very sensitive installations of the Indian Air Force, the Army locations in Pathankot and other areas. He has been arrested, and
Good evening and a warm welcome. You're watching The Nation at 5 with me, Griha Atul. Let's now take a look at the headlines. Madras High Court rejects state government's plea. Orders for lamp to be lit at Deepathon, criticizes the Stalin government. DMK remains defiant despite sinker from the High Court, says it will do whatever needs to be done but won't allow the lighting of the Deepam. After being summoned by the CBI in the Karur stampede case, Vijay faces further setback as his final film faces charge of hurting religious sentiments. Court seeks censor board response. After Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam were denied bail, anti-Modi chants raised at Jawaharlal Nehru University by left. BJP calls out anti-India mindset, tags protesters as urban Naxals. Former Maharashtra Chief Minister Prithviraj Chavan makes bizarre statement yet again. Claims Venezuela rerun possible in India. Shockingly asks, will Trump kidnap Prime Minister Modi as well? Top BNP leader makes a shocking statement, downplays the killing of Hindus in Bangladesh, calls it a small incident, also says Muslims are being attacked too. Worst fears come true after Indore outbreak. Now Karnataka, Gujarat and Odisha reel under water contamination crisis. News 18 investigation exposes the rot. Also, top court rebukes air quality watchdog CAQM over Delhi's toxic air crisis. Court says air quality panel doesn't seem to be in any hurry to identify the causes or solutions to the pollution. Massive gas leak at ONGC well in Andhra's Konasima triggers panic. Relief and rescue operations underway. Nearby villages evacuated. And on to our top focus story. The Madurai bench of the Madras High Court has upheld the single judge's order directing the lighting of the Kartikai Deepam at the stone pillar atop Tamil Nadu's Tirupurakundaram hill in the city, bringing a closure to a long-standing and contentious issue. CNN News 18 has also accessed the Madras High Court order on the Deepam Rao. The court observed that the district administration ought to have treated this issue as an opportunity to bridge the gap between communities through mediation. It's also further held that since the hill is a protected site, any activity carried out at top must strictly comply with the provisions of the Act, clarifying that the lamp may be lit. The court noted that public access to the ceremony will be restricted and will be subject to the consultation with the Archaeological Survey of India, since this is a protected monument. Meanwhile, war of words is escalated, with the BJP stating that the DMK is exposed. DMK now has gone on to further accuse the BJP of communal politics. Now, Tamil Nadu government is set to move the Supreme Court to challenge the Madurai bench order.
It is not a mere coincidence that the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Mr. M.K. Stalin, his son, Mr. Udayanidhi, and other senior leaders of the DMK have consistently attacked Sanatan Dharam. Mr. Udayanidhi made an audacious and reprehensible demand for the eradication of Sanatan Dharam itself. And therefore the devotees went to the court for justice, and justice was delivered.
ஒரு இடத்திலே ஒரு சம்பவம் நடக்க வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால், அந்த தீபத்தூணிலே தீபம் ஏற்ற வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால், நீதி அரசர்கள் இதற்கு முன்னாலே அங்கே தீபம் ஏற்றி இருக்கிறார்கள், அதற்கான ஆதாரங்கள் இருக்கிறது என்பதை கண்டறிந்து அந்த ஆதாரங்களுடைய அடிப்படையிலே நாங்கள் இன்றைக்கு அனுமதி தருகிறோம் என்று சொல்ல வேண்டும். ஆனால் எந்த விதமான ஆதாரங்களும் கிடையாது. இன்றைக்கு பெருந்தலைவர் காமராஜர் ஆட்சி நடந்தது, ராஜாஜி மூதறிஞர் ராஜாஜியினுடைய ஆட்சி நடந்தது, புரட்சித் தலைவர் எம்ஜிஆர் ஆட்சி நடந்தது, அதே போல ஜெயலலிதா அம்மையாருடைய ஆட்சி நடந்தது, தலைவர் கலைஞருடைய ஆட்சி நடந்தது, இப்படி பல்வேறு ஆட்சிகள் நடந்தன. எந்த காலகட்டத்திலும் யாருமே தீபத்தூணிலே நாங்கள் தீபம் ஏற்ற வேண்டும் என்கின்ற அந்த கோரிக்கைக்கு வரவில்லை. ஜெயலலிதா அம்மையாருடைய ஆட்சி காலத்திலே வந்தபோது அதை எதிர்த்து அங்கே கூடாது, நாங்கள் அனுமதிக்க மாட்டோம் என்கின்ற கருத்தை தான் சொன்னார்கள். ஆனால் இன்றைக்கு நீதியரசர்கள் இங்கே இப்படி ஒரு கோரிக்கை எங்களுக்கு வந்திருக்கிறது, எனவே அதன் அடிப்படையிலே திருப்பரங்குன்றத்துடைய மலை அந்த தூணிலே நீங்கள் தீபம் ஏற்ற அனுமதிக்க வேண்டும் என்கின்ற உத்தரவை தந்திருப்பது முழுக்க இன்றைக்கு நீதித்துறையை நாம் என்னவென்று சொல்ல முடியாது, அதை களங்கப்படுத்தவும் முடியாது. ஆனால் அது ஒரு சட்டத்துக்கு முரண்பாடான ஒரு செயல் என்கின்ற காரணத்தை அடிப்படையாக வைத்து நாங்கள் உச்ச நீதிமன்றத்திலே வழக்கு தொடர எங்களுக்கு முழு உரிமையும் உண்டு.
Once again, the High Court has upheld the single judge order in the Deepathoon case, in the Kartikai Deepam case, and this is a huge slap for the DMK government. It is a huge win for the Hindu Astha, for the Hindu devotees who the DMK government lathi charged, abused and insulted. The court has come down heavily on the DMK government, saying that it made an imaginary ghost of a law and order issue, this double standards, this hatred for Hindu Astha. And we have seen that an impeachment motion was brought against the single judge, and how he was targeted. And it was targeted by Samajwadi Party, by Congress Party, by DMK, by Uddhav Sena. Today they must answer that they were all hand in glove in attacking Hindu Astha, but Hindu Astha has prevailed.
Let me take this across to my colleague Ananya, who's joining us live on the broadcast. Ananya, this favourable verdict for the petitioner that is coming in from the Madras High Court, the Madurai bench order has been upheld by the Madras High Court, was not without an observation, particularly scathing one for the DMK government, where the court claimed that the government in the state went on to make what it has termed an imaginary ghost out of a law and order problem, or what the state has claimed this to be. How is the DMK going to skirt every kind of scathing criticism that has come its way by the court as it progresses with the case and bringing it up to the apex court of the country?
Well, absolutely. In fact, it's a big blow to the DMK government that's come in from the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court. It's a division bench that has upheld the order of the single judge, Justice G.R. Swaminathan. Not only has the court slammed the DMK government for choosing to say the whole law and order situation as an imaginary ghost, but also saying that there were kind of pressures being mounted on the judiciary as well, because we saw how there was an impeachment motion that was about to be moved against Justice G.R. Swaminathan, who had penned down that single judge verdict as far as the Deepathon is concerned. Not only that, the court has also gone on to say that the state has failed in its duty to maintain the law and order situation. It could have very well done that. It could have maintained that the Deepam is lit by the Devasthanam people, and the devotees can actually remain near the foothill but not at the exact place, and that could have been managed by the state administration. However, the same could not be done. In fact, the kind of peace meetings that have been happening for over the years have completely failed because there was no consensus that was able to be reached, because the state administration was not serious in nature as far as these things are concerned. So a big blow coming into the DMK government. Whether they'll move the topmost court of the country or not is something that we'll have to wait and watch for. And
right, absolutely. If they do, Ananya, if they do, is this not going to be denting their argument further? The fact that they did create this bid to impeach a sitting judge, in this case, Justice Swaminathan?
Well, if we talk about this appeal, the appeal against this particular order, the court would definitely go into the kind of submissions that would be made and the kind of orders that have been passed by the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court. But as far as Justice G.R. Swaminathan's impeachment motion is concerned, that might not affect the Supreme Court much, but we saw how the division bench also has given a finding that there were in fact pressures that were being mounted on the judiciary. So we might see that similar thing could actually come up from the Supreme Court as well. But very clearly the DMK would have to face the kind of observations that have been written down by the division bench with regards to how it is imagining that law and order situation to be and calling it an imaginary ghost and turning out nothing into a law and order situation itself.
Right, absolutely. Thank you so much for that, Ananya. Let's take a look at some more reactions that are coming in on this big story that we track out of Tamil Nadu.
பல்வேறு விமர்சனங்கள், அவதூறுகள், கேடான விமர்சனங்கள் எல்லாம் கடந்து இந்த நீதிமன்றத்தை மதிக்கக்கூடிய நீதியின் பிள்ளைகள் நாங்கள். மாண்புமிகு நீதியரசர் ஒரு நபர் நீதிபதி ஐயா ஜி.ஆர். சுவாமிநாதன் கொடுத்த அவர்கள் உத்தரவை இருநபர் டிவிஷன் பெஞ்சில் விசாரணைக்கு வந்தது. அனைத்து தரப்பு மக்களுடைய வாத பிரதிவாதங்களை கேட்டாங்க. கேட்டுட்டு இன்னைக்கு தீர்ப்பு ஐயா கொடுத்துருக்குறாங்க. ஒரு அரசாங்கம் என்பது அனைத்து மதங்களுக்கும் இடையே இணக்கத்தை உருவாக்க வேண்டும், பிணக்கை உருவாக்க கூடாது. தேவை லைட் நோ ஃபைட் அப்படின்னு வார்த்தை பயன்படுத்தியிருக்கிறாங்க.
How do you see the judgment today?
There are certain measures has been declared by the division bench by saying right in existing addition to the existing place, the stone pillar, whatever it is called for, lightning place, they allowed certain peoples, not only for Devasthanam, not the entire public. That is I felt something. It delivered some justice, because if entire political agenda, the matter has been entirely diverted for the political motivation, if it causes some disturbance to the government as well as the public, the Tamil Nadu government's intention is they don't want to restrict entirely the lightning festival. Even the existing place they celebrated in a peaceful way.
So how do you see this verdict?
See, it is a historical judgment delivered by Madurai bench of Madras High Court. Honorable Justice Jayachandran and Honorable Justice Ramakrishnan, they have delivered a remarkable and wonderful judgment as against the appeal made by government of Tamil Nadu as well as the Waqf board and the other respondents, including the this ASI Department Astrological Survey of India. So where they have been confirmed, the judgment confirmed that every right of the Muruga devotee has been confirmed, and to light the lamp, not make a fight. That is, they have underlined the judgment.
You presented your arguments before the court and today it's come out in your favor, isn't it?
We are happy and elated that the verdict is come in our favor. But what has to be noted important in this issue is the Honorable Division Bench has come down very heavily on the government by criticizing their stand. The Ranat single judge's order was to lit the lamp at the Deebatun, which is at the top of the hill, by the HRNC authority, that is the temple administration themselves. The Honorable Division Bench has come down heavily by saying that it is either a failure, it's a law and order failure on the part of the state, or it is a political stand taken by the state to favor one religious party at the cost of the other. The Honorable Division Bench has come down very heavily by saying there was no law and order problem at all, and it is only an imaginary that was imagined by the government for certain benefits. They have said that the lighting of Deepam at the top of the hill, that is at the Deebatun, on the eve of Kartigai. Therefore, now Kartigai month is over, but we do not know what is the clarity that is given by the Honorable Division Bench in the judgment. So once after reading the entire judgment, we can give a better answer to this. As of now, we all are happy, enjoying the judgment, the verdict that the justice has been upheld.
And from a flashpoint that has been settled for now to another growing one that's coming in from Tamil Nadu, Thalapathy Vijay's Jananayagam, his final film, has run into trouble with the censor board just days ahead of its release that is supposed to be taking place on the 9th of January. The film, which marks Thalapathy Vijay's last film before he fully takes the political plunge, has yet to receive a censor certificate from the Central Board of Film Certification. Now this while rival films are moving forward, leaving Vijay's team under a lot of pressure. The court has not yet granted any relief to TVK chief, with the matter being adjourned for tomorrow. Adding to the heat, the CBI has now summoned TVK chief Vijay for questioning in the Karur stampede case at its Delhi headquarters on the 12th of January. TVK has alleged a witch hunt behind the censor delay and also the scrutiny, while DMK calls the narrative around the film a sympathy spree. My colleagues Anshu Singh and Purnima Murli are now joining us on the broadcast. Purnima, about this delay in certification for Vijay's last film Jananayagam, despite the fact that they have gone ahead, the film team has gone ahead and agreed to the cuts that were advised by the Central Board, why this delay still? Why no certification by the CBFC still?
Well, in fact, according to the censor board, we are given to understand that there are certain dialogues that have hurt the sentiments of a particular community. There are some religious sentiments that have been impacted because of a few dialogues, is what the censor board had argued when the case came up for hearing. So the case has been adjourned to tomorrow, and the censor board has been asked to file a petition in that regard as well. But just 2 more days to go for Jananayagam's release, and they are still awaiting the censor board certificate. So far, the arguments presented was that there are certain dialogues that will probably hurt the sentiments of a particular community, and therefore they've been asked to delete. The makers have said that they've removed the dialogues that they were asked to, but despite that, they still haven't received the certificate. So tomorrow the case will continue to hear the case. We'll have to wait and see how the court developments pan out.
Right, and Anshul, the fact that a CBI summon also now awaits Vijay, that happens on the 12th of January, at least just 3 days or 2 days after the film that is supposed to be released on the 9th of January. He is calling this a witch hunt now. But which way is that hearing now going to be headed, the line of questioning that Vijay will be subject to on the 12th of Jan?
Well, at this point, it will be too early to call anything a witch hunt, because it was the order of the Madras High Court to transfer this entire investigation to the Central Bureau of Investigation. And as the investigation is going ahead, the CBI is still at the stage of recording statements of the witnesses and the accused. Remember, before Vijay, two top dignitaries of the party have already gone ahead and recorded their statements in front of the Central Bureau of Investigation, where they have gone ahead and claimed that it was the fault of the DMK government, of the local administration, that the requisite arrangements were not made on ground zero, due to which this entire incident had happened and 41 people had to lose their lives. But according to the FIR that has been registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation, there are several discrepancies that have been mentioned. There are several mistakes that have been mentioned from this against the organizers, and that is the reason why the Central Bureau of Investigation now needs to find out the exact sequence of events that led to this stampede on that very fateful night. So on the 12th of January, when Vijay will produce himself in front of the Central Bureau of Investigation, the CBI is going to ask him the exact sequence of events. What were the reasons that he got late? Did he actually know that a stampede had broken out? People are already going to the ground, and even after that, why did he continue his speech? He saw those ambulances moving from the crowd, and even after that, he did not try to manage the crowd. He did not try to stop his speech. So all these allegations have been put forth against him. All these questions would be asked to Vijay. It remains to be seen if at all Vijay will abide by these summons and produce himself in front of the Central Bureau of Investigation on the 12th of January, or will he seek another date, which is something that he can do legally at this point in time. So 12th of January is something that all eyes are on at this point in time. It remains to be seen.
Right. And Anshul, in the aftermath of that entire stampede tragedy, Vijay also did meet, although it was much delayed, he did meet with the family members of the people who had lost their lives in that entire stampede that occurred in Karur. Is that also will this be a part of questioning as well by the Central Bureau of Investigation if at all Vijay does make it on the 12th of Jan?
That is unlikely, because that becomes insignificant in the investigation that is being done, because the CBI at this point in time is trying to figure out what were the lapses that were made due to which this stampede had broken out. The CBI wants to find out if at all it was the TVK organizers that were at fault, or was it the local administration that was at fault. How did so many people gather over there when the permission that was given was for approximately 10,000 people, and more than 25,000 people had gathered over there? Why did Vijay delay his reaching on the spot? Because he was supposed to reach there at 12 noon, and he eventually reached on the spot at 7 p.m. due to which the crowd swelled by multiple folds, and the requisite arrangements that should have been on ground zero, that was not done. Why was crowd management not done? Who was at fault? This is something that the Central Bureau of Investigation wants to find out, and that is where the investigation is headed. Maybe at a later stage we can expect, once the CBI reaches any sort of conclusion with the evidences that it has gathered, then it could be asked from Vijay that what was the reason that he decided to go ahead and meet with the family of the victims. Did he try to influence them in some way or the other? So that will come at a later stage of the investigation. But at this point in time, since the investigation has just taken off over the last few months, the CBI is in the process of registering the statements of the victims, witnesses and the accused in this entire matter, and it is in that line that actor Vijay has now been called in to record a statement in front of the Central Bureau of Investigation.
Right, Anshul and Purnima, thank you so much for joining us with all the latest that we are picking up as far as this big fight between TVK and DMK that continues now. We'll track every development as far as Vijay's last film, Jananayagam, is concerned. Right now we go into a very short break on The Nation at 5.
The Hindus are facing an existential crisis. On ground zero, the fear is palpable. I'm a chronicler of tragedies foretold.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Pathankot police have arrested a 15-year-old minor for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, the ISI, for over a year. Police say the agency is attempting to recruit young children, prompting alerts across Punjab to stay vigilant as investigations continue. My colleague Tejinder Singh Sori is joining us with more on this. I don't have information. Tejinder Singh Sodi will be with us. This is a story concerning how a 15-year-old minor has been arrested by Pathankot police for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, ISI. And what the police believe is that the Pakistani agency is trying to attempt to recruit young children now from bordering states. This has prompted an alert across the state of Punjab to stay vigilant. Tejinder Singh Sori is joining us. Tejinder, tell us more of what has been found out.
Yes, Shivani, it seems that Pakistan has adopted a new modus operandi wherein they have been luring young boys from Punjab and neighboring states to do espionage for Pakistan. This boy, who is said to be 15 years of age, has been allegedly sharing sensitive information with the Pakistani ISI. The police has arrested him. His questioning is right now going on. This is what the police has told us. They say that this minor, who is 15 years of age, his identity has not been disclosed as of now. They say that he has been sharing sensitive information to India and the ISI handlers for the past 1 year. He have been collecting information about the movement of Indian Army, the installation, the very sensitive installations of the Indian Air Force, the Army locations in Pathankot and other areas. He has been arrested, and it is found that he has been sharing these sensitive information with the Pakistani handlers for more than a year. The Punjab police has said that they do believe that there are more young boys who could be providing the information to Pakistan about the movement of Indian Army, our locations. So more arrests are believed to take place in the coming days. Yes, Shivani.
All right, Tejinder, we'll leave it at that. I do thank you for joining us. Time for me to take your leave.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Pathankot police have arrested a 15-year-old minor for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, the ISI, for over a year. Police say the agency is attempting to recruit young children, prompting alerts across Punjab to stay vigilant as investigations continue. My colleague Tejinder Singh Sori is joining us with more on this. I don't have information. Tejinder Singh Sodi will be with us. This is a story concerning how a 15-year-old minor has been arrested by Pathankot police for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, ISI. And what the police believe is that the Pakistani agency is trying to attempt to recruit young children now from bordering states. This has prompted an alert across the state of Punjab to stay vigilant. Tejinder Singh Sori is joining us. Tejinder, tell us more of what has been found out.
Yes, Shivani, it seems that Pakistan has adopted a new modus operandi wherein they have been luring young boys from Punjab and neighboring states to do espionage for Pakistan. This boy, who is said to be 15 years of age, has been allegedly sharing sensitive information with the Pakistani ISI. The police has arrested him. His questioning is right now going on. This is what the police has told us. They say that this minor, who is 15 years of age, his identity has not been disclosed as of now. They say that he has been sharing sensitive information to India and the ISI handlers for the past 1 year. He have been collecting information about the movement of Indian Army, the installation, the very sensitive installations of the Indian Air Force, the Army locations in Pathankot and other areas. He has been arrested, and it is found that he has been sharing these sensitive information with the Pakistani handlers for more than a year. the Punjab police has said that they do believe that there are more young boys who could be providing the information to Pakistan about the movement of Indian Army, our locations. So more arrests are believed to take place in the coming days. Yes, Shivani.
All right, Tejinder, we'll leave it at that. I do thank you for joining us. Time for me to take your leave.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Pathankot police have arrested a 15-year-old minor for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, the ISI, for over a year. Police say the agency is attempting to recruit young children, prompting alerts across Punjab to stay vigilant as investigations continue. My colleague Tejinder Singh Sodhi is joining us with more on this. I don't have information. Tejinder Singh Sodhi will be with us.
Welcome back. You're watching The Nation at 5 with me, Griha Atul. A fresh storm has erupted around the British Broadcasting Corporation after an internal guidance document was leaked advising the BBC staff not to describe the US operation against the Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro as kidnapping. The directive, allegedly shared internally by BBC's news editor, was widely circulated online by British journalists, and it tells the correspondents to avoid the word kidnapping in favor of softer terms like captured or seized when reporting on the dramatic US military action in Caracas. This, many argue, points to a deeper trend in the Western media where powerful states' actions are reported with deference rather than scrutiny. Critics have called BBC's hypocrisy out over this. So let's first take a look at what exactly this note that is now going viral has gone on to mention. It says, please follow these guidelines when describing the recent events in Venezuela. Captured. Please attribute it to the US description of the operation. Example, the Venezuelan president was captured. Do not say kidnap. It says write captured instead. Better still, use words like seized or, for that matter, captured, acceptable for use. Seized is acceptable for use in our own reporting where this is something that we'd like to go ahead with. This is what the note really says. Do not use kidnapped, say use seized or captured. Better still, seized. Avoid using the word kidnap. So this is what this viral note really suggests. Thanks for keeping this in mind as you work on the related stories which are to do with the kidnapping of the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro. Let's take this across to my colleague Siddhant Mishra, who's now joining us on the broadcast. Siddhant, international law talks about dragging a head of state out of their country by force without their consent. That is kidnapping, but the BBC is refraining to mention that term.
Well, that's right, Griha. In fact, the British Broadcasting Corporation, which frequently lectures the world on impartiality, has sparked a wave of outrage after leaked internal guidance revealed an explicit order to its journalists not to call the illegal abduction of the Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro a kidnapping. Now, the directive sent by the BBC's news editor and circulated widely across social media platforms demands that staff avoid the word kidnapping in favor of terms such as seize or capture. Now, this is while international law dictates that dragging a head of a state out of their country by force without consent is a kidnapping. By suppressing the word kidnapping, the broadcaster stands accused of pursuing impartiality and actively curating a reality that is palatable to the West. Now, Griha, this is not for the first time that the editorial decision making of BBC is in question. In fact, we reported last month that how the two of the senior editors had to step down after President Trump's raising the issue of his video, which was wrongly presented by BBC teams, and they were found guilty of that, and after which they had to step down. So this is the second time that the BBC's editorial decision making is in question. Also, we have very important to highlight, despite United Kingdom yesterday, talking about the UN Charter, international rules-based order, etc. at the UNSC meeting, perhaps this is the editorial line which BBC has taken. Perhaps we are awaiting response from BBC.
Right, absolutely, Siddhant. We also, in fact, and you referred to those past instances, the past controversies associated with the British Broadcasting Corporation. They have themselves, in fact, many members associated with the BBC in the past have gone on record and spoken about how the organization is not impartial in its coverage regarding many of these events. And certainly this controversy associated with the now US President Donald Trump, who has assumed office a second time, that really plagued the BBC a lot. And that's why these versions also came to fore.
Well, that's right. In fact, as we were discussing for Greha, that we really need to, in fact, this is being questioned that why such decision, such policy or directive has been issued by the senior editorial decision makers of BBC. Perhaps is it also to do with doing some kind of a course correction with the Trump administration? Because they had already burned bridges with the Trump administration, given the video in which President Trump was wrongly presented by BBC. So perhaps this could also be a policy where they want to build bridges with the Trump administration, to be looking soft on the Trump administration, especially when Greha, the Trump administration is under heavy criticism for the way Maduro was dragged from his palace and was taken to America. In fact, yesterday the closest allies of United States, France, UK, the other countries have condemned and criticized the United States for such actions, and they said yesterday at UNSC that this definitely sets the wrong precedent.
Absolutely. The UK too is criticizing the US administration over this action against the Venezuelan president and his family, and yet the British Broadcasting Corporation seems to be chickening out, trying to use terms that could be palatable to the West. We'll continue to discuss more on this, but right now, thank you so much, Siddhant, for bringing this story to our viewers. BBC deciding that the coverage needs to be more pragmatic and more easy on the West, and especially on superpowers like the United States of America, even as the action is being questioned by many. We're now shifting our focus. We are getting some exclusive piece of information. This is a CNN News 18 mega exclusive. The bail rejection of Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam has given a major boost to agencies handling UAPA cases. All of this also goes on to confirm that courts are not now required to conduct a full trial at the bail stage in many of these cases that are being tried under UAPA, because officials are now saying that the ruling that has come out of the apex court yesterday of denial to both Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid, while 5 other co-accused were granted that conditional bail, reinforces the core logic of Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, allowing investigators to pursue organizers, ideologues and coordinators without having to prove the entire case up front. And that is a big leap that the investigative agencies are now really getting from the case that really happened in the Supreme Court yesterday. The bail denial to Sharjeel and Umar Khalid is being looked at in this direction by very many of the investigating agencies. Top intelligence sources are saying that in many ongoing UAPA cases, the allegations focus on conspiracy, on coordination and intent rather than direct acts of violence, with courts increasingly examining these elements at the bail or the pre-trial stage. So let's look at this bail rejection for Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam. How does it go about strengthening the UAPA framework that has been questioned by many advocates of civil liberty, remember, and also people who've been speaking about political dissenting voices. So Umar Khalid's bail rejection goes ahead and strengthens the UAPA framework. How does he do that? Courts have gone on to reaffirm in some way or the other that no mini trial at the bail stage in terror cases is required. When it is about national security, that can be surpassed, is what the court has ended up suggesting ultimately with the denial of bail to Umar Khalid. Agencies also say that the ruling reinforces the core logic of UAPA. if a person is being tried under this stringent section of UAPA, the logic cannot be that bail first and jail later. It gets reversed. Judgment to aid pursuit of organizers, ideologues and coordinators. That is something that has also been underlined by the Supreme Court. No need to prove the entire case at the bail stage. And all of this is attributed to sources, and this is what we are assessing after this judgment has come out of the Supreme Court, that at the bail stage, you don't need to go ahead and look at the entire merits of the case. And this was something that was argued, that there's no trial, pre-detention trial is missing, more than 5 years of incarceration for Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam, and that is something that has been in fact part of the chatter by many. That's rather bizarre, but this is what we are learning. Detention under UAPA is a judicial decision, not agency overreach, and this is also that the Supreme Court's verdict yesterday has gone on to underline in many ways. Ruling answers that criticism of jail without trial, because this was the key argument that was also put on part of the counsels of both Sharjeel and Umar Khalid, that they have been in jail for far too long without any kind of trial. The order is expected to be a key reference in future conspiracy cases. This will be a standpoint, and this will be referred to for future cases as well. And that's why we are very, very closely looking at every development that has happened ever since that rejection of bail to both Umar and Sharjeel. My colleague Aman Sharma now joins us live from the CNN News 18 newsroom. Aman, we have been discussing this on how, in somewhat way, the Supreme Court has ended up increasing this entire ambit of cases which are related to bail-related cases as far as UAPA is concerned. That too has happened from what has emerged out of the Supreme Court yesterday.
Well, Griha, very clearly, if you read the Supreme Court judgment, the judgment is very clear that the two people, Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam, who were central to the conspiracy, of the planning of this entire event, of the organization of these riots, they cannot be set out on bail because they are central to the conspiracy. What was happening earlier in UAPA cases also was that the agencies had to prove their case upfront even when bail was being heard. Not at the time of trial, of course, you have to prove your case, but this time you also had to convince the court about the case against the particular accused so that they are not set out on bail. The court is now very clear that if prima facie a case is there that like Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam are central to the conspiracy, the agencies don't need to come upfront and prove the entire case. Only prima facie, if the court is convinced, such key conspirators will be denied bail, and that is the story that our group security editor Manoj Gupta is now bringing us, that all the intelligence agencies, the security agencies are seeing this as a big step, because they will not be forced now to prove the entire case upfront, as it has been now spelled out by the Supreme Court in the Sharjeel Imam and the Umar Khalid bail denial matter. Also, what Manoj Gupta is bringing us from top intelligence sources is that detention is a judicial choice, not of the investigation agency. Also, the order is expected to become now a key reference point in future bail hearings, especially in conspiracy cases, because in UAPA, Griha, when there is a direct evidence that somebody has directly indulged in terrorism, the case is easier for the agencies to prove, but it's always difficult to prove and complex to prove a larger conspiracy case. But here in this case, now the court has upheld that if there is prima facie evidence that these two people were central to the conspiracy, they have been denied bail, and that is what is making the agencies pretty confident about some other key cases which are going on right now in the country which pertain to terrorism. And our group security editor, in fact, Manoj Gupta, is listing out those cases for us, like the Bhima Koregaon cases, or be it the Jammu and Kashmir terror funding cases, the Shibir Shah case. All these cases have brought something in the past, brought forth about. This judgment is really strengthening the hands of the investigating agencies.
Right, Aman. Thank you so much for that perspective. In fact, let me bring in a special guest who is now joining us on the broadcast. Ashish Dikshit, Supreme Court lawyer, is with us on the broadcast. Mr. Dikshit, are we looking at this in the right direction, that under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, bail courts are now not required to conduct this mini trial? If the prosecution's material passes prima facie that scrutiny, prolonged incarceration, which was the key point that was presented by the counsel of Umar and Sharjeel, does not automatically become unconstitutional?
Good evening, Reha. See, that has always been the test. The test has been that if a prima facie case is made out by the prosecution, then there is a bar under the UPA that bail should not be granted. So initially what used to happen, that parties used to argue, that is the accused used to argue, that the prima facie case has not been made by the investigating agency. Now, the prolonged incarceration has played a vital role in this case, but also one peculiar circumstance which weighed with the Supreme Court was that the protected witnesses in this case have not been examined. So their security and their statement should also be taken into consideration while examining whether these people have to be released on bail. And now, after the agency was able to show that from the basis of the material in the charge sheet, the case prima facie is proved. Therefore, they should not be given bail. And one, as I said, as one added circumstance was there, that the protected witnesses were not examined. And looking into the gravity of the charges and security of those witnesses, these are the two circumstances which have weighed heavily with the Supreme Court to deny them bail.
Right, Mr. Dikshit, thank you so much for your perspective. Let's now take a look at some of the UAPA cases that the country has ongoing at the moment, including this larger conspiracy case when it is about the Delhi riots 2020. Is this going to be giving that impetus to very many other UAPA cases is the question that we are asking. And also, does this risk that overreach, the political overreach that many accuse of for the government in power, the government in question, and gagging of political dissent? That too is something that we'd like to highlight over here. So the first case is, of course, the Delhi riots conspiracy case. Some accused are in jail, namely Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid, to be the key faces, the key conspirators, as has been suggested by the court, the apex court of the country, while the co-accused have been granted bail in this case, and that came from the Supreme Court yesterday. There has been no quashing of the trial. The trial continues even where the bail is granted. Remember, the conditional bail has been given to 5 of the co-accused. That also is something that we'd want to highlight. If we take a look at the Bhima Koregaon case, several accused are out on bail currently. But what does it mean? The courts have not really invalidated the UAPA invocation, which has been questioned by very many rights advocates, but the courts have not gone ahead to invalidate it. Custody relaxation does not mean rejection of the terror law that is been the case that has been placed against very many of the accused. The Jammu and Kashmir terror funding cases, judgment boosts prosecution in these cases as well. And this is something where we are looking at allegations that include terror funding, recruitment, also logistical support. Key accused remain in judicial custody because this is a larger national security case that one is looking at up front. There is no suggestion of any kind of conspiracy here. Direct involvement has also been spoken about. The Shabir Shah case lodged in the Tihar jail under UAPA, and that is where he remains. The accused has been in fact involved in terror funding probes, and that is where this entire investigation really heading with. The supporters are also alleging that the political silencing really has happened as far as this case is concerned. But these voices will continue to come about because there are very many people who argue off the very basis of UAPA and whether or not these anti-terror laws should exist in the country. Agencies are citing sustained judicial oversight, and that is also happened in the Shabir Shah case. Radicalization and recruitment cases, very many other cases that India is looking at, often based on online activities and ideology. That also is something that India has to look at, and these are many numerous cases that are in courts. Critics call it preemptive incarceration. This was the logic that was also given for the larger conspiracy case against Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam, and this is what it continues in these cases as well. Agencies say that the courts back early intervention. It is required for national security, and that is what the court has gone on to highlight. So these are the cases that we have managed to in fact call out for our viewers to give you a sense on how this will impact the other cases that India is currently looking at, the UAPA cases, anti-terror cases. Aman, there, you were talking about the Bhima Koregaon case, as also listed out certain other cases, including the larger conspiracy case when it is about the Delhi riots. All of these will be, in fact, impacted by the unsaid precedents that's now been set by the Supreme Court.
Well, clearly, Grihasi, the Supreme Court is very clear that, you may not have been directly involved in the violence when it comes to a terror case, but if you are a part of the conspiracy, like Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam have been accused of, holding these clandestine meetings, making these inflammatory speeches, encouraging people to come together for the purpose of terrorism, then you are a central part of the conspiracy. You are not a side player. And that is what has also been happening, that the agencies now feel that because the court is prima facie said we are impressed, prima facie we feel the agency has its case, that is why we are denying bail. So the agency does not have to go at the bail stage itself to prove its entire case. That is something because sometimes the accused say we are only ideologically inclined to a certain thought, we are only active on social media, we did not actually carry out the terror act. But this judgment now makes it very, very clear that if you are central to the conspiracy of a terrorist act, you are seen as a very, very dangerous person, and that is why you are being not set out on bail on the grounds of national security. There are multiple other such cases going on of conspiracy towards the terror case, be it the Shabir Shah case, be it the Bhima Koregaon case, be it the JNK, various recruitment cases that are going on of the NIA as well and the CBI as well. All these cases show that the Supreme Court judgment will be a major boost for the investigating agencies.
Absolutely. Aman, thank you so much for that perspective. On that note, we go into a very short break here on The Nation at 5. We come right back with more news and updates.
In a city that never sleeps, every decision matters. From roads to rains, from safety to services, every rupee counts. One alliance versus fractured opposition. Who will Mumbai choose? Ballot Maximum City. Complete coverage on CNN News 18. This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Pathankot police have arrested a 15-year-old minor for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, the ISI, for over a year. Police say the agency is attempting to recruit young children, prompting alerts across Punjab to stay vigilant as investigations continue. My colleague Tejinder Singh Sori is joining us with more on this. I don't have information. Tejinder Singh Sori will be with us. This is a story concerning how a 15-year-old minor has been arrested by Pathankot police for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, ISI. And what the police believe is that the Pakistani agency is trying to attempt to recruit young children now from bordering states. This has prompted an alert across the state of Punjab to stay vigilant. Tejinder Singh Sori is joining us. Tejinder, tell us more of what has been found out.
Yes, Shivani, it seems that Pakistan has adopted a new modus operandi wherein they have been luring young boys from Punjab and neighboring states to do espionage for Pakistan. This boy, who is said to be 15 years of age, has been allegedly sharing sensitive information with the Pakistani ISI. The police has arrested him. His questioning is right now going on. This is what the police has told us. They say that this minor, who is 15 years of age, his identity has not been disclosed as of now. They say that he has been sharing sensitive information to India and the ISI handlers for the past 1 year. He has been collecting information about the movement of Indian Army, the installation, the very sensitive installations of the Indian Air Force, the Army locations in Pathankot and other areas. He has been arrested, and it is found that he has been sharing these sensitive information with the Pakistani handlers for more than a year. The Punjab police has said that they do believe that there are more young boys who could be providing the information to Pakistan about the movement of Indian Army, our locations. So, more arrests are believed to take place in the coming days. Yes, Shivani.
All right, Tejinder, we'll leave it at that. I do thank you for joining us. Time for me to take your leave.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Pathankot police have arrested a 15-year-old minor for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, the ISI, for over a year. Police say the agency is attempting to recruit young children, prompting alerts across Punjab to stay vigilant as investigations continue. My colleague Tejinder Singh Sori is joining us with more on this. I don't have information. Tejinder Singh Sori will be with us. This is a story concerning how a 15-year-old minor has been arrested by Pathankot police for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, ISI. And what the police believe is that the Pakistani agency is trying to attempt to recruit young children now from bordering states. This has prompted an alert across the state of Punjab to stay vigilant. Tejinder Singh Sori is joining us. Tejinder, tell us more of what has been found out.
Yes, Shivani, it seems that Pakistan has adopted a new modus operandi wherein they have been luring young boys from Punjab and neighboring states to do espionage for Pakistan. This boy, who is said to be 15 years of age, has been allegedly sharing sensitive information with the Pakistani ISI. The police has arrested him. His questioning is right now going on. This is what the police has told us. They say that this minor, who is 15 years of age, his identity has not been disclosed as of now. They say that he has been sharing sensitive information to India and the ISI handlers for the past 1 year. He has been collecting information about the movement of Indian Army, the installation, the very sensitive installations of the Indian Air Force, the Army locations in Pathankot and other areas. He has been arrested, and it is found that he has been sharing these sensitive information with the Pakistani handlers for more than a year. The Punjab police has said that they do believe that there are more young boys who could be providing the information to Pakistan about the movement of Indian Army, our locations. So more arrests are believed to take place in the coming days. Yes, Shivani.
All right, Tejinder, we'll leave it at that. I do thank you for joining us. Time for me to take your leave.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Pathankot police have arrested a 15-year-old minor for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, the ISI, for over a year. Police say the agency is attempting to recruit young children, prompting alerts across Punjab to stay vigilant as investigations continue. My colleague Tejinder Singh Sori is joining us with more on this. I don't have information. Tejinder Singh Sori will be with us. This is a story concerning how a 15-year-old minor has been arrested by Pathankot police for allegedly sharing sensitive information with Pakistan's intelligence agency, ISI. And what the police believe is that the Pakistani agency is trying to attempt to recruit young children now from bordering states. This has prompted an alert across the state of Punjab to stay vigilant. Tejinder Singh Sori is joining us. Tejinder, tell us more of what has been found out.
Yes, Shivani.
Welcome back to The Nation at 5. The sloganeering inside the Jawaharlal Nehru University campus is generating a lot of chatter. This time, Union Minister Kiran Rijiju has gone on to slam the hypocrisy on display by very many of those left-wing students. He says that they freely go on to abuse the country's Prime Minister and yet they seek azadi. My colleague Payal Mehta with all of those details. Payal, very scathing comment that's coming in from Union Minister Kiran Rijiju. There is one thing to go ahead and protest and another thing to raise problematic slogans.
That's what Kiran Rijiju over here is referring to, that who gives them the right to raise such slogans against the Prime Minister of an elected country, a big democracy like India, and against whom are they seeking these rights of freedom? India is a free country, it allows you freedom of speech, but that also comes with a restraint. You can't be, it can't be a free for all. And this is not the first time that, you've heard such controversies come out of the JNU campus. In the past also, you've heard these freedom slogans that have been shouted in the presence of several political leaders like Rahul Gandhi as well. This is completely not done. That's what Kiran Rijiju has been referring to as far as this video is really concerned, which has come out on social media. And he slammed this kind of a move coming in from the left wing and the left wing extremists who are in fact constantly trying to promote something like this all the time.
Right, Payal, thank you so much for that perspective. And with that, we are shifting our focus to a focus story with CNN News 18. From the national capital to metros and small towns, in fact, CNN News 18's investigations are now revealing unsafe drinking water, and that has triggered a nationwide health alarm. We're talking about Delhi's Burari. Filthy, contaminated water is reaching homes through official supply lines. In Bengaluru's Lingarajapuram, residents report sewage mixing with drinking water. In Indore, the crisis has turned cruel as families in Bhagirathpura are mortgaging jewelry just to access safe drinking water. The health fallout is already visible. Over 150 hospitalized in a typhoid outbreak in Gujarat's Gandhinagar. In Odisha's Khordha, over 40 students were taken ill after a jaundice outbreak at a government school. We also spoke to the locals reeling under the water crisis in Delhi.
When a water is contaminated, what is the first system of body that gets impacted and why?
Well, actually, yeah, the water contamination, it affects your stomach first, basically. You know, it goes through your oral mucosa, it goes down. So everything can be affected, you know, even your tongue, it goes down to the esophagus, then down stomach, liver, and other things can be affected. You know, they can, and gradually with other contamination, it depends on kind of contaminants. Your nerves can be contaminated, you know, so your eyes can be contaminated. The whole body system can be affected.
In this case, we are talking about contamination from the sewage water.
Yes.
In this case, we can expect the water contains a variety of microbes, parasites, bacteria. What do you think that the water will have that will, you know, once we sip it down, what happens then?
Well, definitely with the contamination of these microbes, mostly we will say it will be bacterial. Bacteria are there, you know, salmonella, there are other bacterial, dysentery, cholera. There's so many, you know, these forms of parasites are there, which can just, you know, affect your alimentary canal. So as soon as you have it, you sip it, the trouble starts, you know. They can be vomiting, they can be loose motion, they can be abdominal cramps, you know, very crankish. And with that, you have dysentery and everything. Now, with that effect, your electrolyte disbalance occurs. So as you have lost a lot of fluids, so you'll be dehydrated, you know. So sodium, potassium will be lost. So various things, and you'll become very, very dehydrated, actually. So these are the main things. And especially it is the bacteria which is there. And sewage is there, definitely. It's all contaminated. So it can be anything.
And doctor, if we divide this into two group of people, one is adults and other are children. Do you think that children body would not be able to handle this as good as adults might?
Yes, of course, definitely, because children, they have a very smaller area, you know, basically. And everything is very, very less, you know, in comparison to the adults.
Welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. The Madras High Court today upheld the single judge Justice Swaminathan order permitting the ceremonial lighting of the Kartikai Deepam on the ancient stone pillar on top of the Tirupurunkundaram hill in Madurai, and with that dealt a body blow to all the arguments made by the Stalin government while refusing to follow the court mandate. Remember, this is the same order now upheld that was previously a trigger for the DMK and entire opposition filing an impeachment motion against the judge concerned. The two-judge division bench made it clear that no substantial evidence was produced to show that lighting the lamp was prohibited or that it would disturb peace, and even called the state government's apprehensions a mere imaginary ghost. But rather than conceding political ground, the DMK continues to challenge the order. It has announced it will knock the doors of the Supreme Court now, or as they put it, fight till the very end. But what is this fight all about and why? why is the DMK so opposed to the Deepatun being lit? That's the basic question. Why is it so opposed to letting Hindu devotees light a simple lamp on just one day of the year? Does it have something to do with political calculus, especially as the state readies for assembly elections? If so, could this insistence actually backfire? Will DMK's light for all campaign stand a chance when there is no visible opposition to the lighting of the lamp in the first place on ground? That's the big question we'll take to our guests in just a bit. But first up, I want to break down for you the details of the Madras High Court, what it has said in its observations while pulling up the Stalin government. So the court has said that it's ridiculous and hard to believe the fear of the state that by allowing representatives of the Devasthanam to light the lamp at the stone pillar on a particular day in a year, that this will cause disturbance to public peace. And added that, of course, it may happen only if such disturbance is actually sponsored by the state itself. It added, they pray no state should stoop to that level to achieve their political agenda. They didn't stop there. The court also observed that they find the apprehension expressed by the district administration regarding probability of disturbance to public peace, that it's nothing but an imaginary ghost created by them for their convenience sake. And that this vantage point where the stone pillar is, the Deepatun, the ancient Deepatun that this fight is all about, this is on a different rock summit and lower to the peak on which the Dargah is located. It's the ideal place to light Deepam. The court observed that the Devasthanam, through their team, has to light the lamp at the Deepatun on the event of the Kartikai Deepam's festival. Mind you, this will now happen next year in December, year end. And in addition, the ASI shall impose any conditions that are necessary to preserve the monuments on the hill because this is an ASI protected site. Now, this is how the Deepatun site in question is placed. Let us just show you for the benefit of our viewers. This is also what has been noted by the court as far as its order today is concerned. At the very top, you can see is the Deepatun. You will be able to see a small figure of the Deepatun on that hill. But right here, on the other side of this hilltop is actually the backside of the Dargah. So there is a substantive distance between the two. There are some other sites in between. So there is no conflict per se as far as the Dargah on the hill is concerned and the Deepatun, the ancient Deepatun is concerned. This is exactly what the petitioners had argued, that this is away, more than 15 meters away as from the Dargah. The last order in 1996-97 had also said that apart from those 15 meters that have to be respected, anywhere on the hill, a lamp can be lit. And the petitioners had gone to court exactly to execute that will of the court that is already more than 30 years old, that had already been signed off by the court. But this has become a big issue. Now, despite the observations made by the Madras High Court, the DMK continues to remain defiant. The Stalin government is now looking to challenge the verdict in the Supreme Court and has reiterated the government's position, maintaining that the opposition is based on legitimate law and order concerns. Party spokesperson like TAK's Elangovan have even accused the petitioner of deflecting from local traditions in the state and that age-old charge that they're trying to create communal tensions. The DMK has also emphasized the need for judiciary to respect states' powers when it comes to responsibility to maintain public peace and claimed that the quote, flame of equality lit by Periyar would continue to shine forever. Now, why is this case becoming so important? Well, for the simple reason that the state has itself made it so. Its insistence to not allow the lighting of the lamp, despite two orders now, has put DMK's entire politics at the center stage. The appeal reinforces perception of DMK obstructing Hindus and their rituals, thereby making loss, possibly leading to loss of Hindu voters, soft Hindu voters, and will further cement BJP's position as the protector of Hindu rights because they put their political might behind this, even if seat conversion may remain limited if we talk about the upcoming elections. DMK allies, especially Congress, they get forced into an ideological position that can potentially hurt them outside of Tamil Nadu, so it will make them a little bit nervous. AIA, DMK and TVK, the local parties that are, of course, the principal opposition to the DMK, they can capitalize on the anti-DMK sentiment, fragmenting votes in key constituencies. And a narrow legal issue, currently, it is risking escalating into an emotive, polarizing campaign that can be used by the opposition. But it wasn't created by the opposition. The distinction is, it's the instance of the state government that has created this standoffish position. But the big question we asked today is simply this: even after the order of the division bench, why is it that the DMK is refusing to implement this order? What's the reason behind their tooth and nail fight against the Deepathoon lighting? That's coming up with our guests.
The judgment confirmed that every right of the Muruga devotee has been confirmed, and to light the lamp, not make a fight.
ஒரு இடத்திலே ஒரு சம்பவம் நடக்க வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால், அந்த தீபத்தூணிலே தீபம் ஏற்ற வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால்,
Tamil Nadu government's intention is they don't want to restrict entirely the lightning festival.
Mr. M.K. Stalin, his son Mr. Udayanidhi, and other senior leaders of the DMK have consistently attacked Sanatan Dharam. Therefore, the devotees went to the court for justice, and justice was delivered.
The High Court has upheld the single judge order in the Deepathoon case, in the Kartikai Deepam case, and this is a huge slap for the DMK government. It is a huge win for the Hindu Astha.
First up, I want to go across to Ravi Kumar, who is the petitioner in this case, our newsmaker for the day. आपको बधाई हो, बहुत बड़ी जीत हुई है आपकी हाई कोर्ट में. डिवीजन बेंच ने भी आपके फेवर में ऑर्डर दिया है. क्या कहेंगे, क्योंकि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट अभी भी अपोज कर रही है, अभी भी वो बात कर रहे हैं कि वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जाकर इसका विरोध करेंगे.
न्यायालय तो कुछ जजमेंट दिए, ये मेरा पक्ष के लिए नहीं है, ये धर्म के लिए है, कार्तिक स्वामी के लिए है. ये जीत मुरुगा स्वामी को, कार्तिक स्वामी को हम लोग समर्पित करते हैं. लेकिन तमिलनाडु गवर्नमेंट तो हिंदू विरोधी है, हिंदी विरोधी है, अभी धर्म को भी विरोध करते हैं. न्यायालय तो कुछ जजमेंट दिए, इसके पालन करना तो उनका जरूरी ड्यूटी है. लेकिन हिंदू चैरिटेबल एंडोमेंट एंड तमिलनाडु गवर्नमेंट ये न्यायालय जजमेंट को विरोध करते हैं. वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट में अपील के लिए वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं. सिंगल जस्टिस एंड डिवीजन बेंच दोनों न्यायालय का जजमेंट को विरोध करते हैं तमिलनाडु गवर्नमेंट. ये तो न्याय नहीं है, ये तो हिंदू विरोध है.
तमिलनाडु सरकार ने बार बार ये भी बोला है कि जो सारा केस हुआ है ये बीजेपी आरएसएस की वजह से किया जा रहा है, ये एक पॉलिटिकल केस है, इसमें धर्म से कोई लेना देना नहीं है, पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड केस बताया है इसको.
नहीं, तमिलनाडु का दृष्टि ऐसा है. हम तो न्यायालय का पुत्र है, कानून का पुत्र है हम लोग. लेकिन गवर्नमेंट का दृष्टि ऐसा है, वो तो हिंदू विरोध है. जज के बारे में कुछ विरोध करते हैं. जज के बारे में क्यों विरोध करते हैं? वो जजमेंट के बारे में वो बोलना तो अच्छा रहेगा, ये तो जरूरी है. लेकिन जज को विरोध करती है, क्यों ऐसा है? वो तो ब्राह्मण कम्युनिटी ऐसा है क्या? ऐसा नहीं. तमिलनाडु गवर्नमेंट उनका दृष्टि हिंदुओं को विरोध में है.
अच्छा,
ये पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा नहीं है. गवर्नमेंट, तमिलनाडु गवर्नमेंट तो पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा करते हैं. माइनॉरिटी वोट के लिए, माइनॉरिटी अपीसमेंट के लिए उनको माइनॉरिटी वोट चाहिए तो अच्छा रहेगा. लेकिन हिंदुओं को वोट चाहिए ना, नहीं चाहिए. अभी हिंदू लोगों के मध्य वो भक्ति तो ज़्यादा है, लेकिन हिंदू लोग तो शक्ति होना चाहिए.
भक्ति है लेकिन शक्ति होना चाहिए, आप कह रहे हैं.
एक धर्म को पालन कर तो उनका धर्म है.
बट मैं आपसे ये भी जानना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि पिछले ऑर्डर में जो सिंगल जज का ऑर्डर था उसमें पिटिशनर्स को भी अलाउ किया था कि आप भी जाके दीपतून में जला सकते हैं आग, लेकिन अब तो कोई लोगों को अलाउ नहीं किया है। पहले 10 लोगों को अलाउ किया था, अब तो सिर्फ देवस्थानम बोर्ड के लोग ही जा सकते हैं। तो इससे संतुष्ट हैं आप?
है, हमारा प्रेयर है वहां दीपतून में दीप चलाना, ये तो पॉइंट, गोल इज वन। ठीक है, टेम्पल अथॉरिटी उनका ड्यूटी नहीं करते हैं ना, क्यों अपील? सिंगल जस्टिस डिवीजन बेंच में ऑर्डर, दोनों ऑर्डर है, अभी भी लाइव में है, लेकिन सुप्रीम कोर्ट में हम लोग अपील जाने के लिए वो कानून का मंत्री मिस्टर रघुपति क्यों बढ़ा भी? टेम्पल तो ये तो गवर्नमेंट एक मिनट, गवर्नमेंट तो सेक्युलरिस्ट है, क्यों हमारे हिंदुओं का मंदिर उनका हाथ पर है, मुसलमानों का दरगाह उनका हाथ पर है क्या गवर्नमेंट का? नहीं तो वो क्रिश्चियन का चर्च उनका गवर्नमेंट हाथ पर है क्या? हिंदू रिलीजियस एंडोमेंट जैसे वो मुसलमान एंडोमेंट है क्या? क्यों ऐसा बोलते हैं सेक्युलर गवर्नमेंट से? ये तो हिंदू विरोध गवर्नमेंट है, ये हिंदू विरोध का सरकार है।
मुझे बताइए, दीपतून का जो केस आपने ये किया, ये क्यों किया आपने? क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट का ये कहना है कि पिछले 100 साल में जो ये पुराना दीपतून है वहाँ पे दीपम नहीं जलाया गया है। 100 साल से जहाँ जल रहा था वहाँ चल रहा था, सही सब था, लेकिन ये आप पुराने दीपतून पे अब जलाने की बात कर रहे हैं, तो क्यों किया केस आपने ये?
1999 ऐसा वो गवर्नमेंट वाले बोलते हैं, हम लोग नहीं बोलते। 1997 जजमेंट ने क्या कहा, वो दरगाह कंपाउंड वाल से 15 मीटर के बाद कोई जगह पर दीप चलाना तो वो जरूरी ऐसा बड़ा, वो जजमेंट तो इधर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन वो पालन नहीं करते हैं 97 से अभी। वो ऑर्डर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए मैं कोर्ट में केस डाला।
ओके, तो अब ये भी बताइए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में भी लड़ने की बात अब कर रही है डीएमके सरकार, तो आप लड़ने के लिए तैयार हैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक?
हम भी लड़ेंगे जीतने के लिए। हम भी कोई जगह पर हम लोग जा सकते हैं, लड़ेंगे। गवर्नमेंट लड़ना तो मैं भी लड़ूंगा, मैं नहीं, कार्तिक स्वामी के लिए हम लोग लड़ूंगा। जीत होने के लिए हम लोग लड़ूंगा
जी।
हमको लाइट चाहिए, नहीं फाइट नहीं चाहिए। लेकिन गवर्नमेंट लाइट को भी विरोध करते हैं, फाइट के लिए वो ऑर्डर करते हैं, वो कुछ काम करते हैं। वोट के लिए, माइनॉरिटी वोट अपीसमेंट के लिए हम तमिलनाडु गवर्नमेंट इतना काम करते हैं। अपील कितना तक अपील, कितना कोर्ट तक अपील? वो हिंदू विरोधी है, धर्म विरोधी है।
Well, how will the DMK government actually escape that charge now when they continue to fight this legally against devotees who have won this right? I do leave it at that. Ramaji, बहुत धन्यवाद हमसे जुड़ने के लिए. I want to take that and more to my colleague Purnima Murli, who is actually joining us live from Madurai. A lot of Hindu groups, at least Hindu individuals, have come out. They're breaking coconuts and other things to celebrate this order today. The DMK government has made its stand very clear, but how will it justify fighting an order that seems to hurt no one else?
Well, you can see the celebrations continue. They are singing bhajans, they are breaking coconuts, they are distributing sweets. But right now, they only say that they welcome the verdict, and even if the Tamil Nadu government challenges the case in the Supreme Court, they feel that the judgment will come in their favor. It's not about custom. It's more about beliefs, sentiments, and faith that they have, and they dedicate this entire victory and the verdict to Lord Muruga. They say even in the Supreme Court, the verdict, they are confident that it will come in their favor. But at least for now, they'll have to wait till the eve of Kartikai Deepam, which falls in November, December every year. So only then can the Deepam be lit at the Deepathoon. Till then, the Tamil Nadu government will also be mulling all the legal routes possible. But for now, they say this is the victory. The Madurai bench, the single judge had also passed similar order. Today also, they got a similar order from the Madurai bench. They say that this verdict is in itself a victory, and that's why they are all here celebrating. it's still a long way to go because the Deepam will be lit at the Deepathoon only on the eve of Kartikeya Deepam, and that too, if the Tamil Nadu government moves the Supreme Court and the case comes out in your favor. Do you still think it's a long way to go?
Yes, it is a long way to go because it is already 100 years protest and 35 years legal protest. So we are fighting for the cause. It will take time because definitely the DMK, already the Minister Raghupati, Minister of Minings and Minerals, he had announced that the government is going for an appeal. So we expect DMK government will go for this because it is an anti-Hindu government. Definitely they will go. The process will be going on. We also fight legally. We'll also, if they go to appeal, we'll fight in the Supreme Court. So it is altogether, it is the spiritual balam matlab strength we need to keep up the subject up to the lighting the light. So that is a thing we are praying the God.
Long way to go, but one step at a time is a word coming in from all the devotees here.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for bringing us those voices. Certainly there is sentiment on ground that is in favor of these orders and for Hindu faith. So what is explaining the DMK's insistence that they will not allow the lighting of the lamp? Let's take that to our guests. Madhuvanti, leader of BJP Tamil Nadu. T. Sini Syed Amma is lawyer from Madura's bench of the Madras High Court. She was part of the proceedings today. Harish Mohammad Ibrahim is political analyst backing the DMK. And Suman Sriraman, political analyst, is also joining us. Harish, I begin with you. What explains this insistence that you will not allow lighting of the lamp that hurts no one?
Shivani, that narrative itself is a wrong narrative which the BJP want to set in Tamil Nadu, number one. Number two, having said that, the BJP is the anti-Hindu element in Tamil Nadu as of now because the state government of Tamil Nadu wanted to proceed the lightning procedures should happen in a sacred place of 100-year-old tradition where it has been followed as a custom. And even this year during the Kartikeya Deepam, the Uchipillayar Deepathoon has been lightened up by the HRMC, which is the 100-year-old custom. But the BJP and its allies of all these crooked elements which want to create a division by invoking the religious sentiments in Madurai particularly, wanted to go ahead and do a separate stone, which is an archaeological survey stone which has been laid upon by the British era during 1886, which has been obtained by...
But what is the problem lighting the lamp there? The 1996 order also says you can light it 15 meters away from the dargah. What is the problem?
Shivani, there is no conspiracy, there is no division within the Islamic people or the Hindu people over across Tripuragundram. There is no one having any say according to that. If it is a sacred pillar, then everyone will be allowed to it. But when there is a sacred pillar on the Uchipalaya temple, which has been followed as a custom for 100 years, where the Deepam has been lit up every year, even during the 1996 ruling and the 2014 ruling by the single judge and the double judge.
But sir, before those 100 years, the devotees feel before those 100 years, there was a different custom. Just because this custom has existed for 100 years, doesn't mean we can't look beyond 100 years. That's not an explanation sufficient.
That is what the DMK government is asking. If the particular stone which near the Dargah is being proclaimed to be a custom which has been followed before 100 years.
At least the Madurai bench has dismissed those arguments. You did question the antiquity of that Deepathoon. The Madurai bench has dismissed those concerns or those questions. I want to bring in Madhuvanti ji of the BJP as well, that this is all a BJP conspiracy. You are, if not behind it, you are certainly seeking to provoke it further to gain some mileage ahead of the elections.
Good evening, ma'am, and good evening to all my fellow panelists here. If this was a BJP conspiracy, then let's say triple talaq was also a BJP conspiracy.
Yeah, they say they clearly say that. The parties opposed to you clearly say that triple talaq was a conspiracy.
They are worried. They are worried. The Muslims of this country are not worried, but people like my dear friend who's sitting here backing the DMK seems to be very, very, very worried because this is a victory for Sanatan Dharma, and that's something the DMK is extremely uncomfortable with because for them, all that matters is minority appeasement. Now, let's take his point one by one. He said that 100 years, a lamp is being lit in a different pillar. Does he even know that that pillar, the lamp that was lit is called Moksha Deepam, which means it's lit for souls who attain Sadgati. It is not meant for lighting Kartika Deepam. The Hindus were adjusting and lighting the lamp there. For 100 years, they fought this case and they have requested that we go back and light the lamp where it actually has to be lit. If this is a survey stone, then why did the British name the survey stone Deepatun? What does Deepatun mean? Lamp for light, a pillar for lighting a lamp. It's very simple. This is not Sanskrit for them to say it's a dead language and we don't understand. Secondly, you have had 100 years of a war that has been fought legally. 96 has given you a judgment. 2014 has given you a judgment. 2025 gives you a judgment. And these people with their alliances go ahead to impeach the judge who gave the judgment. I mean, to what extent are they going to go to show that they are anti-Hindu? Or are they worried because they know in a matter of 4 months they're going to lose the election miserably? So they have decided to do whatever they want and try and garner the minority votes because they know that is also going the other side. And we know whose side that's going to. So the problem is with the DMK, not with the BJP or with any of the other oppositions. And Rama Ravi Kumar has, I think, very clearly stated to you just before our debate as to what he is. Do you see? He's even said, I am happy that even if the officials go and light the lamp, it's perfectly fine. Do you see? He said that. He never said it. No, I'm going to fight that. I have to go light the lamp because that's not what's come in the current judgment. Am I right, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah, so please ask this, my dear friend. He's a very dear friend of mine, but unfortunately, he seems to be rambling in darkness, not knowing what to say and misquoting historic facts.
Sumansi Raman, is this really quote-unquote appeasing anyone? Are minorities, Muslims in Tamil Nadu getting appeased because of the stance that the DMK government is taking? Is that why they're doing it? Because it befuddles the mind why they would continue to make this an issue when it was a non-issue to begin with.
Yeah, I think there has been a little bit of miscalculation on the part of the DMK here. I don't think that they anticipated such a verdict coming, and that too, which literally, for all practical purposes, it is a passing strictures against this government. It says very clearly that the law and order issue that they raised was ridiculous.